Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 101, Shinomiya Kaguya and Shinomiya Tomi. Inside Shuchiin Academy. Sitting in the student council president's seat, Shinomiya Kaguya was furiously venting to AI Hayasaka. Why did he choose Hayakao instead of Shuchiin? No matter how you look at it, Shuchiin should have been the better choice. Shuchiin has a higher status, more offspring of officials, and also Hayasaka. Hayasaka let out a long sigh. Milady, please don't count me as part of the assets for attracting men. Hearing this, Kaguya looked slightly embarrassed. Anyway, I just can't understand it. Why didn't Haruto accept Shuchiin's invitation? This semester's exchange student program had concluded. In past years, the program was usually inactive, but this year, there had indeed been an exchange. When Shuchiin received the exchange application, Kaguya had thought it was a done deal. She had even begun preparing strategies to win Haruto over. But when she opened the application, she found that the incoming student was not Haruto, but a young lady named Yukino. The Yukinoshita family was also a prestigious household, ranked just below the 4 great conglomerates in Japan. A young lady with an impressive background. So, even though Kaguya was frustrated, she still approved Yukino's application. But even until the exchange program's deadline, she never received a second application. Upon further investigation, Kaguya found out Haruto had chosen to transfer to Hayakao Academy instead. That was infuriating. Watching her young mistress's slightly frantic expression, Hayasaka sighed. When did it all start? When did the dignified, Ice Princess Kaguya turn into Airhead Kaguya? The Kaguya of the past was practically the definition of elegance and rationality. But now, Hayasaka could hardly bear to look. There's another noble banquet next month. By then, I must. Kaguya was already plotting another way to bring Haruto to her side. After finalizing her plans regarding Haruto, Kaguya gradually calmed down. As long as the topic wasn't about Haruto, she was still the Ice Princess Kaguya. Hayasaka, about that assassination attempt, any results? Kaguya asked in a deep voice. That attack, while ultimately avoided without major harm, had exposed many problems. Someone was targeting the Shinomiya family, targeting her, the heiress of the Shinomiya family. Though many people harbored hostility toward the Shinomiya family, few had the audacity to act on it. Moreover, the enemy had obtained detailed tracking information on her whereabouts. That was an even bigger issue. It suggested that there might be a traitor within the Shinomiya family. Hearing Kaguya's inquiry, Hayasaka furrowed her brows. Regarding the assassination, milady, the following information is uncertain, so please take it with a grain of salt. Her words made Kaguya frown. Because such wording meant the information could not be officially acknowledged by the Shinomiya family. It could only be personally relayed by Hayasaka. The attackers were confirmed to be underlings of Chiba's underground syndicate A. Because the order was passed through too many layers, the original instigator is untraceable. However, based on certain clues, the most likely client is the Suzuki conglomerate. This answer made Kaguya's breathing heavy. The Suzuki conglomerate was also one of the 4 great conglomerates. At first glance, it might seem natural for rival conglomerates to attack each other. However, the Shinomiya and Suzuki conglomerates had always been allies. Their business domains were deliberately positioned to complement, not compete with each other. In fact, the Shinomiya family's stable position as the top conglomerate was partially thanks to the Suzuki conglomerate's support. So why, out of nowhere, had Suzuki turned against them? It made no sense. What about the traitor? Have they been identified? Kaguya asked gravely. She was beginning to suspect. Perhaps this attack wasn't from an external enemy, but from inside the Shinomiya family. She had 3 older brothers competing for succession. Even though she had always been considered a caged bird, unable to claim the Shinomiya family's throne. In theory, she still had inheritance rights. Maybe one of her brothers had decided to act preemptively. Hayasaka took a deep breath and quickly approached Kaguya's side. Milady, the problem is this, there isn't just one traitor in the Shinomiya family. In fact, they're all traitors. Kaguya's expression turned ice cold. So it really was a family struggle. But even that didn't fully explain it. Her father was still in his prime, far from death. Wouldn't it be too soon for succession wars? Just as Kaguya was pondering, AI Hayasaka spoke again. With an even more shocking revelation. Milady, through my own sources, I discovered something. Your father has adopted a foster daughter. A foster daughter? Shinomiya Kaguya was baffled. This foster daughter has been granted inheritance rights, and part of the Shinomiya family's executive power has already been transferred to her. As Hayasaka continued, Kaguya's eyes widened. Was this some kind of joke? Her own father was handing over the Shinomiya conglomerate to an outsider. Kaguya felt a buzzing in her head. What did that make her, then? For the sake of the family, she had endured everything. Even if she was treated as a mere pawn in political marriages, she could endure it for the family's sake. But now, all of that had become a joke. What's the name of this foster daughter? Kaguya gritted her teeth. It seems, her name is Shinomiya Tomi. T/N, Junji Ito's Tomi. Hayasaka responded in a deep voice. Meanwhile, things were far from calm at Hayakao Academy. Rumors about Haruto were spreading widely across the campus. In a school where gambling was paramount, the sudden appearance of Haruto was like a shark entering a shallow pond. It wasn't just eye-catching. It was terrifying. In the first-year Hana class, many students were gathered around Yumiko, bombarding her with questions. On the other hand, the former class queen, Sayatome. Her desk was a complete mess, covered in insulting messages written with permanent markers. Her signature plush toy had been gutted, its belly slit open, with a knife stabbed into its head. It was blatant school bullying. Unfortunately, Sayatome had fallen into debt, 8.8 million yen. Unable to repay Yumiko, she was forced to invoke Hayakao's infamous pet system. Her debt was transferred to the student council. In exchange, Sayatome now owed the student council money. Until she repaid it, she was a pet. She had to wear a tag around her neck, displaying her name and the label Mittens. It was a common nickname in Japan for stray cats. A cruel irony. Once someone wore that tag, they lost all human rights in the academy, reduced to a plaything at everyone's whim. Sayatome stared blankly at the tag hanging over her desk. Not long ago, she was admired by her classmates, a rich and confident young lady. In the blink of an eye, she had become this. That crazy woman, and that monster. Sayatome murmured. Meanwhile, Yumiko seemed completely unaffected. If anything, more students were eagerly trying to befriend her. After all, Yumiko was not in debt. Though she had lost to Haruto. She was not a pet, just Haruto's personal property. And with her extraordinary gambling skills, even after losing to Haruto, no one dared to look down on her. Yumiko-san, you left campus with that Haruto guy this morning, right? Could it be? A student asked with a hint of gossip. After all, a beautiful girl losing herself to a guy in a gamble. It was hard not to let the imagination wander. Yumiko, however, nodded without hesitation. Yes, I did it with Haruto-kun. He was amazing, utterly irresistible. Her words sent waves of excitement through the surrounding students. The noise only made Sayatome more confused and furious. Meanwhile, in the Hayakao student council room, almost all student council members were present. Even President Momobami Kirori was there. They were silently watching a recording. It was the footage of Haruto's gamble with Jabami Yumiko. When the video ended, silence filled the room. Haruto-kun is ridiculously strong. President, he might even be scarier than you. Runa, dressed in her mascot costume, remarked. Kirori smiled. Indeed. That's why I'm willing to bet everything to bring him in. The others shared similar thoughts. Rock, paper, scissors was a simple game. There were countless ways to cheat. Everyone present was a master gambler, coming up with a method to cheat was just a matter of thinking. But the problem was, they couldn't see how Haruto cheated. A winning streak like that had to be rigged. Yet, there wasn't a single clue. No openings. No traces. The first few rounds might be explained by inhuman insight. But the final blind round. Was it really just luck? No one was foolish enough to believe that. The student council members agreed with Runa's assessment. Well, except for one person. Maybe he just got lucky. This game is too simple, it barely requires any skill. All eyes turned to the speaker. It was the Itsuki Sumeraiji. Seeing everyone looking at her, Itsuki chuckled. I'll challenge him with the card game I'm best at. The members exchanged glances before looking at the president. Kirori smiled. All right, Itsuki, go teach him a lesson. Satisfied with the president's approval, Itsuki nodded and left the student council room. After she was gone, Runa made a "this is ridiculous" face. President, you're just sending her to donate money, aren't you? Haruto-kun's progress might be too fast at this rate. And she's a student council member, after all. Kirori waved a hand dismissively. This is fine. It doesn't matter who he gambles against, the result will be the same. As for her position in the student council, didn't she pay a special fee to get in? Runa shrugged. Well, yeah. Someone like her is basically just a money pit. Meanwhile, Haruto, the center of all the rumors, found himself picking up a girl on his way home. Looking at the unconscious girl on the roadside, Haruto fell into deep thought. Since when did picking up a loli become as easy as picking up a stray cat? Chapter 102, picked up a Hybrid AI. It was already autumn. Though it wasn't quite cold yet, the night breeze was chilly enough that not wearing a jacket could make someone shiver. The little girl lying on the roadside looked around Shiro's age. Not exactly naked, but almost. She was wearing nothing but an oversized white lab coat. Like a child playing dress-up in adult clothes. If a passerby saw this scene, they would probably call the police immediately. Inspector Meguiar would show up and arrest Haruto on the spot. Guilty until proven innocent. Better report this. Haruto made the usual choice. He took out his phone to call Inspector Meguiar. However, as if she had heard Haruto's voice, the girl weakly opened her eyes and reached out toward him. With a hoarse, barely audible voice, she forced out 3 words. Don't call cops. Then, she passed out again. Haruto rubbed his forehead. What the hell is this? Leaving the girl on the street felt wrong, but taking her in felt even worse. This area didn't have much foot traffic. If she was unlucky, she could die here without anyone noticing. With a deep sigh, Haruto picked up the little girl, wrapped her in the lab coat, tied it securely, and carried her back to his apartment. Big brother, welcome home. How was your first day as an exchange? Nao's voice trailed off, her eyes locked onto the unconscious loli in Haruto's arms. Big brother, you've finally crossed the line. You're not human anymore, are you? Nao let out a dramatic sigh. Haruto walked over and flicked her forehead. You're fine everywhere except for that ridiculous mouth of yours. Nao rubbed her forehead, protesting. But big brother. You just drugged a loli and brought her home. Haruto rolled his eyes. She fainted on the street. I was being nice and brought her here to help. Nao gave him a doubtful look. A normal person would have reported this to the authorities. It's not like she's a stray cat. Haruto was momentarily at a loss for words. Annie Neeson, come out quickly. Big brother has finally taken the first step toward depravity. Seeing Haruto remain silent, Nao shouted into the house. Haruto. In the end, the situation turned into a 3-person interrogation. Nao, Annie, and Shiro sat in their seats, eyes burning with curiosity as they stared at Haruto. As for the little girl he had picked up, she had already been properly taken care of. She had been changed into clean clothes, bathed, courtesy of Nao, given water, and treated with Ghoul 3 solution to heal her external injuries. The girl had scars all over her body and feet, no shoes, and appeared as if she had been running away in a hurry. On her wrists, there were purplish red marks, likely from being restrained by handcuffs or something similar. A complete victim. Haruto, I won't object, but at least set an age limit for your targets. Annie frowned as she spoke. Nao nodded vigorously in agreement. Haruto was on the verge of tears. I found her on the street. I have nothing to do with this, okay? Just as the interrogation was reaching its peak, a faint groan came from the corner of the room. The 4 of them turned to look. The little girl had opened her eyes and was trying to sit up. Now that she had been bathed, her delicate features and short chestnut-colored hair were fully revealed. Upon waking and seeing 4 people staring at her, she immediately went on guard. Who are you people? She questioned. Hearing this, Nao immediately accused Haruto. Big brother, and you still say you didn't drug her. She's 1 step away from accusing you outright. Haruto responded by flicking her forehead again. Then, he turned his attention to the little girl. I picked you up on the street. Do you remember who you are? What's your name? Where do you live? Haruto's questions left the girl momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she looked down at herself, her expression shifting to shock. Right, it must be APTX 4869. She muttered, as if recalling something, her expression becoming complicated. This reaction made Haruto frown slightly. She didn't seem like just a simple lost child. You look surprised by your body, but you also quickly understood why. Haruto's gaze turned sharp and scrutinizing. His attitude toward an ordinary girl and someone who seemed abnormal was naturally different. Hearing Haruto's words, the girl looked even more shocked and wary. This boy in front of her was definitely not normal. Give me a name first, at least for communication purposes. Haruto said indifferently. Mayano. Hybrid AI. She answered. Well then, Hybrid AI, I suppose I can count as your lifesaver. Can you tell me what this is? Haruto flipped his palm, revealing a small pill container. Inside was a capsule with no markings. He had found it in the pocket of the white lab coat Hybrid AI had been wearing. At first, Haruto thought it might be some necessary medication for her. So, he had kept it safe. But now, it seemed to be the very APTX 4869 she had mentioned. For a drug to be named like that, it had to be an experimental compound. Seeing the pill container in Haruto's hand, Hybera AI's pupils visibly contracted. That's medicine for heart disease. I have a congenital heart condition. Hybera AI quickly said. Haruto shook his head. No, you don't. Hybera AI's expression froze. A congenital heart disease couldn't be confirmed without an X-ray. She had deliberately used this fact to deceive him. Yet, this boy had instantly denied it. I can hear the subtle sounds of your heartbeat. Aside from an increase in heart rate due to nervousness that is about 27% higher than normal, there's nothing wrong with you. Hybera AI. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. What kind of monster was this? Just by hearing, he could determine if someone several meters away had a heart condition. Seeing Hybera AI fall silent, Haruto waved his hand. Forget it. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. Now, send this to the Foundation for component analysis and testing. As for Miss Hybera AI, she'll be placed under temporary containment until the test results come out. After that, we'll erase her memory and release her into society. Now acknowledged the order, took the pill container, and was about to contact the Foundation. Hybera AI's eyes widened. They weren't even going to ask her. And what was this about memory erasure? But what shocked Hybera AI the most was what Haruto had just said, Foundation. The Foundation? Are you people from the SCP Foundation? Hybera AI asked. Haruto and now both froze for a moment. You know about the SCP Foundation? Hybera AI hesitated and fell into silent contemplation. Haruto's gaze grew increasingly dangerous. Forget it. Let's proceed with an A-class memory wipe. With that, Haruto took a step toward Hybera AI. Perhaps intimidated by his presence, Hybera AI finally spoke. I'll talk. Then, she revealed her true identity. She was a scientist affiliated with the Black Organization, specializing in pharmaceutical research and development. Her real name was Miyano Shiho. Since childhood, she had studied abroad in the northern country. In the Black Organization, she was codenamed Sherry. The so-called Black Organization was a massive transnational terrorist group. Its full scale and objectives were unknown to her. Because she and her sister, who was also in the organization, attempted to defect, she was placed under strict surveillance and had her freedom restricted. In the end, she took the experimental drug, APTX-4869, intending to commit suicide. However, instead of killing her, the drug regressed her physical age, essentially de-aging her. Using her now small body, she escaped from her restraints through an air vent and fled the organization's control. As for the SCP Foundation, she had only seen the name in a classified document within the Black Organization. Though Hybera AI had been honest, Haruto still took a sample of her blood and read her memories. Her memories matched her statements exactly. That classified document she mentioned. It only contained the name, SCP Foundation, and some speculations about its vast influence. Based on that document, the Black Organization's understanding of the Foundation was on par with the four great conglomerates. The most valuable information was just the name, SCP Foundation. After recounting everything she knew, Hybera AI was clearly uneasy. In her mind, the SCP Foundation was an even more powerful and mysterious organization than the Black Organization. And while it didn't have any horrifying records, that didn't mean it was a good organization either. At the same time, Haruto's expression darkened, not because of the Black Organization. Though massive, compared to the Foundation, the Black Organization was nothing. Instead, Haruto was troubled by Hybera AI's story. A black-clad organization, a drug that de-aged people, and a protagonist who became a child after taking it. That overwhelming sense of déjà vu struck again. Even stronger than when he met Gabriel. Haruto was now certain, before transmigrating, he must have known a story like this. But there was no memory of it. Only fragmented details. T/N, you know, I like this kind of troops where MCs have no knowledge to anime events happening. It makes the FIC more exciting. Like a death god elementary school student who brought death wherever he went. A joke from some anime culture, Haruto remembered that much. But the anime itself? Gone. More proof that some supreme divinity had tampered with his cognition. How to retrieve that knowledge, uncover the truth of that supreme divinity, and prepare countermeasures. For now, Haruto had no solution. Sighing, he refocused on Hybera AI. Alright then, take Miss Hybera AI to containment for now. Haruto delivered his verdict. Hybera AI. Shortly after, Hybera AI was taken to the Foundation's containment facility. As the alloy elevator slowly descended, Hybera AI's heart sank with it. When the alloy doors silently opened, another world gradually unfolded before her. Looking at the underground structure made entirely of metal, resembling a honeycomb, Hybera AI was filled with shock and disbelief. What kind of organization was this? A base designed like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. T/N, now we got 3 AIs running around on this FIC. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, The Foundation shocks Hybra AI, new type bioarmor. Good day, President. Passing staff members greeted Haruto. Haruto nodded in response. Meanwhile, Hybra AI, who followed beside him, was already numb from shock. As she walked through this metallic honeycomb structure for just a short while, she had already seen several familiar faces. As a scientist of the distillery, she had fairly high clearance in the organization's database before defecting. That was how she had been able to access information regarding the SCP Foundation. She had also read through personnel files. And now, many of the people she had only seen in those documents were right in front of her. For instance, over there, a man in a white lab coat was sipping tea, that was a titan in the field of modern biological sciences. That was someone whose name had been printed in the textbooks during her studies abroad. And that fully armed young man passing by. He was the Northern Kingdom's War King, recorded in the distillery's files. A former member of the Northern Kingdom's Navy SEALs, he had achieved battlefield feats beyond common imagination. T/N, Northern Kingdom equals Israel, I think. These individuals were considered top-tier talents in the distillery's records. People whom the distillery was willing to go to any lengths to recruit. Yet, in the SCP Foundation, they seemed completely ordinary, just like regular employees going about their work. Hybra AI had even seen that biological science titan consulting a young girl about research data. Her entire worldview was being shattered. The SCP Foundation, just what? Suppressing her shock, Hybra AI was about to ask Haruto about the organization. Just then, the girl the scientist had been consulting came running over. President Haruto. Haruto smiled slightly in response. Mihari, long time no see. How's your work at the Foundation? Mihari grinned and nodded. The pay is great, the work hours are flexible, and my research projects can actually help people, I love it. Mihari was a kind-hearted girl with extraordinary talent in bioengineering. At the Foundation, not only could she put her abilities to full use, but she was also genuinely working to save lives. To her, this job was ideal. That's good. If you need anything, let now know. The Foundation will accommodate you within reason. Haruto said. Now, as the logistics director, oversaw the entire containment facility and was on good terms with Minori. I'll ask if I need anything. More importantly, President, the new bioarmor is complete. Mihari announced as she took out a pitch-black wristwatch. Beside them, Hybra AI, whose mind had already gone numb, once again felt ripples of shock. Bioarmor. She might not have majored in bioengineering, but she understood the concept of bioarmor. Wasn't that something purely theoretical, something that only existed in science fiction? So soon. Haruto took the wristwatch and, after a quick observation, understood. The research on the arc reactor has progressed, huh? Mihari nodded. I'm not in charge of the energy sector, but apparently, we can now create limited reproductions of cold nuclear reactors. Though this energy source has radiation hazards for biological organisms, I used new cells to absorb it. The so-called new cells are a modified version of RC cells for research purposes. The original RC cells are being phased out. The new bioarmor is temporarily named the Black One Armor. Its strengths are portability, concealment, and powerful energy reserves. As she spoke, Mihari pressed a button on the wristwatch. The black substance on its surface quickly spread over Haruto's entire body. The process took about 1.3 seconds. Once it fully enveloped him, the black material rapidly solidified into a semi-rigid fiber-like structure. A/N, a bit like venom. The spot where the wristwatch had been began to glow with a cold, blue light. That was the sign of the cold nuclear reactor activating. Even while covered in the Black One armor, Haruto could still see everything clearly. Moreover, with just a thought, his vision could lock onto and zoom in on a target. Clearly, the Black One armor followed the same design philosophy as the Crimson Series armor. Integrating with the user's body and being controlled via neural response. A failsafe was in place to prevent it from being consumed by the Blacklight virus. Haruto quickly reviewed the armor's strength, speed, and other fundamental data. In terms of enhancement, Black One seemed to be about 2/3 as effective as the Crimson One. While its raw stats weren't as high as the Crimson Series, the Black Series excelled in stealth. Deploying a second mobile task force equipped with Black Series armor would allow them to blend seamlessly into city environments. Additionally, the Black Series was powered by an arc reactor, making its energy efficiency and endurance terrifyingly high. Just as Haruto was analyzing the data. Miss Mihari. The Black One is still in its experimental phase. Even if it's not harmful to biological organisms, you can't just use it recklessly. A Foundation researcher called out with a wry smile. This genius was great at everything, except following protocol when testing new prototypes. As Haruto willed it, the black, one armor quickly retracted and returned to the form of a wristwatch. It's fine. If the subject is me, nothing can go wrong. Seeing that the experimenter was the president himself, and given Haruto's assurance, the researcher decided not to press further. Mihari, thank you for your contributions to humanity. Want a raise? Haruto asked with a smile. Mihari scratched her head. Hee, no need for a raise. I already have more money than I can spend. Having President Haruto's praise is more than enough for me. Hearing this, Haruto reached out and ruffled Mihari's hair, a classic headpat technique combined with praise. Hybera AI, on the other hand, was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of sci-fi organization was this foundation? Ultraminiature cold nuclear reactors, adaptive bioarmor, and, from the looks of it, perfectly safe neural integration technology. Even without knowing the specific test data, this technology was already at least a century ahead of the rest of the world. The research progress of the SCP Foundation compared to other organizations was like the Industrial Revolution versus cavemen. It was like bringing guns to a rock-throwing fight. At that moment, Hybera AI had just one thought. If she were the leader of the distillery, the first thing she would do would be to burn every single file they had on the SCP Foundation. Then, she would light 3 incense sticks and pray to the gods, hoping they would never cross paths with this sci-fi nightmare in the future. At this moment, the big eyes of the two eyebeams turned into swirling, rotating images. Just like in anime when a character gets knocked out and sees spinning visuals. The two eyebeams were normally quite fast, capable of moving at high speeds and even climbing vertically without regard to terrain. Being suddenly grabbed, the inertia sent them into dizziness. What are these things? Hybera AI poked her head out, staring at the two eyebeams with shock in her eyes. Eyebeams, a harmless anomaly. Haruto briefly introduced the two small creatures and then placed them back on the ground, letting them continue running around. An anomaly. Hybera AI caught onto the key term. Yes, anomalies, supernatural existences, just like those two eyebeams. But the proportion of harmless anomalies is pitifully small. Hybera AI was highly intelligent, and upon hearing this information, she quickly understood the implications. So, the SCP Foundation is an organization that fights against anomalies. Since harmless anomalies were the minority, it meant there were still a large number of anomalies with dangerous potential. Yet the world remained peaceful. With that in mind, it was easy to deduce that this futuristic organization was responsible for maintaining that peace. Haruto gave Hybera AI an intrigued look. Understanding so quickly saved him a lot of explanations. The SCP Foundation's mission is to secure, contain, and protect. As they arrived at a containment chamber, Haruto took out his identification card. Meanwhile, Hybera AI lowered her head in thought. Just as the containment chamber door opened, she lifted her head and asked, President Haruto, do you want me to join the Foundation? Right now, the most valuable thing about Hybera AI was her intellect and credentials as a scientist from the Black Organization. She had defected from the Black Organization because it was a terrorist group, and every piece of research she conducted there was meant to harm others. But the Foundation was different. It was an organization dedicated to protecting humanity. Haruto glanced at her and said, If you want to join, the Foundation would certainly welcome you. But the purpose of this trip is to restore your current condition. An adult turning into a child, this qualifies as an anomaly, so it should be dealt with. This containment chamber holds a project known as the Panacea, SCP-500, capable of curing all diseases. The APTX-4869 you developed should still be within the Panacea's healing range. Hybera AI. The girl's cheeks turned slightly red. So she had misunderstood. It made sense. How could such a high-tech, sci-fi-like organization be interested in her? However, Haruto was lying. He was indeed interested in Hybera AI and wanted to recruit her into the Foundation. Talents like hers were always valuable to the Foundation. As for the Panacea, he already had 2 spare pills in his Divine Might space, there was no need to make a trip to a site. Chapter 104, Gambling Challenge, the Student Council, is it really that strong? President Haruto, do you really have to observe? Hybera AI asked in a somewhat exasperated tone. Haruto nodded matter-of-factly. This is a valuable interaction experiment between the new drug APTX-4869 and the Panacea, SCP-500. Such highly significant research material cannot be wasted. A single Panacea pill is quite precious. Hybera AI's eyes welled up with tears. Although what Haruto said made some sense. It was just too embarrassing. Completely unacceptable. Right now, Hybera AI was dressed in child-sized clothing. After taking the Panacea, she would most likely return to her adult form. If she wore her current small-sized clothes during that process, the best case was that they'd tear apart, the worst case was that she'd be hurt by the fabric. So, after a long internal struggle, Hybrid AI ultimately upheld the spirit of scientific dedication and proceeded with the interaction experiment. She took the panacea while, in a state without clothing. 30 seconds after ingesting the panacea, her body began to grow at a visible rate. The process lasted for 5 minutes and 17 seconds. The experiment confirmed that the abnormality caused by APTX-4869 could indeed be cured by SCP-500. Once the experiment was complete, Haruto handed a white lab coat into the containment chamber. Hybrid AI. You had something like this all along. You should have given it to me sooner. Hybrid AI gritted her teeth and glared at Haruto. For the sake of scientific rigor. Haruto averted his gaze guiltily. Hybrid AI snatched the lab coat, put it on, and buttoned it up. The two then fell into a silent standoff. Eventually, Hybrid AI was the first to back down. Can you save my sister? When she first attempted to defect from the Black Organization, she was imprisoned. Meanwhile, her sister, Akemi Mayano, a field agent and assassin for the Black Organization, had also been put under tight restrictions. She was assigned increasingly dangerous missions. Given the Black Organization's modus operandi, defectors were never forgiven. Akemi Mayano was likely being used as a disposable pawn. Once she had exhausted her usefulness, she would undoubtedly be eliminated. Now that Hybrid AI had escaped, she naturally worried about her sister's safety. If saving her sister meant serving the Foundation for life, she was willing. However, to Hybrid AI's surprise, Haruto agreed immediately. He didn't even ask her to join the Foundation in exchange. Sure. I'll have someone keep an eye on it. A cleanup operation against the Black Organization was inevitable. At the very least, the Foundation would infiltrate the organization's headquarters to examine their database. If they found information above Level 0 clearance, they would act accordingly. If not, they would still make their presence known. After going through the necessary procedures, the Black Organization would be left in shambles. Saving a person, especially someone with potential as an agent, was an easy favor to grant. On top of that, wiping out the Black Organization would provide additional researchers and operatives. Seeing Haruto agree so readily, Hybrid AI was momentarily stunned. Can I join the Foundation? She was starting to doubt herself. Did she really have no value at all? Haruto smiled and nodded. If you're willing, the Foundation welcomes you. Talented researchers are hard to come by. Even though Haruto said that, Hybrid AI still had doubts about her worth. She signed her name in the Absolute Contract Codex, officially completing her induction into the Foundation. With his goal achieved, Haruto smiled in satisfaction. Let's go. I'll introduce you to your new colleagues. Later, a specialist will discuss your salary and benefits. The SCP Foundation isn't an evil organization, so we don't restrict personal freedom, but there are confidentiality rules. You specialize in organic chemistry, right? Mihari has some expertise in that field too. She'll guide you. Haruto's smooth handling of the situation left Hybrid AI deep in thought. Just how many people had this guy recruited into the Foundation? And so, Hybrid AI was successfully swayed into joining the Foundation's research department. As for Haruto, after finishing his recruitment, he returned straight to his apartment. On the way, he was even humming a cheerful tune. The next morning, Haruto, as usual, headed to Hayakao Private Academy. After his gamble with Yumiko, his funds had risen to 16 million yen. Though still far from the 1 billion target, in reality, it would only take a few more rounds of exponential growth to reach 1 billion easily. After all, Chen Daizai once turned $20 into 37 million. For Haruto, turning 1 million into 1 billion wouldn't be a problem. Good morning, Master. Upon entering the classroom, he was greeted by Yumiko's energetic voice. That title felt a little awkward. Good morning, Yumiko. Haruto responded with a smile. Then, he found himself lost in thought. Speaking of which, where was his seat? After reporting in yesterday, he played a gambling match and then skipped class with Yumiko. Up until now, Haruto still didn't know where his seat was. Seeing his confusion, the other students in the class immediately started trying to ingratiate themselves with him. Haruto, do you need any help? Haruto, you can choose any seat you like. There's an empty one right next to me. Haruto, just say where you want to sit, and we'll make space for you. Faced with such enthusiasm, Haruto felt a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, the seat next to Yumiko was still empty. So, Haruto sat down beside her. Seeing this, many of the girls in the class secretly bit their fingers in frustration. They wanted to get close to Haruto too. Even if it was just to learn a little bit of his gambling skills or receive a small reward from him. Even the crumbs that fell through his fingers would be enough for them to show off and indulge. However, they were also self-aware. Whether it was in terms of looks, intelligence, or gambling skills, they simply weren't on the same level as Yumiko. Master, someone asked me to pass this to you. Yumiko seemed to suddenly remember something and took out an envelope from her bag. The envelope had luxurious gold patterns, and the seal was an elegant wax stamp. Just from its appearance, it was clear that this letter was expensive. Haruto took the letter with some confusion. Who in this academy would send him a letter? A love letter. As he pondered, he opened the envelope and pulled out the letter inside. Not a love letter. Haruto skimmed through it. Removing all the polite and refined language, the message boiled down to: I hear you're pretty awesome. Wanna test that in real life? I'm waiting for you at, not in Shenyang Street, but in the activity room. You're in for a bad time if you don't show up. It was signed by Itsuki Sumeragi. Haruto was a bit lost. Who's Itsuki Sumeragi? He asked Yumiko. Was there really someone in Hayakao Private Academy daring enough to challenge him? Even the student council president had to act all sweet and obedient toward him. Yumiko shook her head. I don't know either. At that moment, a voice from behind chimed in. Itsuki Sumeragi is a first-year student, a member of the student council. Haruto turned to see that the one speaking was none other than the not-so-bright Sayatome. Good morning, Sayatome. Speaking of which, that's quite a miserable sight. Halfway through his sentence, Haruto noticed Sayatome's desk. It was covered in insulting graffiti from permanent markers and filled with scratches from sharp objects. Sayatome sighed. Yesterday, she might have gritted her teeth and retorted, you think this isn't your fault. But after a day had passed, she had come to terms with reality. Haruto and Yumiko were monsters who lived in a completely different world from hers. She was just unlucky to get caught up in their affairs. They had never even deliberately targeted her. This is too much. This is outright bullying. I'm going to deal with them. Yumiko, upon seeing the mess, was outraged and wanted to stand up for Sayatome. That was just her nature. Normally, she was a kind and adorable girl with long black hair, only turning into a crazed thrill-seeker when it came to gambling. Sayatome quickly grabbed Yumiko's hand and let out a long sigh. No need. This is just how things work in this academy. I'm a livestock now. She showed the tag hanging around her neck. In the original story, Sayatome couldn't accept the humiliation of being treated as livestock. So she ended up challenging the student council to a gambling match. And then, predictably, she lost even more miserably. Her debt skyrocketed beyond anything she could ever repay, and even her future was decided for her. It was only after that crushing defeat that Sayatome truly woke up and recognized the harsh reality. Later on, she teamed up with Yumiko and managed to turn things around in one of the student council's gambling events. But looking at her now, it seemed she had realized the truth much earlier than in the original timeline. With that in mind, her current debt, which wasn't too heavy, should be something she could reverse fairly quickly. After all, Sayatome wasn't really stupid, she just couldn't beat Yumiko or the student council. That Itsuki Sumeragi has never lost a game of cards since enrolling a year ago. Her family runs the most famous toy manufacturing company in Japan, with absurdly deep financial backing. And personally, there are rumors that she enjoys collecting other people's fingernails. For some reason, Sayatome shared everything she knew about Itsuki Sumeragi. After listening, Haruto finally remembered who she was. Oh, wasn't she the weakest member of the student council? The one who bought her way into the student council, only to get kicked out later. Looking at the challenge letter again, Haruto raised an eyebrow. He had thought she was some hidden gambling master in Hayakao Academy. But it turned out. Where's the activity room? Haruto asked. Wait, I just told you she's never lost a card game, and she likes pulling out people's fingernails. You're still going. Sayatome looked at him in disbelief. Haruto nodded as if it was obvious. Of course. Why wouldn't I go when there's free money on the line? He was planning to win that 10 billion yen limit today and take the student council president home already. Chapter 105, Haruto, wipe that drool off your face. You really are a monster. Sayatome buried her head in her golden twin tails, refusing to face reality. A student council member with an undefeated record in card games. To her, such a person was someone to fear and avoid at all costs. But to Haruto, they were just another walking ATM. Looking at her reaction, Haruto suddenly smiled. Somehow, this girl was kind of cute. There were many talented people in the world, as countless as the stars in the sky. But most of them would never become the brightest star. When talented people failed to reach the top, 9 out of 10 would drown in their own disappointment. After all, people who had talent but didn't blindly believe in it, who could acknowledge their own limitations, were rare. And Sayatome was one of those rare few. She had talent. Even after repeated defeats, she didn't drown in despair but instead accepted reality. That was admirable. And perhaps, she was also quite lucky. That golden twin-tail hairstyle gave Haruto a strong impression of a golden-haired defeated dog. Yumiko, help Sayatome out a bit from now on. Haruto suddenly said. Yumiko was briefly surprised, but then she nodded. All right. Sayatome raised her head in a daze, looking at Haruto in confusion. Why? She didn't believe Haruto was someone who helped others out of pity. I just think it'll be interesting. Haruto waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, class was about to begin. Haruto and Yumiko turned back to face the front, leaving Sayatome still lost in thought. Master is really kind. Yumiko covered her mouth with a book and whispered. I just think it'll be interesting, Haruto repeated. Then, if I do something interesting for you, do I get a reward? Yumiko asked with a sly smile. This woman, after losing to Haruto, quickly figured out Haruto's personality. She understood that this kind of small, gradual overreach wouldn't be disliked. Next time we have a bet, go easy on me a little. Haruto said this. Wow, that's an amazing reward. Yumiko is really looking forward to it. For Yumiko, she loved all-out gambling, the thrill of both sides going all in. But when it came to Haruto, she hoped he would go easy on her. After all, if he didn't, she couldn't see any chance of winning. Yumiko also disliked gambling where the outcome was either guaranteed victory or inevitable defeat. Class time quickly passed. Haruto yawned. As one of the 3 great academies, Hayakao Academy's education was also of an extremely high level. Although it was known for gambling, everyone took their studies seriously. After all, knowledge and intellect were also part of gambling skills. Unfortunately, this knowledge was too simple for Haruto. Let's go, we shouldn't waste Sumerage's kind invitation. Haruto said this. Sayatome rolled her eyes. What the hell kind invitation was this? But still, she followed Haruto and Yumiko to the activity room. The so-called activity room was actually an entire floor of the school building. There were numerous card tables, lounge areas, and even closed-circuit TVs and spectator seats for broadcasting. It looked exactly like a casino. As soon as the 3 of them stepped into the room, someone quickly approached. It was a petite and adorable girl with short, fluffy yellow hair that curled slightly at the ends. She wore the Hayakao girl's uniform, her legs wrapped in black thigh-high socks with cute patterns on them. Haruto. Did you see my invitation letter? Oh. I forgot to introduce myself, I'm Itsuki Sumeragi. Itsuki flashed a cute smile. Haruto wanted to smile back. But why was this girl staring at his hands so intensely? Haruto instinctively looked at his own hands, wondering if something had stuck to them. But as soon as he raised them, her gaze became even more obvious. Her face even began to flush strangely, and her eyes seemed dazed. Itsuki, did you drink computer parts or something? Haruto asked curiously. No. Itsuki snapped back to reality and patted her cheeks. Sorry, Haruto, you're just too perfect. I got a little mesmerized. Haruto, Perfect was indeed a fitting description of Haruto. As the host of the Blacklight virus, Haruto was evolving toward perfection. Every part of his body, by human standards, was absolutely flawless. So being admired was understandable. But he hadn't expected her obsession to be this intense. Taking out the letter, Haruto waved it slightly. I received your invitation, so I came to gamble. Itsuki nodded excitedly. Because Haruto is so famous, slurp. I thought gambling with you would be fun. Haruto facepalmed. Girl, could you be a little more restrained? Your drool is literally dripping. Where's your dignity as a high-class lady? Then, Itsuki led Haruto to a card table. This was the main table, with a camera set up for live broadcasting. Yumiko and Sayatome were seated in the audience. So, for the type of gambling, how about playing double concentration? Himiko placed 2 decks of cards on the table and smiled. Double concentration was essentially a matching card game. The cards were laid face down, and players took turns flipping over 2 at a time. If the 2 cards matched, the player could continue flipping. The double part came from using 2 decks of cards. Only when the rank and suit of the 2 flipped cards matched would it count as a successful pair. A standard deck had 54 cards, excluding the 2 jokers, leaving 52. With 2 decks, that made 104 cards. The first to successfully match 54 pairs, more than half, would win. Haruto casually nodded. Itsuki smiled and took out 2 unopened decks, first holding them up to the camera. These are playing cards made by my family's company. They have an amazing feel, please support us. As the heiress of a major toy company, Itsuki was advertising. This girl, she's seriously promoting her cards. Sayatome muttered. Yumiko just smiled knowingly. The decks were unsealed, shuffled, and spread out chaotically on the table. So, Haruto, about the stakes. Himiko once again showed an intense expression. How about 16 million? Haruto asked. That's a bit low. Himiko pretended to hesitate. Haruto sighed helplessly. Not because his bet was being looked down on, but because. Did this girl not know about his agreement with the student council? Did the student council not even consider her a real member? How about this? Haruto, bet one of your fingernails, let's say it's worth 14 million. Itsuki tested the waters. She was just too tempted. Normally, she would never suggest bodily stakes right away, it would scare people off. But after watching footage of Haruto, Itsuki knew he wasn't the type to back down. And she couldn't suppress her desire any longer. Haruto was just too perfect. She had to have it. My fingernail is worth that much. Haruto muttered before nodding in agreement. Then let's begin. Double concentration. Itsuki said excitedly. Haruto, you go first. The camera focused on the table. Even for a luck-based game, this is extreme. The odds of a correct match with a single flip are 1 in 103. And with 104 cards in total, remembering all of them will be impossible toward the end. Sayatome frowned. But Yumiko shook her head. Not really. Memorizing 104 cards is pretty easy, don't you think? Sayatome. For a moment, she was speechless. Was this what it meant to be a monster? But before she could process it further, Yumiko continued. Besides, these are marked cards, so even the luck factor is eliminated. It's purely about observation and memory. Sayatome. Hearing this, Sayatome widened her eyes and looked at the screen. But after staring for a long time, she couldn't spot any abnormalities. No need to look, Sayatome. The abnormal markings on the backs of these cheating cards will fade over time. It's probably some kind of heat-sensitive printing. Once the temperature drops, the markings disappear, making them look like regular cards. Yumiko smiled. Sayatome turned to her, dumbfounded. If they're cheating, doesn't that mean he can't win? Why are you still smiling? Yumiko tilted her head. He can still win. If it were me, I'd definitely lose the first round, since I wouldn't know the markings meanings. I'd act pitiful and beg for a second round. That way, I could figure out the pattern. The worst-case scenario is if they have multiple sets of different marked decks, in which case I'd lose repeatedly. But that's because I'm not strong enough. If it's Master, he'll probably end the game in the first round. Yumiko's words left Sayatome stunned. This monster, just at first glance, discovered the trick in the cheating poker game and even figured out a way to win. But, could Haruto really? Just as Sayatome was deep in thought, Haruto's voice came through the surveillance camera. With this, that makes 54. Itsuki Sumeragi, the game is over. That'll be 30 million, please. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, attempting to fix this girl. Haruto flipped over the last two matching cards. With that, the game was officially over. From start to finish, Itsuki hadn't even touched the cards. At the moment the match ended, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she collapsed into her chair. She couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Meanwhile, in the activity room, an uproar erupted as people watched the recording. Putting aside Itsuki's reputation for being undefeated in card games and her position in the student council, just this particular gamble alone was completely incomprehensible. Even if someone wanted to cheat, they wouldn't be able to figure out how. The deck was prepared by Itsuki, the table was provided by the public activity room, and the game itself wasn't something that could be won through psychological manipulation. This entire scenario felt absolutely unbelievable. As expected of Master. I'm really curious now. Itsuki set up such an elaborate trap with great enthusiasm, and now, Master easily turned the tables on her. What will happen to her next? Just thinking about it is thrilling. Yumiko spoke excitedly. Sayatome, on the other hand, was completely numb. As expected, that person was an absolute monster, completely beyond the realm of ordinary humans. However, just as everyone was waiting for the outcome, Haruto walked up to the camera in the broadcast room and showed an apologetic smile. Sorry, everyone, but from here on out, this is private time. Then, Haruto directly cut the broadcast feed. Yumiko. What the hell? I even lifted my skirt for this, and now you're cutting me off. Grumbling in frustration, Yumiko grabbed Sayatome and rushed toward the private room upstairs. To leave things unresolved like this was pure torture for her. Even if she was only a spectator, she couldn't accept it. At the same time, in the student council room, many student council members stared at the blank broadcast screen in silence. As expected, little Itsuki was just an easy target. She wasn't even worthy of being a test opponent. Who recommended her for the student council again? Runa glanced at a young man beside her. Shut up. The young man adjusted his glasses, clearly irritated. Well, whatever. The bigger issue now is, does little Itsuki have more than $1 billion in cash on hand? If she does, then Haruto has basically completed this gambling challenge. That means trouble for the president. Itsuki was the daughter of a toy manufacturing mogul. If the truth about her cheating deck came to light, her family's business would take a massive hit. Given this situation, even if Haruto demanded that Itsuki become his personal plaything, she might not be able to refuse. So, if she had about $1 billion in cash on hand, Haruto would essentially achieve his goal immediately. And right now, Runa was simply watching the chaos unfold for entertainment. She had already figured it out, Haruto was an absolute monster, and it was best to keep her distance. At the same time, the president was also a monster. A showdown between two monsters, this was going to be fun. Meanwhile, Yumiko had already dragged Sayatome up to the second-floor private room. The two pressed their ears against the door, but they couldn't hear anything. Then, because the door was slightly ajar, they lost their balance and fell straight into the room. As they looked up from the floor, they were met with an unbelievable sight. Itsuki was kneeling obediently in front of Haruto, looking pitiful as she awaited punishment. It was hard to believe that the girl prostrating herself like this was the same proud and untouchable student council member, Itsuki. Haruto let out a deep sigh and flicked her on the forehead. Originally, after winning the match, he had planned to properly teach this girl a lesson. She wanted his fingernail. How dare she? However, the more Haruto thought about it, the more something felt off. The name, Sumeragi, sounded really familiar. After digging through his memories, Haruto asked a question. Hey, is your family the Sumeragi Entertainment Corporation? When he received a confirmed answer from her, the situation took a bizarre turn. Damn it, Sumeragi Entertainment Corporation was actually an external business owned by the Foundation. Itsuki's father, the company's president, had been one of the major investors in the former Youth Syndrome Research Laboratory. Later on, after being persuaded by Haruto, he joined the Foundation and became one of its workers. So, if the scandal about Itsuki's cheating deck were exposed, the actual loss would be suffered by the Foundation's assets. Itsuki. Can you use your damn brain for once? You risked your family's entire company over a fingernail and a few million yen. Do you have any idea what your family's company is worth? 100 billion. A trillion. Damn it, it's an 87.3 billion market-valued corporation. Haruto scolded, feeling even more frustrated. He flicked her forehead again. Itsuki, QAQ. She didn't dare say anything. She didn't even dare to cry out loud. But from Haruto's scolding, she vaguely realized something. She knew that her family's company and her father had recently invested everything into a mysterious organization. And now, it seemed like the very Haruto she had been targeting was a member of that organization. Or maybe even its leader. So at this moment, Itsuki stayed obediently on her knees, not even daring to beg for mercy. So, what exactly is happening here? Sayatome whispered. Yumiko was also curious. Haruto massaged his forehead and sighed. Sumeragi Entertainment Corporation is basically an asset I control. You guys should have noticed that this girl was using a cheating deck. Long story short, I thought she was an enemy, but it turns out she's my junior, playing around with her elder's assets like a fool. Hearing Haruto's explanation, Sayatome and Yumiko couldn't help but chuckle. Itsuki weakly raised her hand, wanting to ask about Haruto's connection to her father. Kneel properly. Who told you to move? Haruto's stern reprimand made her immediately bow her head again, not daring to say another word. Itsuki, whimpering noises. Haruto felt like he had just witnessed an idiot throwing money away on the street. He had been standing at the side, laughing, only to realize the idiot was actually his own kid, throwing away his own money. Years of low blood pressure. Instantly cured. So, does this mean the gamble is void? Yumiko asked with a blank expression. Haruto glanced at Itsuki. How much cash do you have left in Hyakao Private Academy? Itsuki replied weakly, 770 million. Haruto rolled his eyes and flicked her forehead again. Bringing so much money, yet still not enough to reach $1 billion. Technically, she could transfer funds and then lose to him again. But that would be breaking the rules. He might as well have made Yumiko lose 10 billion to him in the first place. Give me all the money and withdraw from the student council. Haruto ordered. But I paid a huge entry fee to join. Itsuki muttered weakly. Haruto snorted coldly. You really don't know your place, huh? If she kept mingling with the student council, she'd eventually be devoured whole. Why yes. I'll withdraw from the student council. Terrified, Itsuki quickly agreed. Looking at the usually proud and arrogant Itsuki now reduced to a pitiful mess, Sayatome felt like she was dreaming. Also, I heard you have a habit of collecting fingernails. Haruto asked coldly. Hearing that, Itsuki felt a chill run down her spine. She lowered her head, not knowing how to respond. Despite her pure and adorable appearance, her hobbies were quite twisted. She liked collecting fingernails. After entering Hyakao Academy, thanks to the environment here, she had indulged in her desires even more. To the point where, in gambling matches, she would even use fingernails as stakes. Itsuki carried a small treasure box with her at all times, containing various patterned fingernails. As for where they came from, that was self-explanatory. Yumiko. I'm here, master. Yumiko responded sweetly to Haruto's call. Go get Itsuki's toolbox. Use the tools inside to rip off all 10 of her fingernails. Haruto gave the order. Yes. Yumiko responded excitedly. This was exactly the scene she had rushed over to witness. A gamble without consequences, wouldn't that be far too boring? The thrill of gambling came from the pain of falling into the abyss after losing. No, no, no. Haruto-kun, Lord Haruto. Please, no. Itsuki completely panicked. As a wealthy young lady, even if she lost a bet, at worst, she could just pay more money. She was absolutely not prepared to endure this kind of pain. Did you not consider this day when you ripped off other people's fingernails? Haruto asked coldly. If she were a complete stranger, Haruto wouldn't care what happened to her. But Itsuki was at least a peripheral member of the Foundation, half a junior, so to speak. So, before it was too late, he decided to correct her a little. A tree left unpruned won't grow straight, and a person left unchecked will become unruly. Thus, amidst wretched, almost inhuman screams, Itsuki received her lesson. She nearly passed out from the pain several times. However, Haruto had warned her, if she lost consciousness, her toenails would be removed as well. So, though she cried her heart out, she ultimately endured it. All right, Haruto-kun, what should we do with the fingernails? Preserve them. Yumiko asked with a cheerful smile. Haruto shook his head and motioned for her to set them aside. Then, he picked up the fallen Itsuki and let out a helpless sigh. Now, do you understand what kind of things you've been doing all this time? She was still crying from the pain, and the money lost, but upon hearing Haruto's question, she obediently nodded. Seeing this, Haruto thought to himself, good, at least she's not the type of girl who's inherently inhumane. With a little correction, she could still be brought back on track. Placing Itsuki in a chair, Haruto crouched down to meet her gaze. With a flip of his hand, as if performing a magic trick, he produced a syringe. It was a vial of Ghoul 3 solution. Holding the solution in his left hand, Haruto then activated his cells, shedding a perfectly intact fingernail. The process was as easy for him as moving a finger. Holding the fingernail in his right hand, he placed both items in front of Shiro Igetsu. The solution can heal your injuries. Choose one. Itsuki had been stunned by Haruto's unnatural display, but his words pulled her thoughts back. Without hesitation, she reached for the fingernail. Haruto, ? Yumiko. Haruto was just about to order Yumiko to continue the punishment. But Itsuki hurriedly explained. No, no. I don't want the fingernail itself. It's just that, it belongs to Lord Haruto. Hearing this, Haruto was speechless. It seemed like he had overdone it, the girl was now heading in a strange direction. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, What's it like to swap bodies with a girl? In the end, Haruto gave both the solution and his fingernail to Itsuki. Unexpectedly, Itsuki carefully treasured both items. Even after Haruto explained that the solution could instantly heal her wounds, she still refused to use it. It was hard to believe that this stubborn girl had been crying like she was on the verge of death just moments ago. Fingernail removal was considered a form of torture. The cruelest part wasn't the process of ripping them off. It was the months afterward when the exposed fingers couldn't exert any force. Any slight pressure would cause fresh blood to seep from the wounds, bringing unbearable pain. But Itsuki responded to this by saying, I think I understand Haruto-sama intentions now. So, I'll fully experience this punishment as a lesson. Since she said that herself, Haruto didn't argue and simply helped disinfect her wounds. Then, Haruto personally wrapped bandages around her delicate fingers. After that, Itsuki returned all the fingernails she had collected to their original owners. And she even sincerely apologized. It seemed like she had truly changed. However, Haruto couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It might have been his imagination, but her gaze toward him had become even more fanatical. And it wasn't just directed at his fingernails anymore. It was directed at him, his entire being, with an intense, burning obsession. The heat in her gaze was so overwhelming that even Haruto had to make a run for it. Seeing Haruto flee in distress, Sayatone was genuinely baffled. That monstrous guy actually has a reason to run away. And over something like this. Maybe Yumiko was right after all. He really is a kind person. After escaping, Haruto wandered around Hayakao Academy. After school hours, whether in the main building or club rooms, gambling matches were taking place everywhere. By now, Haruto had over 800 million in funds. He was just one step away from reaching 1 billion. Turning 1 million into 1 billion, an impossible feat for ordinary people. But for Haruto, it was effortless. Unfortunately, no matter where he went, he couldn't find a game to join. The entire student body of Hayakao Academy avoided him like the plague. The moment people heard he wanted to play, gambling matches disbanded on the spot. Well, it couldn't be helped. Haruto's reputation had spread too far. The title of monster was now infamous across Hayakao Academy. With a sigh, Haruto lamented. Can't find an opponent. However, there was still one option. Hayakao Academy Student Council had an open duel system, allowing anyone to challenge them. If he participated in that, the Student Council wouldn't be able to refuse him. Unfortunately, because he had spent too much time disciplining Itsuki. The open duel period had already ended for the day. Oh well, I'll finish my business in Hayakao tomorrow. With that, Haruto left the academy and returned to his apartment. The next morning, when Haruto woke up, he fell into deep contemplation. Was it because he had jinxed himself yesterday? Had that tomorrow he spoke of never arrived? Was this some kind of flag anomaly? Or did now drug him with a gender-bending potion while he was asleep? Because otherwise, his current situation was completely unexplainable. Lifting his hand, he saw delicate, pale fingers. Lowering his head, he saw a substantial weight on his chest. No need to check further. This was undeniably a girl's body. Sitting up from the futon, Haruto examined his surroundings. A strange ceiling, a strange room. It was a small, slightly messy, and cramped room, with tatami flooring and a desk cluttered with textbooks and miscellaneous items. Standing up, Haruto walked to a full-length mirror and took in the full view of his new body. He saw a cute girl. Black hair and black eyes, with slightly messy hair due to just waking up, draping loosely behind. Beneath a somewhat old-fashioned pink pajama set was a figure that was difficult to conceal. The most distinctive feature was those eyes, big and seemingly filled with curiosity. Miyamizu Mitsuha. Sleepwalking. Two voices rang out at the same time. The first was Haruto's question, while the latter was a girl's voice that echoed inside Haruto's mind. Haruto frowned. The voice in his mind was completely identical to the one his body had just uttered. So, was this the owner of this body? Was her consciousness, or rather, her soul, still inside this body? That would mean this girl named Miyamizu Mitsuha was watching him control her body. That phrasing sounded a bit inappropriate, and kind of indecent. But the real question was, why had his consciousness appeared in someone else's body? Moreover, if nothing had gone wrong, Miyamizu Mitsuha should have died in the catastrophic event in Itamori town. Just as Haruto was about to try communicating with the girl inside the body, the sliding door of the room was suddenly pulled open. Sis! Wake up already. You're going to be late. A child's voice called out. Haruto turned his head to look. The little girl who barged into the room bore a 50% resemblance to Mitsuha. Probably her younger sister. This is a miracle. Sis, you actually woke up on time today. Hurry up and get dressed for breakfast. After saying that, the little girl shut the door. This dream is way too realistic. Is Yatsuha always like this, even in dreams? The pleasant-sounding girl's voice appeared in Haruto's mind again. It feels real because, without a doubt, this is not a dream. Haruto said as he raised his hand and pinched his own arm. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wait, it hurts. If this isn't a dream, then who are you? A ghost. Possession. Mitsuha's voice grew increasingly panicked. Haruto nodded slightly. It seemed like their senses were shared as well. Do you need to go to school? Instead of answering Mitsuha's question, Haruto changed the subject. Right. School. I'm going to be late. The uniform is in the drawer to your left. Mitsuha's attention was immediately diverted. Clearly, she was a bit of an airhead girl. Haruto opened the nearby drawer and took out a JK uniform. To be honest, this was a bit hard to accept. Do you have any long pants? Haruto asked. How could I have something like that? School uniforms are obviously skirts. Mitsuha's tone carried a hint of confusion. Haruto sighed. Well, it couldn't be helped. Thankfully, the girl wore safety shorts. At that moment, Haruto truly appreciated that safety shorts were one of the greatest inventions in this world. You need to change your underwear too. Mitsuha reminded. Are high school girls nowadays this open? Is it normal to let a complete stranger see what's underneath their underwear? Haruto teased her. Wait, you're a guy. Mitsuha was shocked. Since Haruto was speaking with her voice, the sound naturally came out as a girl's. Recalling the scene of him changing clothes earlier, Mitsuha immediately felt like she was going to explode with embarrassment. If she had a physical body right now, she would probably be digging a hole to hide in. Haruto chuckled, picked up an orange-red hair tie from the side, and tied up his black hair. You're so skilled. Are you actually a girl lying to me? Mitsuha asked curiously. That level of skill in tying hair didn't seem like something a guy would have. Even she wasn't that good at it. No, it's because I have a younger sister, so I got good at it. Haruto directly shattered Mitsuha's self-consolation. He often tied up Shiro and Annie's hair. Sometimes, even now would come over to mess around. So naturally, he became proficient in it. You have a younger sister. So, you're not a ghost. Then why are you using my body? Mitsuha was still full of doubt. Haruto didn't respond. He simply opened the door and walked downstairs. This was an old-fashioned apartment. Though it had a second floor, the space was a bit cramped. When Haruto reached the lower floor, he saw a steaming breakfast and a kind elderly woman. Sis, hurry up and eat. You're really going to be late. Miyamizu Yatsuha urged. Forget eating, we'll be late. Mitsuha was also getting anxious. Haruto sat down, took a few symbolic bites, and then his eyes landed on the newspaper on the table. Grandma, can I borrow the newspaper? Haruto asked with a smile. The kind old woman paused for a moment, then nodded. Of course. Receiving approval, Haruto picked up the newspaper and left the table. I'm full. I'm going to be late, so I'll head out first. I'm leaving now. After that, Haruto stepped out of the house. At the dining table, the elderly woman and Yatsuha exchanged puzzled looks. Sis is being extra polite today. Yeah, normally she's always rushing. But today, she seems a lot more composed. Meanwhile, outside the house, Haruto's gaze swept over the surroundings before finally landing on the newspaper. This was Itamori Town. However, according to the information Haruto had, Itamori Town should still be in the process of post-disaster reconstruction. But the area around him was peaceful, with people coming and going. As if no catastrophic event had ever happened. So, the date on the newspaper was from 3 years ago. The moment he saw the date, Haruto understood something. His consciousness had not only traveled to another body but had also crossed time, arriving 3 years in the past. Chapter 108, Haruto's Plan and Iwato Suzume. Haruto slightly furrowed his brows. If that was the case, then he must have been affected by some kind of anomaly. An anomaly possessing both consciousness-related and time-related properties. Moreover, it was likely at least at the level of fragmented divinity. The divine fragment of insight he possessed was specialized in cognitive immunity, but it also provided strong protection for his soul and consciousness. To completely transfer his consciousness like this would require an anomaly with at least specialized fragmented divinity. How could he break free from this anomalous influence? Haruto tried to analyze the situation. Currently, he still retained the abilities of World and Kaleidoscope. The Blacklight virus wasn't bound to consciousness, so naturally, he couldn't carry it over. Aside from that, his system was functioning normally. If that was the case, Haruto's gaze shifted to the divine fragment of enlightenment displayed on the system interface. Should he use the divine fragment of enlightenment to elevate the power of World and attempt to gain time divinity? If he possessed time divinity, he might be able to find a way to resolve this situation. At that moment, Haruto suddenly stopped. He recalled something even more important. Since this was the world from 3 years ago, then, did his past self exist here? And if his past self did exist, did the Haruto from 3 years ago still retain his pre-corruption memories? Before being transported, his memories hadn't yet been shattered by the Supreme Divinity. Could he retrieve the lost memories that had been destroyed by the Supreme Divinity from his past self? Haruto saw a possibility. If so, then this unexpected anomaly might actually be a blessing in disguise. Haruto decided not to use the divine fragment of enlightenment for now. First, go to Chiba and see if he can find his past self from 3 years ago. Lost in thought, Haruto was pulled back to reality by Mitsuha's voice. We're really going to be late. If we're late, the homeroom teacher will kill us. Haruto chuckled at her words. Of course, a youthful girl should be worried about everyday things like this. Hey, Mitsuha, do you want to go on a spontaneous trip? Haruto asked. Mitsuha was stunned for a moment, then her interest was piqued. Really? I'd love to go on a trip. I want to experience a big city. Chiba, Tokyo, or somewhere like that. Since birth, she had lived in the small town of Itamori. She had always longed for the bustling world outside. Sometimes, Miyamizu Mitsuha would think, in my next life, I'd love to be reincarnated as a handsome guy from Tokyo. If she could travel, of course, she'd want to. But I don't have any money. Mitsuha said bitterly. She had no source of income. In this small mountain town of Itamori, it was difficult to even find a part-time job. Her family wasn't well off either, so there was no way she'd have enough money to travel. Haruto waved his finger. Money is just a trivial thing. Since you want to travel, there's no need to worry about the rest. Let's go. After making such a bold declaration, Haruto obediently stood outside the classroom. Mitsuha's homeroom teacher really did look fierce and terrifying. Unfortunately, money was something that held no value to Haruto. He could gamble away billions in the blink of an eye without feeling a ripple of emotion. But right now, he wasn't Haruto. He was Miyamizu Mitsuha. In this body, he had no blacklight virus, no SCP Foundation director status, and no unlimited wealth at his disposal. He had his divine might space, but it was completely empty, probably because of the timeline shift, meaning everything inside had returned to where it was 3 years ago. His combat strength was still formidable. But he couldn't exactly activate Susanoo to head to Chiba, could he? That would probably require a worldwide memory wipe. So, for now, Haruto attended class. So, Mitsuha, what's your excuse this time? The middle-aged female teacher stared at Haruto with sharp eyes, pressing him for a reason for his tardiness. I lost track of time while studying last night and got so absorbed that I had trouble waking up this morning. Haruto said calmly. At the same time, a red glow flickered in his eyes. I see. Studying is good, but you must also take care of your health. Go inside. The middle-aged teacher's gaze turned vacant as she stepped aside. Whoa. You didn't even get scolded. You're amazing. I'm going to use this excuse next time. Mitsuha cheered. Haruto didn't respond. Just now, he had used a genjutsu to fool the teacher. If Mitsuha copied him, she would definitely get scolded. After sitting down, the surrounding classmates looked at him in admiration. Clearly, this strict teacher had left quite the impression on them. As he took his seat, the girl in front of him turned around and said, Wow, Mitsuha, you actually avoided getting scolded by that old witch. That's amazing. She was obviously someone Mitsuha knew well. Unfortunately, Haruto didn't recognize her. He smiled and waited for Mitsuha to introduce her. She's Iwato Suzume, my best friend. You, don't do anything weird to her in my body. Halfway through her sentence, Mitsuha suddenly remembered that Haruto was a guy. In her mind, boys her age were all filled with perverted thoughts. Mitsuha seems strangely gentle today. Is it just my imagination? Turning back around, Suzume murmured to herself in confusion. During class, Haruto suddenly thought of an important issue. Mitsuha, don't you have a phone? Haruto wrote in his notebook. A phone is kind of a luxury item. Mitsuha's tone was hesitant, revealing her insecurity about her family's financial situation. I'll get you one later. Huh? Really? Mitsuha saw the words in the notebook and asked in excitement. However, Haruto didn't respond. Instead, he reached out and poked Suzume's back. What's up? During class, Suzume leaned back against her chair and whispered. Suzume, let me borrow your phone. Haruto said directly. Suzume was momentarily stunned. Her best friend was acting way too strange today. Normally, even if she handed her phone over, Mitsuha would refuse. Still, Suzume didn't ask further and quietly passed her phone under the desk. Don't let the old witch catch you, or we're dead. Suzume warned. Haruto took the phone and immediately cast a genjutsu on the teacher. Now, from the teacher's perspective, Miyamizu Mitsuha would appear to be paying full attention to the lesson. Even if Haruto jumped out the window right now, she wouldn't notice. Thus, Haruto openly placed the phone on his desk and started looking up travel routes from Itamori to Chiba. First, he'd need to take a bus, then transfer to the Shinkansen. After arriving in Chiba, he'd have to switch metro lines twice, otherwise, he'd have to take a taxi. Taxis in Japan were ridiculously expensive. True. The problem was, Mitsuha didn't even have enough money for the Shinkansen ticket. Using genjutsu to get past that. Wait, how could using genjutsu be called cheating? Haruto silently kept that plan as a backup. But his first option. Suzume, lend me 3,000 yen. Haruto poked Suzume and said. Suzume. Hey. Don't just randomly borrow money from people. Mitsuha was furious. Using her body to casually borrow money from her best friend, what was he thinking? Mitsuha, are you in some kind of trouble? Suzume asked hesitantly. Her best friend was acting way too strange today. Borrowing money was something Mitsuha would only do as a last resort, according to Suzume's understanding. Yeah, I ran into a little issue. I'll pay you back later, Haruto said. Hearing this, Suzume hesitated but still discreetly handed over 3,000 yen. She wasn't worried about not getting her money back. She was more concerned about what kind of trouble Mitsuha was in. Soon, the bell rang for the end of class. The teacher, her eyes still vacant, left the room. Suzume eagerly turned around to ask what was going on. But the moment she did, she was stunned. Her best friend had placed her phone openly on the desk. While operating the phone to check maps and transportation routes, Mitsuha was also quickly jotting down notes in a notebook. Suzume looked closely and realized that the notes formed a full travel itinerary. Huh? Mitsuha, are you leaving Itamori? Suzume asked in disbelief. Without looking up, Haruto responded. Yeah, I'm heading out, let's call it a trip. Hearing this, Suzume completely froze. You're actually going on a trip? You know 3,000 yen is basically nothing in the big city, right? And what about lodging? What about school? And what about your grandmother? She definitely wouldn't agree. Mitsuha had always talked about wanting to travel with excitement. But now that she was actually going, all the realistic worries were surfacing. Leave it to me. Haruto directly wrote this response in the notebook. Saying so didn't really hold much persuasive power. But given the current circumstances, Haruto had to make an exception. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Worm. Second period is PE class. Everyone, head to the gym. The class representative called out to the students. Conveniently, Haruto had just finished checking the train schedules he needed. Closing the notebook and handing his phone to Suzume, he stood up and followed the others toward the gymnasium. The bus leaving Itamori town wouldn't arrive until noon, so for now, he could attend class properly. Watching Mitsuha from behind, Suzume fell into deep thought. Today, we will be learning about basketball. Who would like to volunteer for a demonstration? The PE teacher announced the lesson plan while scanning the students. He was looking for someone who didn't know how to play basketball to serve as an example for instruction. This way, it would be useful for teaching and also relatively easy. Eventually, his gaze landed on a girl with a single ponytail tied with an orange-red hairband. She looked like she had decent athletic ability. But as for basketball skills, well, most girls didn't really know how to play, right? And so, Miyamizu Mitsuha, step forward and demonstrate. I'll correct your mistakes. Haruto, ? Being randomly called out, Haruto reached out and caught the basketball. Looking at the encouraging gaze of the PE teacher, Haruto hesitated for a moment, then started dribbling. Alright, it looks like Miyamizu has some basics down. Everyone, try to spot the mistakes. Dribbling is stable, wrist positioning is standard, oh. A crossover, followed by an in and out. At first, the PE teacher was explaining as he observed. But very quickly, he became numb. What kind of dribbling skills were these? Even though the actual game hadn't started, the PE teacher had a feeling. This girl could probably get past him as easily as crossing an empty street in the morning. The smooth, fluid dribbling left the entire class, boys and girls alike, staring in shock. Suzume slightly parted her lips in surprise. Ah. My best friend is this cool. She had no idea when Mitsuha had mastered such godly basketball skills. Well. The dribbling seems fine. Next, let's move on to shooting. Shooting is a crucial part of basketball. Miyamizu Mitsuha, please demonstrate a shot. Before the PE teacher could even finish his sentence, the girl gathered the ball and shot without the slightest hesitation. The problem was, they were still outside the court, nearly at half-court distance from the hoop. The PE teacher was about to tell her not to shoot from there, to at least move to the three-point line first. But then, swish. A crisp sound echoed. The basketball went straight through the net, nothing but net. The PE teacher was completely stunned. Mitsuha. That was amazing. Suzume excitedly hugged Miyamizu Mitsuha. Even though she didn't know why Mitsuha was acting so strangely today. She was just so cool. Suzume's heart pounded. Suzume, aren't you exaggerating a bit? Was it really that? Mitsuha's tone sounded a bit sour. From her first-person perspective, she couldn't fully appreciate how cool her own actions had looked. Besides, this was her body. Just because it had a different user now. Why didn't she ever get this much admiration before? Mitsuha clearly saw that her best friend's eyes were shining with excitement. And the other classmates, especially the girls, were looking at her with admiration. This was a strange new experience. By the way, I still don't know your name. Why do you know mine? Mitsuha was growing increasingly curious about the person inhabiting her body. This guy felt completely different from any other boy she had met. Haruto couldn't respond at the moment. Suzume was still nearby, and talking would seem strange. And honestly, wasn't Mitsuha a bit too carefree? After the initial panic of being possessed, she was now chatting and joking around like it was nothing. PE class quickly ended. Haruto had a rare chance to enjoy a basketball game. Using his own body, he couldn't feel this kind of exhilarating exhaustion. And his well-practiced basketball skills didn't have much use in his usual life. But the consequence of Haruto's fun. Now, the boys in the class looked at Mitsuha with deep respect. And many girls were giving her affectionate glances. It was easy to predict. From now on, Mitsuha might receive invitations from other boys wanting to swear brotherhood with her and call her big bro. She might even start getting love letters from other girls. After class, Haruto tidied up and prepared to request a leave of absence from Mitsuha's homeroom teacher. It was time to depart. Suzume, looking worried, accompanied him. Mitsuha, are you really leaving? This is practically running away from home. Is there some special reason? Haruto thought for a moment, then said. I need to meet someone. Suzume's mind immediately flooded with wild guesses. Could it be a boyfriend? Mitsuha, are you running away for love? This is just like a light novel. Haruto chuckled and didn't explain further. Meanwhile, Mitsuha complained. I don't have a boyfriend. Boys are too immature. Though you're a bit different, but still. Their footsteps echoed down the hallway. Then, all of a sudden, they stopped. This wasn't in front of the teacher's office. It was just an ordinary stretch of the hallway. What made them stop was the scene outside the window. What is that? Suzume's eyes widened in shock, pupils contracting as she pointed at the distant sky, her voice tinged with fear. Haruto followed her gaze. Through the corridor's window, they could see the distant sky illuminated by a dark red glow. In the sky, an eerie, massive worm-like entity writhed. The dark red form stretched from the distant ground toward the heavens, growing thicker and more unstable. It swayed in the sky, as if it could collapse at any moment. What is that? Haruto wasn't sure, but he could tell, it wasn't a physical entity, but some form of energy. When that energy crashed to the ground, something bad was bound to happen. There was no doubt, this was an anomaly. Mitsuha, you see that, right? That. Suzume started speaking but suddenly clutched her head in pain. Haruto immediately reached out to support her. That's the worm. The gate has opened. We have to stop it, we must stop it. Suddenly, Suzume blurted out cryptic words. Haruto frowned. Worm. Gate. You know what that is? He asked in a low voice. Suzume was still holding her head, as if in agony. I don't know. Some memories. I think I've seen the worm before. Anyway, we have to stop it. Suzume's state made Haruto think of some kind of psychological trauma. Because she had experienced immense pain, her body had instinctively sealed away those painful memories. And now, recalling them once more, the pain was unbearable. I understand. Let's go. Haruto said decisively. Hearing this, Suzume's eyes widened. Her words just now must have sounded like complete nonsense. Surely, no one would take them seriously. No one would understand, right? Yet, the person before her accepted and believed her without hesitation. This feeling of being trusted made Suzume's heartbeat suddenly accelerate. At this moment, Haruto quickly ran toward the teacher's office. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and barged in. Among the many bewildered teachers, Haruto immediately found Mitsuha's homeroom teacher. Sensei, I need to take a leave of absence. Please mark me down for 3 days of sick leave. The middle-aged female teacher was just about to get angry when she saw a flash of red light in Haruto's eyes. The illusion of the Sharingan activated. All right. Following Haruto's words, she recorded Mitsuha's 3-day sick leave. Also, lend me your car. Haruto pushed further. The female teacher, her eyes vacant, handed over her car keys. Taking the keys, Haruto grabbed the utterly dumbfounded Suzume and ran out of the school. Mitsuha, how did you convince the old hag? Suzume was completely lost. Moreover, she quickly realized another issue. Mitsuha, do you even know how to drive? I'm a skilled driver, a veteran. Haruto patted his chest confidently. Soft. And rather well-developed. Mitsuha's family clearly wasn't particularly well-fed, yet somehow, her development was a bit beyond her age. Hey! A mortified voice echoed in Haruto's mind. Haruto awkwardly laughed and brushed past the matter. Opening the car door, the two of them got into the female teacher's car. Haruto skillfully started the engine. With the car roaring to life, the two of them sped toward the distant calamity, the ominous red worm wrath. On the road, Suzume finally started to process what she was doing. Skipping class, to save the world. Meanwhile, Haruto frowned as he looked at the massive, dark red worm wrath in the sky. Suzume, can you explain the worm and the gates in more detail? Suzume, hearing the question, tried her best to recall those hazy memories. Her head began to ache again. However, given the urgency of the situation, she ignored the pain. Large drops of cold sweat trickled down her face. Just then, a hand rested on hers. That touch filled Suzume with warmth. Unexpectedly, she calmed down. The once blurry, chaotic memories gradually became clearer. Suzume opened her eyes and glanced at the person beside her, her heartbeat unconsciously accelerating. If she were alone in this situation, she would probably be panicking. But with this person by her side, she felt strangely reassured. Suzume couldn't shake the feeling that her familiar best friend didn't quite seem like the Mitsuha she knew. The worm is a manifestation of disaster energy from the netherworld. It represents calamity itself. Normally, the worm is sealed in the netherworld. It only escapes when a gate is opened. If we don't close the gate in time and the worm touches the ground, it will trigger a massive earthquake. Suzume sorted through the information in her memories. My mother was a gatekeeper, responsible for sealing the doors between the netherworld and our world. But 10 years ago. Suzume's voice gradually weakened, choked with emotion. A/N, for the sake of the plot, Suzume's family background has been modified, essentially swapping the male lead's backstory from Suzume no Tajimari onto Suzume. Even though she hadn't finished her sentence, Haruto already understood the situation. According to records, Japan had experienced a nationwide earthquake 10 years ago. The casualties had reached astronomical numbers. Moreover, that earthquake had stopped earlier than expected, as if someone had forcibly ended it. Otherwise, the death toll would have been several times higher. Now, based on Suzume's story, her mother must have stopped that disaster. And the reason Suzume lost her memory. It was likely because her mother sacrificed herself to stop the catastrophe. Silent, crystalline tears fell. At this moment, words were meaningless, listening and companionship were the best forms of healing. Outside the car, the scenery blurred past. The massive, sky-darkening worm was now seemingly within reach. Ahead, the road was no longer passable. A vast ruin lay before them. It was the remains of a town abandoned after an earthquake. And the worm had emerged from here. Haruto opened the car door, stepped out, and looked up at the worm. His eyes turned blood-red, and the black three-pronged tomo spun rapidly. Kamui activated. Haruto attempted to use space manipulation to cut the worm wrath apart. For a moment, the worm's middle section was severed. But soon, it reconnected. The worm was a semi-physical energy entity, its true nature was energy itself, making direct attacks ineffective. Suzume also got out of the car, her eyes still slightly red, but now filled with determination instead of confusion. The two exchanged glances before rushing into the ruins. Leaping over broken walls, jumping across fallen power poles. Haruto recalled the records about Itamori Town. 3 years ago, Itamori Town had experienced a significant earthquake. However, the magnitude was relatively small, and there weren't many casualties. Only one person had died. Haruto recalled the report and unconsciously glanced at Suzume. Chapter 110, actually, you're not Miyamizu Mitsuha, are you? After traversing through countless ruins and debris, the two arrived at a plaza that resembled an astronomical observatory. Above them was a semicircular glass dome. However, due to the destruction caused by the disaster, not only was the glass shattered, but even the supporting steel framework had been almost completely ruined. Perhaps because of the heavy rain a few days ago, the area beneath the ring-shaped dome was filled with water. Under the reflection of the sky, the place looked like a tranquil lake. And in the middle of this vast, empty lake, stood a single door. Just a door. No walls on either side, only a few scattered bricks securing it to the ground. A solitary door stood in the center of the water. At this moment, the door was wide open. Billowing waves of dark red mist, visible only to the two of them, were surging outward from within. That mist gradually took shape in the air, condensing into a towering, worm-like entity. From the sides and through the door itself, the view was entirely different. Clearly, this door was a connection to that so-called otherworld. Anyone who could see this scene would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with shock. The dark red mist, soaring skyward, seemed to exert a tangible sense of oppression. Yet, as if acting on pure instinct, Suzume rushed toward the door without a second thought. She had to close that door. If she didn't stop it, an enormous disaster would descend. And then, just like her and her mother's sorrow, history would repeat itself for others. Suzume pressed against the door with all her strength. From her small body, an unprecedented surge of power erupted. She struggled against the terrifying calamity. Watching this scene, Haruto felt a faint stir deep within his heart. Hey! Hurry and help Suzum. Mayumizu's voice trembled slightly, but she still urged Haruto to move. Clearly, though she was afraid, she was still willing to do the right thing. Suzum was using all her strength to push against the door. But the force of the worm's curse spilling out was so immense that it made her feel powerless and insignificant. At that moment, a hand covered hers. Suzum opened her eyes and saw someone standing beside her, pushing along with her. The power of the curse seemed to weaken instantly, and the door began to close little by little. For a moment, Suzum felt dazed. The person beside her was Mitsuha, yet at the same time, not Mitsuha. The scene felt incredibly familiar, as if she had done this before. But in that memory, she had been alone. With a heavy bang, the door was firmly shut. Suzum snapped back to reality and reached for the pendant she had worn since childhood. It was a golden key. For a fleeting moment, her mother's figure appeared before her. Instinctively, Suzum recited, "I call upon the unseen gods with deep reverence, calling upon the ancestral deities of this land. This mountain, this river, have received blessings for generations, and for that, we are eternally grateful. With utmost sincerity and humility, we return this offering as decreed by the gods." She inserted the key into the door. With a click, the crimson mist suddenly dispersed. The looming worm, which had been on the verge of descending to bring catastrophe, crumbled apart, dissolving into a downpour. As the rain fell, Suzum clutched the golden key tightly, tears mingling with the raindrops on her cheeks. Suddenly, the girl threw herself into Haruto's arms. Haruto was slightly puzzled but gently stroked Suzum's long hair. The rain came and went quickly. Before long, the skies cleared. A rainbow stretched across the ruins. After the storm, the desolate land seemed to regain some vitality. Haruto and Suzum were both completely drenched. Luckily, they were both girls. Well, at least on the surface. So, while it was a little awkward, it was still manageable. We did it. Yay. We saved the town of Itamori. Mitsuha cheered excitedly in Haruto's mind. Though she couldn't control the body, she had been just as anxious throughout. Weren't you worried about your own safety? Weren't you scared? Haruto asked. The question was directed at Suzum, but also at Mitsuha. Suzum was momentarily stunned before she beamed brightly. Of course, I was scared. But when I think of 10 years ago, the past can't be changed, but the future can. More than fear, I don't want to see my mother's tragedy happen to anyone else. And in Haruto's mind, Mitsuha answered as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Stopping a disaster is obviously more important than fear. This is about saving so many lives. Hearing this, Haruto smiled. These two were really. Just then, a small white cat appeared on the lake's surface. What was surprising was that this cat had two tails, resembling a nikomata from Japanese folklore. Both of them turned their gazes toward it. Suzum. The cat spoke. Haruto raised an eyebrow. This was definitely an anomaly. Definitely an anomaly. Should they just contain it for now and figure things out later? But when Suzum heard the cat calling her name, her eyes widened. It's the keystone. Haruto froze for a second. Suzum quickly explained. It's the sacred object that seals the gateway between the afterworld and our world. If the keystone is missing, the door won't stay closed. Upon hearing this, Haruto immediately dashed toward the white cat. What was this little thing doing abandoning its post? You. A nuisance. The white cat hissed at Haruto. The next second, Haruto felt a strange energy surge toward him. Instantly, his pupils turned blood red, and the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared. That energy, whether it was spiritual or soul-based, was directly reflected back. Realizing the danger, the white cat immediately tried to flee. With a swift turn, it leaped away from Haruto at an impossible speed. Clearly, with Mitsuha's body, it was impossible to catch this cat. But Zawaruto. Time stopped. Haruto casually walked over and grabbed the cat midair. 9 seconds later, the color returned to the world. The white cat dangled in Haruto's grasp, completely bewildered. What just happened? Even though he was using Mitsuha's body, she couldn't perceive the activation of the world. To her, it felt like she had just teleported, then suddenly, the cat was in her hand. Suzum, too, stared wide-eyed at Haruto in confusion. Haruto gave an awkward smile. Yeah. There was no way to explain this. And right now, there was no way to use memory erasing techniques. With the cat secured, the two of them returned to the car. Haruto started driving back toward the school. I am Daijin, Suzum. The cat eagerly spoke to Suzum, but it was clearly wary of Haruto. Daijin, why did you leave? What about the door? Suzum asked, worried. Daijin hesitated for a moment before finally saying. The seal has weakened. I couldn't hold it shut anymore. That's impossible. My mother reinforced the seal just 10 years ago. Suzume instinctively refuted. But then, she quickly realized. Her mother had already exhausted herself just stopping the disaster. Maybe, she never actually completed the reinforcement. Daijin, the keystone, must have sensed that it couldn't hold the door shut any longer, so it left its post to find help. Understanding this, Suzume hurriedly asked. Where are the doors that need reinforcement? The knowledge of all the doors was something passed down among the gate closers. But Suzume had never received that training, she only knew about it from watching her mother. Daijin pawed at Suzume's phone and pointed out several locations on the map. Haruto leaned over to take a look. Kobe, Osaka, Tokyo, and Chiba. Suzume suddenly looked up at Haruto. Mitsuha, weren't you going on a trip? Where was your destination? Chiba. Haruto responded. Hearing this, Suzume's face lit up with excitement. Haruto sighed in exasperation. After driving back to the school, Haruto left the car keys in the vehicle. They needed to catch the bus quickly, or they'd miss it. The bus to Itamori Town only ran twice a day. Mitsuha, can't we just drive there? Suzume asked curiously. Haruto shook his head. We don't have enough gas, and we don't have money to refuel. Of course, that was just an excuse. The real reason was that Sharingan's genjutsu couldn't maintain false perceptions for long. If there were too many logical inconsistencies, people would start noticing something was wrong. For example, if the female teacher's car went missing, she would eventually realize something was off. After all, that wouldn't make sense. But taking a leave of absence. That was completely reasonable. Not having the blacklight virus was truly inconvenient. Haruto thought to himself. And so, the two of them, carrying a cat in their arms, boarded the bus leaving Itamori. Originally, Haruto had wanted to cast an illusion on Mitsuha's family. Unfortunately, after dealing with the otherworldly gate, there wasn't enough time. Now, Mitsuha had truly become a runaway. Staring out the window at the passing scenery, Suzume's eyes widened. This was her first time leaving Itamori. Mitsuha was the same, her voice occasionally echoing in Haruto's mind, exclaiming in excitement. For these two girls, the sights outside the small town were completely new and fascinating. After a long while, Suzume finally calmed down. Sitting side by side, she turned to the person next to her and suddenly asked. Actually, you're not Mitsuha, are you? Eh. The one who reacted the most wasn't Haruto, but Miyamizu Mitsuha. I've been found out. What now? What should I do? Deny everything? Mitsuha suddenly felt a bit nervous. Haruto, on the other hand, simply smiled. What makes you say that? Suzume had only been guessing, but now, she was almost 80% certain. The feeling you give off is completely different. The Mitsuha I know is a lively and curious girl. But you. You feel like a calm and gentle, big brother. Suzume didn't know why, but that was simply the impression she got. Hearing this, Haruto reached out and ruffled her hair. You have sharp intuition. You guessed right. Chapter 111, Haruto from 3 years ago and Primal Fear. Upon learning that her best friend was actually a stranger, a big brother, Suzume suddenly became tense. Thinking back on all their past interactions, especially her somewhat bold behavior, her face turned slightly red. At the same time, Suzume grew extremely curious about Haruto. Then, who exactly are you? Why are you using Mitsuha's body? And where is Mitsuha? Suzume was genuinely worried about her best friend. Mitsuha is still here, inside this body. She can hear everything you say, and she can speak too, but only I can hear her. Haruto briefly explained Mitsuha's situation. He had no intention of hiding anything from these two. After all, they had already witnessed supernatural phenomena. And at this point, he didn't even have the means to erase their memories. So, he might as well just let things be. The scenery outside changed. Itamori had long disappeared from view. Before long, they arrived at their destination and got off the bus. At the station, Haruto used Suzume's money to buy tickets. Seeing the crowds moving through the station, Suzume felt a bit overwhelmed. It wasn't until Haruto returned with the tickets and confidently led her onto the Shinkansen that she finally felt a sense of stability. Big brother. Are you actually from a big city? Suzume asked. After all, Itamori didn't have subways or bullet trains. She had nearly succumbed to social anxiety just now, yet Haruto navigated everything smoothly. Haruto nodded. I currently live in Chiba. In this world's Japan, the 4 great clans had established themselves in Chiba, concentrating a vast amount of educational resources there. With education as the core, commerce and real estate flourished rapidly. As a result, Chiba had become Japan's second largest city, second only to Tokyo. Hearing this, Suzume couldn't help but let out a small wow. In Haruto's mind, Mitsuha also let out a similar wow. It seemed their curiosity about the big city had now transferred onto Haruto himself. After a series of transfers, the two of them finally arrived in the district where Haruto lived. Looking at the familiar yet foreign streets, Haruto felt a mix of emotions. By the way, big brother, who are you going to meet? Suzume asked curiously. Earlier, she had assumed that her best friend was going to see her boyfriend. But now that she knew the person beside her wasn't actually Mitsuha, it was obvious that this wasn't some love-driven runaway case. Who, then, was so important that he would travel all this way using Mitsuha's body? Suzume's mind immediately spun up an entire tragic romance story. A young man who had died unexpectedly, his soul lingering in the world due to an unfulfilled wish. Possessing someone else's body, doing everything he could just to see the one he yearned for one last time. The more she thought about it, the more heartache she felt. Glancing at Suzume's strange expression, Haruto was puzzled. I'm going to meet myself. Haruto answered truthfully. This response left Suzume and Mitsuha completely dumbfounded. Before they could even process it, they arrived outside Haruto's apartment. If he had counted correctly, today was the 7th day since he had transmigrated. In the distance, a young boy was approaching the apartment. He wore a clean white shirt, his face carrying a faint, unreadable smile, a presence as refreshing as a gentle breeze. Seeing him, Suzume froze. Could that be Big Brother? No. He looked even younger than herself and Mitsuha. Mitsuha, too, was shocked as she observed the boy. So, this was the person currently inhabiting her body. He didn't seem like it at all. Her impression of Haruto was that of a calm and reassuring figure, nothing like a boy their age. At the same time, a question arose in their minds. If this boy was perfectly fine and walking around, then who exactly was the Big Brother inside Mitsuha's body? As the young boy approached, he noticed the two standing near the apartment and paused. Miyamizu Mitsuha. Iwato Suzume. He called their names in surprise. Wasn't this Chiba? Why were these two here? Hearing his voice, Haruto chuckled. So, you still remember, huh? At the same time, his eyes turned blood red. 3 black tomo-shaped blades slowly spinning. The young boy. He was completely dumbfounded. No matter how composed or experienced he was, this was something beyond his comprehension. Miyamizu Mitsuha awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Before he could even react further, Haruto reached out and pressed a finger against his own forehead. Or rather, the forehead of his past self from 3 years ago. Perhaps because their souls were fundamentally the same, with just the power of the Mangekyo's spiritual connection, Haruto managed to link with his past self's soul. Memories surged into Haruto's mind. The once corrupted and fragmented memories began to piece themselves back together. Miyamizu Mitsuha, Iwato Suzume. Now, Kaguya, Shiro. Countless names and memories overlapped. Only now did Haruto realize. There had been so many heroines around him. He had simply forgotten them. Of course, that didn't really matter. What was more important than the story itself was the impressions these people had left on him. After all, unlike the original timeline, their fates had already deviated from the intended path. But the real question was, why had Haruto lost these memories? Within the vast recollections of his past life, Haruto finally found the answer. And upon discovering it, for the first time, he felt fear. Just as he had suspected all along. The world he came from had also contained supernatural anomalies. In fact, the truth was, his original world no longer existed. An anomaly, an ultimate divine anomaly, caused a collapse, an erasure, a complete non-existence. Haruto was the sole survivor of that world. By sheer coincidence, he managed to escape death through transmigration. And the name of that anomaly was the Sevenfold Destroyer, SCP-2747. Also labeled as below, so above. The Sevenfold Destroyer, SCP-2747, alias, the Sevenfold Destroyer, the Lord of Non-Existent, the Lady of Blackthorns. Anomaly Level 6, Supreme Divinity. This entity exists beyond metaphysics and narrative structure. It has the ability to destroy any story that incorporates its information beyond a certain threshold. Many metafictional narrative layers have already perished due to it. When its record reaches a certain limit, it will draw its gaze. Then, the world in which the record exists, along with the layers of worlds nested above it, will be annihilated. This anomaly is of supreme divinity. T/N, now y'all know why MC need to be powerful, it's 'cause of SCPs like this. The properties of the Sevenfold Destroyer cannot be documented, only explained through factual descriptions. In Haruto's original world, there was an anime called Detective Conan. In Detective Conan, Inspector Meguiar possessed a record called Io. Within that record was a 7-minute-long song. The song told the story of 7 youths who gathered 7 mysterious gems and defeated the Demon King. Collecting the 7 gems required clearing 7 different games, one of which was called The Sister I Never Had. This game was a fantasy horror RPG in which players controlled a 6-person party exploring a ruined kingdom. The objective was to find a missing companion named Sister. Throughout the game, NPCs repeatedly mentioned an item known as the Charcoal Black Thorn Scroll. Reading it granted immense power. At this point, are you feeling confused? What kind of convoluted, nested nonsense is this? But that's precisely the problem. Every world is layered within another. In Haruto's original world, that Charcoal Black Thorn Scroll reached a limit in documentation, drawing the gaze of the Sevenfold Destroyer. As a result, that scroll ceased to exist. The game The Sister I Never Had, which contained the scroll, ceased to exist. The song that narrated the game ceased to exist. The I.O. record, which contained the song, ceased to exist. The Detective Conan anime, where Inspector Megure owned the record, ceased to exist. And then, Haruto's world ceased to exist. That is the power of the Sevenfold Destroyer. When documentation reaches its limit, entire chains of multiverses collapse, are erased, and are annihilated. Now, if Haruto were to document what he knew here, this world too would be destroyed. Moreover, this process is irreversible. It cannot be stopped. The only way to preserve these records is through Haruto's cognition alone. Only Haruto, who possesses a fragment of the divine intellect, can record these things without attracting the gaze of the seven-horned devourer of origins. It was evident that this anomaly could not be contained. However, this journey was of immeasurable importance. Haruto now knew the truth and could prevent this world's records from drawing the anomaly's gaze. At least, until he had the strength to oppose it, he must not allow it to notice him. 3 years ago, Haruto set a cognitive block in his own soul. He made himself incapable of documenting any nested stories related to the Sevenfold Destroyer. This cognitive block would persist until 3 years later when he acquired the fragment of divine intellect. To his soul, countless years seemed to have passed, but in reality, only an instant had elapsed. Haruto moved his fingers away. The boy from 3 years ago looked at the 2 girls before him with some confusion. Why did they seem so familiar, yet he couldn't recall them at all? But he quickly set aside his thoughts and entered his apartment. He still needed to work hard to get into Sobu High School. Suzume was puzzled. She had no idea what Haruto had just done. And, is that really Big Brother? Then who are you, Big Brother? Suzume felt dizzy, completely lost in the layers of confusion. Haruto chuckled. I'm from 3 years in the future version of that boy. Times 2. Mitsuha and Suzume both exclaimed in shock. But Haruto only smiled and said, let's make a promise, you and Mitsuha. 3 years from now, come back here and find me. By then, I'll remember you. Suzume nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation. Mitsuha also silently engraved those words into her heart. Only Haruto himself. He was already plotting, he couldn't erase their memories right now. He had to trick these 2 into coming to find him in 3 years. And when the time came, he'd hit them with an A-rank memory wipe package. T/N. Need some help? Anybody knows the Raw of Wife simulation? Where MC simulates his life throughout history, he became the Eternal Knight Roman Emperor SMTH like that in his first simulation. Where it also have a chat group theme but only the potential harem members are only in there. He's also the brother of Sora IIRC. The translator was Loved One, he was also translating a Danmachi FIC that also got deleted. I dunno if WN deleted the FIC or he just dropped it but I can't find shit. Probably wanna read it or perhaps. Chapter 112, Young Eriri, Go Boldly and Conquer Him. Having recovered his memories, Haruto had accomplished his objective. Now, the only matter left was returning to the boundary. Haruto's neighborhood was still quite a distance from the portal in Chiba. Moreover, the sky had already darkened, with the sun setting beyond the horizon. After consulting Daijin, he confirmed that they weren't in such a rush that they had to travel overnight. So, for now, securing accommodations was the top priority. Mitsuha was completely broke. Suzume, while from a more well-off family, wasn't rich enough to spend money recklessly. And since she had run away in a hurry, she had already nearly exhausted her travel funds. Unlike the Western countries, Japan didn't have a highly developed mobile payment system. Haruto looked at his apartment. 3 years ago, his past self seemed to have been quite poor. Aside from a small independent apartment, he didn't have much cash on hand. So, Haruto shifted his gaze toward the apartment next door. If he remembered correctly, his neighbor was a little rich girl. He pressed the doorbell. Soon, a timid blonde loli cracked the door open. Seeing the visitor, she showed a puzzled expression. Looking at the younger, still innocent Eriri, Haruto smirked mischievously. Excuse me, who are you looking for? The young Eriri asked curiously. You're Eriri, right? Haruto crouched to her level, making eye contact as he smiled. The young Eriri nodded, looking a little intrigued. She didn't understand why this big sister seemed to know her name. Haruto pointed to his own apartment next door. Eriri, do you know the boy who lives in that apartment? At the mention of Haruto, a sparkle appeared in Eriri's eyes as she nodded again. Yes. His name is Haruto, we're good friends. Seeing her reaction, Haruto clicked his tongue. So this fake childhood friend had already developed feelings for him even back then. He recalled how, after transmigrating into this world, the first familiar person he encountered was Eriri. Since they were neighbors, on the second day after their first meeting, Haruto had visited her home. With his eloquence and an unnatural level of maturity, he had quickly won over Mrs. Sawamura's favor. This allowed him to grow closer to young Eriri over time. But he hadn't expected that this timid girl, who had once been a little hesitant around him, would now talk about him with sparkling eyes, calling him a good friend. With that thought, Haruto came up with a plan. Eriri, do you like that boy? Haruto's voice was as gentle as the devil tempting a child into sin. At his words, young Eriri's face turned bright red. We're just good friends. Like. What are you talking about? Clearly, while young Eriri hadn't yet fully evolved into a full-fledged tsundere, the signs were already there. And Haruto knew exactly how to suppress her tsundere tendencies. Oh. You don't like him? That's strange. He's quite popular with the girls in his class. In fact, just a few days after school started, he was already drowning in love letters, his desk could barely hold them all. I think he's already considering. Before he could finish, young Eriri suddenly panicked. She was too young to question how this big sister knew about the boy's school life. She just felt extremely anxious at the thought of something important being taken away from her. I don't want that to happen. The young Eriri spoke anxiously. At this moment, Haruto patted her head, signaling her not to be too hasty. If you don't want him to be taken by someone else, then you have to strike first. Haruto's whisper was slowly influencing the young girl's heart. Then what should I do? The young Eriri looked confused, appearing extremely cute. As a senior, I have plenty of experience in romance, so of course, I have a foolproof strategy. Haruto revealed a cunning smile. But, I can't just give away this strategy for free. How about it? Want to buy a copy? The young Eriri, upon hearing this, ran back home without a second thought. Not long after, she returned, holding a small piggy bank in her hands and handed it to Haruto. I want to buy it. Her gaze was filled with unwavering determination. Suzume was completely dumbfounded at the sight. What kind of situation was this? Teaching another girl how to win over himself. And even charging her a fee for the strategy. Suzume felt like the image of the dependable big brother in her heart was starting to crumble. This was way too ridiculous. Meanwhile, Haruto shamelessly accepted Eriri's piggy bank without the slightest guilt. Although the small piggy bank looked like a child's toy, Eriri was actually quite wealthy. Her family was well off, and her mother, Mrs. Sawamura, spoiled her. Back in middle school, Eriri had bought an entire set of professional drawing equipment with just her allowance. The cost of those supplies was quite high. It was clear how wealthy this little rich girl was. Alright, young Eriri, come closer, and I'll teach you the ultimate strategy. Success is guaranteed. Haruto beckoned her over. Obediently, Eriri leaned in. Haruto whispered a few words into her ear. Mitsuha, who could perceive the body's senses, naturally heard everything Haruto said. And the content made Mitsuha blush furiously as she strongly condemned Haruto in her mind. Eriri's face also turned bright red. Fortunately, Haruto was using Mitsuha's body at the moment. Since they were both girls, it wasn't too awkward. Otherwise, Eriri would have already run away in embarrassment. She covered her face and asked in disbelief. Really? Is this really the strategy? But what if Haruto ends up hating me instead? Haruto waved his hand dismissively. Absolutely not. Since the target of the strategy was himself, Haruto could guarantee its success. At that time, Haruto was still young, and his ambitions for a harem had only just begun to sprout. As long as Eriri had the courage to go for it, she would definitely succeed. Unfortunately, while the strategy was real, Eriri would never be able to carry it out. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become the infamous golden-haired loser heroine of the industry. As young Eriri was still lost in her embarrassment and daze, Haruto took the piggy bank and made his escape. Waving his hand, Haruto grabbed Suzume and ran off. It took a while for Suzume to recover, and she looked at Haruto with a complicated expression. Big brother, this. Haruto waved his hand nonchalantly. She's my childhood friend. She's a good person, just a bit tsundere. Tricking her a little doesn't matter. Her family is super rich, and she's a little rich girl herself. Besides, I'll return the money to her later, so don't worry. Even after this explanation, Suzume still felt numb. It felt like stealing candy from a baby. Mitsuha also scolded Haruto in her mind. This guy was completely corrupting children. However, when Haruto opened the piggy bank, both girls were utterly shocked. They had expected it to contain a pile of coins. At most, there might be a few 100 or 500 yen bills. But when they opened it, they saw a neat stack of cash inside. The smallest denomination was 1,000 yen. There were even several 10,000 yen bills. At that moment, their sense of reality was shaken. This much money. Suzume swallowed hard. Haruto shrugged. I told you, Eriri is a little rich girl. Even so, isn't this way too much? Won't we get arrested? Mitsuha worried. Haruto casually picked up the money and reassured them. By the way, you two were pretty eager to see the big city, right? Well, this is the perfect opportunity to experience it. At this moment, Haruto's words sounded like the tempting whispers of a devil, luring them astray. In the end, they couldn't resist the temptation. It wasn't that they didn't try. It was just that Haruto's influence was too strong. Haruto first took them to a dessert shop in Chiba. It was the best shop he had found in his 3 years in Chiba. The prices were reasonable. Haruto didn't intentionally take them to splurge. Even though they had enough money. He didn't want to distort their values. 3 years later, he could bring them to his side. But that was something for the future. Suzume ordered a small cake and a coffee milk. Mitsuha got a parfait. She had always wanted to try one. Now, even though Haruto was the one eating, she could still taste and feel it. It was almost the same as eating it herself. This is so good. Suzume took a small bite of her cake and sighed in delight. Mitsuha enjoyed her parfait while urging Haruto to eat faster. After dessert, Haruto booked a hotel room. He originally planned to book 2. But Suzume firmly refused, saying it would be a waste of money. Haruto could tell that she was actually a little scared. After all, suddenly leaving home and coming to a completely unfamiliar place. Of course, she would want someone familiar nearby. So, Haruto didn't argue and agreed. On the way, they stopped at a convenience store to buy 2 discounted bento meals and some soda. At this hour, except for ramen shops, almost everything in Japan was closed. Only 24-hour convenience stores had food available. Suzume and Mitsuha had no complaints about the bento. In fact, they were quite satisfied. As night fell. Inside the hotel room, Suzume curiously looked around. Everything was so new to her. Mitsuha was the same. What's this? Suzume asked curiously. A projector. It's similar to a TV, but it projects images onto a screen. Haruto turned it on, and the screen slowly lowered. Wow. 2x. Suzume and Mitsuha gasped in amazement. The bed is so soft. It's nothing like the tatami mats at home. Suzume jumped onto the bed, bounced up slightly, and laughed. But then she remembered there was a boy in the room. And quickly sat up, looking a little embarrassed. Haruto simply smiled and waved his hand. Honestly, when I first came to the big city, I was just like you. So I totally understand. The moment these words were spoken, Suzume's eyes immediately widened. Miyamizu also asked excitedly. Huh. So Haruto wasn't always in a big city from the start. Haruto nodded. Seeing Suzume's curious gaze and sensing Mitsuha's emotions, Haruto began recounting some trivial stories from his past life. Of course, he left out the details about transmigrating. Chapter 113, Suzume, I'll leave her to you. Listening to Haruto's story, Suzume and Mitsuha were deeply immersed. Haruto also found it enjoyable to sort through his past life's memories. In his previous life, Haruto was not born into a wealthy family. Although he wasn't born in the mountains, he was still a typical small-town student. He studied hard, got into a big city, and by chance, found opportunities to develop himself. As they listened to Haruto's story, the 2 girls' impressions of him changed once again. Before, they felt admiration and a sense of distance from him. Life in the big city and the people there felt so far away from them. But now, that sense of unfamiliar distance was quietly shattered. It turned out Haruto had once been just like them. Admiration gradually turned into understanding. Their relationship unknowingly grew closer. Just as the 2 girls were engrossed in the story, Haruto suddenly reached out and tapped Suzume on the head. You and Mitsuha, it's too late now. Time to sleep. We have to wake up early tomorrow. Hearing this, Suzume reluctantly shook her head. Just a little longer. It's still early, isn't it? Mitsuha mumbled softly. Haruto picked up Suzume's phone and turned on the screen. Still early. See for yourself what time it is. Mitsuha glanced at the screen and was shocked to find that it was already past midnight. Normally, she would have been asleep by now. As a student, Mitsuha never stayed up past 10 at night. Only during New Year's Eve would she stay up until midnight. T/N, sometimes I miss the feeling of sleeping before midnight. How good might it felt. But today, listening to Haruto's story, she had unknowingly lost track of time. Suzume, though unable to hear Mitsuha's words, could roughly guess what they were talking about. She covered her mouth and chuckled. However, at that moment, Haruto's brows furrowed slightly. Suzume's phone had multiple missed calls and a flood of messages. They were from someone saved as Aunt. Suzume hadn't replied to any of them. Glancing at the girl who was still chuckling, Haruto's expression became serious. Suzume, why haven't you responded to your family's messages? Hearing this, Suzume immediately stopped laughing. Well. She hesitated. Seeing this, Haruto sighed. This is just like a rebellious kid. Aunt always makes decisions for me, and my existence is a burden to her. Suzume muttered softly. Iwato Tamaki was Suzume's mother's younger sister, her aunt. Suzume's mother had passed away in a disaster 10 years ago. Since then, Tamaki had raised young Suzume. For years, Tamaki treated Suzume as her own daughter, giving her all she had. Despite her young age, she carried the demeanor of a married woman and never even considered finding a boyfriend. Suzume had complicated feelings toward this aunt. Her love for Tamaki was unquestionable. But at the same time, she felt like she was a burden to her. Additionally, Tamaki cared for Suzume so much that she completely neglected her own life, dedicating herself entirely to raising Suzume. This made Suzume feel even more guilty. As a teenager going through a rebellious phase, her guilt made it difficult for her to express her emotions properly, so she acted out in frustration. Haruto was momentarily silent, unsure how to console the girl. At that moment, Suzume's phone lit up with an incoming call. It was from Aunt Tamaki. Suzume instinctively prepared to decline the call. But Haruto reached out and pressed his hand against her forehead. Answer it. Explain things properly to your family. At the very least, communicate. Family is important, don't do something you'll regret later. Suzume lowered her head. After a long pause, she finally took the phone and pressed the answer button. The moment the call connected, an anxious woman's voice erupted from the speaker. Suzume. You went to Chiba. You ran away from home. Can you explain why you ran away? Suzume forced a bitter smile. Her phone had GPS tracking, so Aunt Tamaki had found out where she was. But, how should she explain? That she was out saving the world. I'm saving the world. What kind of nonsense is that? Tamaki's tone was still angry. Do you even have a place to stay? Come back home first. Or should I come pick you up right now? Suzume immediately said, no. I'm not going back. Then, she moved to hang up the call. Haruto was quick and snatched the phone before she could. Rebellious phase. Or did some guy trick you? Tawa's tone softened slightly, showing her genuine concern for Suzume's safety. Haruto glanced at Suzume, who was sulking. Clearly, she didn't know how to respond to her aunt, who didn't understand her. So, Haruto took over the conversation. Aunt, I'm Suzume's classmate. We are currently staying at an inn in Chiba, so there's no need to worry about accommodation. There was silence on the other end, then a small, doubtful mumble. A girl. Suzume isn't having problems with her orientation, is she? Haruto, ? This aunt, is she a little too open-minded? Aunt. Haruto tested. You must be Mitsuha. Suzume always talks about you. But you two girls being out alone is too dangerous. Tamaki's tone was noticeably softer when speaking to someone other than Suzume. Perhaps it was just her personality. Both she and Suzume were strong-willed, so whenever they talked, they unintentionally clashed. But with Haruto acting as a middleman, the tension eased. Aunt, please don't worry. I'll make sure Suzume returns safely to Itamori Town. But for now, she can't go back just yet. Haruto paused before continuing. Suzume has been keeping a lot of things bottled up, especially about you and her mother. This trip might help her sort out her thoughts. Suzume immediately grew anxious and tried to snatch the phone. She had never told her aunt about this. She didn't want to burden her any further. She was already enough of a burden, she didn't want Tamaki to worry even more. On the other end of the call, there was a brief silence before Tawa let out a long sigh. I see. I always felt like Suzume was keeping something inside. But I didn't know how to talk to her. When her mother passed, I was powerless. The only thing I could do was raise Suzume. If going on a trip can help her, then let her go. If you need anything, call me. Suzume froze. She hadn't expected her aunt to say something like that. Haruto leaned in and whispered in her ear. See? She never thought of you as a burden. She just loves you with all her heart. So now, say goodbye properly. And when you go back, have an honest talk with her. Suzume nodded firmly, tears glistening in her eyes. Haruto handed the phone back to her and turned away. Mitsuha, watching all of this, muttered to herself. I never realized Suzume felt this way. I should have noticed. Haruto shook his head. Side note from the author, to be honest, when I watched the movie, I didn't understand why Suzume fought with her aunt. I just felt so bad for Tamaki. She raised Suzume for 10 years without complaint. It's not your fault. She keeps everything to herself. If it weren't for a coincidence, I wouldn't have noticed either. A moment later, Suzume walked over and handed the phone back to Haruto. Judging by her expression, it seemed like she had been crying. But she didn't look sad, it was more of a mix of gratitude and relief. Haruto took the phone, feeling a bit puzzled. Hadn't they already finished talking? Why was she calling him again? Hello, Auntie. On the other end of the line, Tamaki's voice came through immediately. Mitsuha, you're a good child. From now on, I'll be entrusting Suzume to you. Even if you're both girls, it's totally fine. Haruto. Suzume. Suzume had just heard from her aunt that she had something else to say to Mitsuha, so she handed the phone over. But she never expected her aunt to say something like that. Auntie Tamaki, what are you talking about? Suzume shouted and quickly hung up the phone. Haruto was momentarily at a loss, caught between laughter and exasperation. It seemed he had gained another unexpected approval and trust. After hanging up, Suzume avoided looking at Haruto. Haruto, on the other hand, simply patted her head lightly. All right, it's getting late. Get some rest. With that, he prepared to get up and head to the sofa to sleep. However, Suzume grabbed the edge of his sleeve. I'm afraid of the dark. Can you stay with me? After all, it's Mitsuha's body. Haruto was briefly taken aback and found himself at a loss for words. Mitsuha immediately protested. Don't use my body for weird things. In the end, the two of them slept together. Of course, it was a pure sleep. T/N, I'm watching you. Not that there were any conditions for anything else anyway. As the lights were turned off, in the darkness of the room, Suzume tentatively reached out and held the hand beside her. Their fingers gradually intertwined. A sense of security filled Suzume's heart. Ever since that disaster 10 years ago, she hadn't felt this kind of peace. The night passed without incident. The next morning. Sunlight streamed into the room, casting a golden glow. Daijin stretched, let out a lazy yawn, then leaped onto the bed, pressing its paw pads against Mitsuha's cheeks. A familiar sense of morning drowsiness washed over Haruto. It had been a while since he felt this way. He half opened his eyes. Shielding his face from the light with his hand, Haruto looked at Daijin with mild irritation. Didn't you bristle with hostility at me just yesterday? Why are you waking me up? Go wake Suzume instead. Daijin swished its two pure white tails. You. Good person. Haruto couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Getting a good person card from a cat. Seriously. Sitting up, he glanced at the girl beside him. Suzume's clothes were slightly disheveled, but her sleeping posture wasn't too bad. What stood out was her relaxed expression, the corners of her lips subtly curled into a smile. She must have had a good dream. Seeing this, Haruto instinctively reached for his phone to take a picture. But his hand grasped at nothing. Only then did he remember, this was Mitsuha's body. No choice. Instead, Haruto reached out and poked Suzume's cheek, trying to wake her up. It was time to begin today's journey. Chapter 114, A God. Even gods must be contained. Leaving the hotel, the two headed toward the gate in the Chiba region. With ample funds, there was no need to worry about transportation. By the time they arrived at the gate's location, it was still early. The gate was only slightly trembling, showing signs of activation, but it would take some time before it fully opened. It was clear that this time, sealing the gate would be an easy task. Suzume was just about to use the key to close the gate when Haruto stopped her. Recalling the concept of Suzume's journey, Haruto had gained some understanding of the ever-after and the sealing process. The ever-after was a world where lost time was frozen. And the key to sealing it, the keystone, which Daijin originally was actually a manifestation of a soul. Daijin had once been human, willingly sacrificing everything to seal the ever-after, choosing to remain in that world forever. Since the keystone was made of spiritual power or mental energy, then could an artificial keystone be created? Haruto opened the gate, revealing an extraordinary sight within. Placing his hand on the doorway, he could feel the slight tremors of time's energy flowing between the two worlds. The world inside the gate resembled a small, isolated pool, separated from the vast river of time. Haruto's eyes turned blood red, 3 black blades spinning rapidly. The Mangekyo Sharingan was an ability that manifested mental and spiritual power. The Susanoo was a powerful application of mental and spiritual force. Right now, Haruto was consuming his energy, attempting to forge a new keystone. Behind him, Suzume and Daijin stared in astonishment. Especially Daijin, it was a keystone itself and knew exactly what it meant. But the person in front of it was actually creating a keystone by hand. This was. Haruto gradually condensed a glowing white stone nail in his palm. It was as if he had compressed the immense form of Susanoo into a single object. The stone nail became more defined, gaining weight, becoming solid. Once it reached a certain threshold, Haruto hurled it forward. The stone nail embedded itself into the ever after, sinking into the ground. The previously turbulent dark red mist instantly settled, becoming stable. Seeing this, Suzume and Daijin were both shocked beyond belief. Alright, close the gate. If we drive a keystone into every location, the ever after should stabilize completely. Haruto spoke as if it were a casual matter. Haruto, this is something that generations of gate closers have never been able to accomplish. Suzume murmured in awe. Haruto simply smiled and said nothing. After all, his job was to contain anomalies. Suzume then used the key to seal the gate. Once the gate was closed, it remained utterly still. Clearly, Haruto's keystone was working. After that, the two continued their journey to the next location. There was no longer much urgency. With Haruto around, closing the gates was no longer fraught with danger. Suzume was finally able to let go of her worries. Along the way, Haruto practically played the role of a tour guide, taking Suzume and Mitsuha sightseeing. The bustling cityscape of Tokyo, the cultural charm of Osaka. With the threat greatly diminished, their journey felt more like a vacation. Mitsuha's curiosity was thoroughly satisfied. Suzume, too, was smiling more than ever. One by one, the gates were sealed, and Haruto drove a keystone into each. The ever after had been completely stabilized. The keystones, condensed from Haruto's spiritual power, should be able to suppress the ever after for at least 1,000 years. Once he returned to his own timeline, he planned to have the Foundation send personnel to secure the locations of the gates. That way, the ever after anomaly would be completely contained. At the same time, aside from the white cat, another black cat had joined them. It was another keystone, also named Daijin. Now, there were 2 of them, left minister and right minister. Haruto's intervention had freed them from their eternal duty, allowing them to finally leave the ever after. The white Daijin perched on Suzume's shoulder, while the black one sat on Mitsuha's shoulder, creating a strangely harmonious scene. Come to think of it, both of them were anomalies too. But Haruto couldn't contain them just yet. He'd have to bring them over when he returned 3 years later. For now, it was time to head back. Their return journey would be by ship, crossing the vast ocean. Suzume leaned on the railing, gazing at the endless ocean in the distance, her face full of joy. Mitsuha also urged Haruto to come to the railing and experience it for himself. Being repeatedly urged, Haruto had no choice but to walk over to the railing and feel the sea breeze and the crashing waves. After being excited for a while, Suzume suddenly retracted her happy expression, looking somewhat melancholic. Haruto, puzzled, asked. What's wrong? The sealed ever after, the cat obtained, and a journey full of adventure, wasn't this perfect? It feels like we're about to part ways. Suzume looked at Haruto with a hint of reluctance. As the journey came to an end, the two returned to Itamori. Haruto had already achieved the purpose of his visit. Although Suzume didn't know exactly how Haruto had possessed Mitsuha, she could guess that their farewell was approaching. Hearing her words, Haruto shook his head. It's just a temporary goodbye, not like we won't see each other again. 3 years from now, I'll be waiting for you both to find me. Mitsuha and Suzume, upon hearing this, became unusually serious. Then, pinky promise. Suzume extended her little finger to make a promise. Does it count if I'm using Mitsuha's body? Haruto joked before also reaching out his hand. Their fingers hooked together, and the 3 of them made a promise. With the promise sealed, Suzume became cheerful again, gazing at the ocean as if she could never get enough of it. Not long after, the ship reached the shore. This time, no need for a bus, Tamaki Iwato had personally come to pick them up. As soon as Suzume stepped off the ship, her aunt rushed over impatiently and grabbed her by the ear. You really are in your rebellious phase. How dare you run away from home? Ow ow. Auntie Tamaki, didn't we already talk about this over the phone? A phone call is one thing. Clearly, although Aunt Tamaki had agreed to their journey over the phone, now that Suzume had actually returned, she couldn't escape her punishment. Haruto watched the scene unfold, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted. But before he could enjoy the moment, after scolding Suzume, Tamaki soon dragged her over to him. "Thank you for taking care of this child." Aunt Tamaki pressed down on Suzume's shoulders, making them bow together. Haruto quickly helped Tamaki up. "Auntie, Suzume and I supported each other along the way." Although he said that, Tamaki knew full well her niece's capabilities and temperament. She must have received a great deal of care from this young woman before her. At first, Tamaki had been quite worried. Although she was a relatively open-minded person, this was still about her own family. But now, after meeting him in person, she felt reassured. "Not bad, actually. Auntie Tamaki. What kind of look is that? We're really not in that kind of relationship." Suzume was on the verge of tears. How could her aunt suddenly jump to such strange conclusions? Though, she did feel a certain way about the person in front of her. But he wasn't Mitsuha. After that, Tamaki took Suzume and Mitsuha back to Itamori. As they got out of the car, Haruto looked at the house in front of him and suddenly found himself in trouble. He had been smiling just moments ago, but now he couldn't muster a single one. Mitsuha had also run away from home. Although she had used Suzume's phone to call her family while they were outside. As expected, what awaited Haruto was an interrogation from Mitsuha's entire family. Even her father, who was usually away for work, had rushed back and was now sitting at home with a stern face. A trial. In the end, Haruto used his Sharingan's genjutsu to muddle his way through. Whether Mitsuha's family would later snap out of it, well, that was uncertain. He did feel a little guilty about Mitsuha, but... time to run. After settling everything, Haruto shifted his focus back to the anomaly affecting him. Upon regaining his memories, Haruto now understood the true nature of this anomaly. It was the deity worshipped in Itamori. The Itamori deity had used its authority over time and consciousness to guide the body-switching event. Its ultimate goal was to help the people of Itamori avoid disaster. And Mitsuha's family served as the shrine maidens of the Itamori deity. Every year, they performed a sacred dance in the town to offer prayers and brewed kuchikamizaki, chewed sake, as an offering. To resolve his current abnormal state, Haruto needed to find this Itamori deity. According to Mitsuha, after performing the sacred dance each year, she would bring the kuchikamizaki to a shrine deep in the mountains. Clearly, the Itamori deity was most likely within that shrine. Following Mitsuha's guidance, Haruto entered the mountains. Among dense shrubs, he found the shrine dedicated to the Itamori deity. It was an altar within a cave. In front of the altar sat a small jar, and within the altar was a small statue. Haruto casually picked up the small jar. "Put it down. You can't touch that." Mitsuha immediately flared up, strictly forbidding Haruto's actions. Haruto immediately understood. This must be Mitsuha's kuchikamizaki. Hee. What do you mean hee? Mitsuha was already too embarrassed to speak. Kuchikamizaki, although meant as an offering, was still way too shameful. T/N, why? Didn't watch your name so I don't know. Haruto, however, didn't tease her any further and instead turned his gaze to the statue within the altar. Reaching out, he opened the altar. Haruto tapped on the statue. "Hey, can you hear me? Even though you're a benevolent deity, I still need you to cooperate and accept containment." Mitsuha was dumbfounded. What kind of way was that to speak to a god? "Hey, that's a deity," Mitsuha whispered in protest. But Haruto remained unfazed. A deity. Even deities had to accept containment. Before the SCP Foundation, even gods were nothing more than powerful anomalies to be secured. Yet, Haruto's words received no response. "Cooperate with the containment process, or I'll have to personally capture you." That wouldn't be very friendly. Haruto muttered, simultaneously opening his system panel. If the deity refused to cooperate, he would simply elevate his authority over time, obtain divine essence related to time, and personally capture it. The fragments of divine enlightenment were extracted, transforming into an invisible stream of light that merged into Haruto's body. The concept of his ability, the world, began to ascend. A sliver of supreme divinity manifested at this moment. Chapter 115, containing the Itamori deity and a promise with Mitsuha. Time is not a linear concept. Humans, limited by their own nature, are merely swept along by the river of time, unable to stop or turn back. Thus, they assume time is linear, flowing straight ahead. But at this moment, a human named Haruto caught a glimpse of the true nature of time and stepped beyond the river's flow. With the fragments of divine enlightenment in effect, Haruto's power, the world, was elevated to a metaphysical concept, gaining a fragment of supreme divinity. At the same time, Haruto himself underwent a form of ascension. Things that once seemed impossible could now be achieved effortlessly. Zawaruto. As his elevated power activated, the entire world darkened, time was frozen, unable to flow. But unlike before. Now, within the world, Everything Haruto saw had a progress bar hovering above it. If he wished, he could adjust it at will. Inside the cave, there was a plant. When Haruto manipulated its progress bar, the plant began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. And when the progress bar was reversed, the decayed plant regained its vitality, its branches retracting until it ultimately transformed into a single seed. This was the power of the world, a fragment of supreme divinity. Haruto turned his gaze toward the idol within the shrine. The idol also had a progress bar, though it appeared far longer than those of the surrounding objects. Moreover, this particular progress bar seemed rusted, requiring a great deal of effort just to move it slightly. After attempting it for a moment, Haruto gave up and instead reached out to grasp the idol directly. From within the idol, Haruto pulled out a stream of dazzling light, which finally took the form of a multicolored, dreamlike butterfly. This was the guardian god of Itamori, hidden within the river of time. Whenever disaster threatened to befall Itamori town, it would ripple through the river of time, causing shifts in the timeline. Thus, it protected the entire town. Come to think of it, this deity could truly be considered a benevolent god. Anomaly, guardian god of Itamori. Anomaly Level 5, Apocalypse. This anomaly manifests as a non-corporeal yet tangible existence, responding to sincere prayers and shifting the timeline to safeguard life within a certain range. This anomaly possesses temporal attributes and holds a fragmentary form of supreme divinity. This time, instead of waiting for 9 seconds, it was Haruto who controlled the power of the world to end the process. The world around them regained its clarity, and time resumed its flow. Mitsuha felt a momentary daze, but when she looked forward again, she found a butterfly of indescribable beauty perched on her fingertip. This is, what? Mitsuha asked in astonishment. If she could control her body, she would have surely moved closer to take a better look. This butterfly was undoubtedly the most perfect, most beautiful thing she had ever seen in her life. This is the god of Itamori town, the very deity you pray to every year as a shrine maiden. Haruto explained. Mitsuha was so shocked that she momentarily lost the ability to speak. So, this was the guardian god of Itamori. Although she had inherited the role of shrine maiden, she had never truly believed in gods. On the contrary, she had always felt embarrassed about wearing the shrine maiden outfit, performing ritual dances, and making kuchikamizaki every year. And yet, today, she had truly witnessed the deity of Itamori town. When I pray every year, does it actually hear me? Mitsuha asked. It has received your prayers well. Haruto affirmed with a smile. The guardian god of Itamori, the radiant butterfly, seemed very affectionate as it perched on Mitsuha's fingertip. It clearly recognized its shrine maiden. Even though Haruto had plucked it from the river of time, the deity neither resisted nor showed any displeasure. It really hears my prayers. That's wonderful. Mitsuha's face lit up with joy. All those years of feeling embarrassed during the annual ritual suddenly gained meaning, making her genuinely happy. That said, it still won't be drinking the kuchikamizaki, though. Haruto quipped. Ah! Mitsuha, who had just been brimming with excitement, was struck by a massive blow and let out a mortified scream. Haruto chuckled but kept his gaze fixed on the guardian god resting on Mitsuha's fingertip. It was almost time to wrap things up. When Haruto had used the power of the world to extract the guardian god from the river of time, he had sensed that he could communicate with it and make requests of it. Naturally, that meant he could also have it remove the anomaly affecting him. However, before lifting it, there was still one more thing to do. Through the guardian god, Haruto once again perceived his own body 3 years in the future. He needed to retrieve something from that future. But that was beyond the guardian god's ability. Though it could traverse the river of time in spirit and consciousness, it could not retrieve physical objects. However, Haruto could. He lent a portion of the power of the world to the guardian god. With this, the deity was able to cross time and retrieve something for Haruto. Something invisible to the naked eye. The blacklight virus. Haruto's own blacklight virus merged into Mitsuha's body. Over time, the virus would spread throughout all of Itamori town. Under Haruto's control, this virus would not cause any physical changes in humans. Its sole function was to induce blindness in the infected at a specific moment 3 years in the future. The blindness would last for 7 days. This way, the anomalous outbreak caused by the Shy Guy, SCP-096, in the future would never happen. Because no one in Itamori town would be able to see its face. T/N, fuck, I messed up. Straight face. And such a large-scale case of sudden blindness would undoubtedly attract the attention of the SCP Foundation. When the Foundation's investigators arrived in Itamori town and made contact with any of the townspeople, the blacklight virus would infect them, carrying an embedded piece of information. A report on the anomalous properties of the Shy Guy, SCP-096. With this, even if Haruto was not in the main world at that time, the SCP Foundation would still be able to contain SCP-096 successfully. With that, the guardian god's purpose for pulling Haruto back 3 years in time had been fulfilled. This journey through time was about to come to an end. Mitsuha, farewell for now, Haruto said. Mitsuha was taken aback before quickly realizing that Haruto was about to leave. A sudden wave of urgency overtook her. She had always known that this day would come, but its abrupt arrival left her flustered. In the end, she shouted from the depths of her heart. I will definitely come find you. It's a promise. Haruto, I've remembered your name, so please remember mine too. Hearing this, Haruto smiled. Yes, I remember, Mitsuha Miyamizu. The promise was made. The next moment, Mitsuha staggered. The girl regained control of her body. She looked down at her hands in confusion, feeling somewhat lost. At that moment, the butterfly on her fingertip also prepared to fly away. In a moment of desperation, Mitsuha untied the ribbon from her hair. Divine One, here. Please take this to Haruto. Time seemed to lose meaning. When Haruto opened his eyes again, he had already returned to his own body. Sitting up, Haruto checked the time. Barely any time had passed on his own timeline. It was still the morning of the following day. But for Haruto, this morning was different. He had embarked on a journey and met 2 wonderful girls. Preserving the memories in his heart, Haruto got up to take care of unfinished business. At that moment, from seemingly nowhere, a radiant butterfly fluttered into existence and landed on Haruto's fingertip. The tiny butterfly struggled to fly, burdened by an orange-red hair ribbon wrapped around its body. Haruto paused for a moment before reaching out to take the ribbon. Its vivid color was unmistakably Mitsuha's signature hue. You've worked hard, Haruto said to the guardian god. It must have used the last remnants of the world's power to deliver this ribbon. Truly, it had gone above and beyond. Tying the orange-red ribbon around his wrist, Haruto gently stroked the guardian god's butterfly wings, lending it another fragment of the world's power as payment. Then, he set off for the containment site. There was still a mountain of trouble to deal with. Anomaly successfully contained, guardian god of Itamori. Containment level 5, Apocalypse. Containment status, perfect. Reward, 1 level 5 lottery draw. In the end, the guardian god of Itamori was placed under the SCP Foundation's containment. Haruto personally carved a jade butterfly statue for it and would occasionally offer it fragments of the world's power. Itamori Town's protection is my responsibility now. You needn't worry, Haruto assured the guardian god, though he wasn't sure if it could understand. Regardless, the deity obediently cooperated with the containment process, showing no resistance. Afterward, Haruto gathered all the SCP Foundation personnel responsible for network operations and programming. Under his command, they developed an advanced supervirus program. A technology 30 years ahead of its time. It was named the Pure Holy Grail program. The purpose of this program is to lurk within the world's internet and monitor all forms of records. When the recorded content reaches a certain limit, the Pure Holy Grail program will proceed with mass deletions and modifications of that record. Furthermore, the modifications cannot be queried, nor can they be restored. The fundamental purpose of the Pure Holy Grail program is known only to Haruto. It is to restrict records and prevent them from reaching the limit that would attract the gaze of the sevenfold destroyer. This purpose must not be known by anyone. Every member involved in the development of the Pure Holy Grail program was only responsible for a small part of its functionality. Additionally, communication between developers was strictly prohibited during the development process. Once the Pure Holy Grail program was completed, all personnel involved in its development underwent an A-level memory erasure procedure. After the Pure Holy Grail program was deployed onto the network, it rapidly spread, infiltrating the entire internet. Only then did Haruto finally breathe a sigh of relief. And lastly, regarding Itamori Town. Haruto checked the containment records related to Kisamori Town and the Shy Guy, SCP-096, project. As expected, with the timeline's changes, the event records had also been altered. Chapter 116, Return to Hyakao, Russian Roulette. Originally, the containment record for Itamori Town and the Shy Guy, SCP-096, was as follows. An anomaly broke out in Itamori Town, leading to a significant reduction in population and noticeable geographical changes. The SCP Foundation intervened and sealed off Itamori Town. D-class personnel were dispatched to investigate, but they encountered an anomaly and were completely wiped out. O5-1 intervened in the investigation and found a single survivor, as well as the containment entity, Shy Guy, SCP-096. O5-1 successfully contained the entity. The SCP Foundation completed containment, lifted the lockdown, and Itamori Town began post-disaster reconstruction. After the timeline change, the record was altered too. An anomaly broke out in Itamori Town, causing all residents, including the members of Japan's military base stationed there, to collectively fall into a state of blindness. The SCP Foundation intervened and sealed off Itamori Town. D-Class personnel were dispatched to investigate. The D-Class personnel claimed they were guided by 051's anomalous property, describing a certain anomaly's characteristics and containment method. C-Class investigators were sent to verify the claims. The investigation confirmed that the Itamori Town anomaly was indeed influenced by 051's anomalous property. The Foundation dispatched armed personnel to contain the Shy Guy, SCP-096. The SCP Foundation successfully completed containment and lifted the lockdown. After 7 days, the residents of Itamori Town recovered from their blindness. The Foundation then carried out public opinion management, marking the end of the containment process. Haruto also briefly reviewed the information regarding Mitsuha Miyamizu and Suzumu Wado. The two were unaffected by this anomaly outbreak. They remained diligent in their studies, achieving excellent grades. 3 years ago, they were still high school girls. And this year, coincidentally, it was their college entrance exam period. Who knows how their results would turn out. However, it seemed that both had applied to universities in Chiba. After finishing up the matters related to the SCP Foundation, Haruto suddenly remembered. Shouldn't he be attending class? Ever since transferring to Hayakao Private Academy, Haruto had barely attended any classes seriously. And this morning, he had skipped all of them again. Originally, Haruto had also planned to skip the afternoon classes entirely. However, his agreement with Kurori Momobami was nearing its conclusion. Haruto already had 8 billion in gambling funds. If he participated in just a few public matches, he could reach the 10 billion limit. To secure control over the 4 great financial conglomerates as soon as possible, Haruto decided to head to Hayakao Private Academy. When he arrived at the classroom, no teacher came to question why he had skipped the morning classes. At Hayakao Private Academy, teachers were nothing more than tools for lecturing. They had absolutely no authority over students. T/N, where can I buy them? Master. As always, Yumiko energetically greeted Haruto. This somewhat suggestive title had long become a common occurrence, and the surrounding classmates no longer found it strange. In their eyes, Haruto had already been elevated to a godlike status. Haruto smiled and acknowledged Yumiko's greeting. Then, his gaze landed on Sayatome Mary. Today, Sayatome looked slightly different. For the past 2 days, after falling into debt and being reduced to the status of a house pet, she had been walking around with a gloomy and resentful expression. And that was understandable. After becoming a house pet, her classmates had been mercilessly bullying her. But today, Sayatome had a triumphant smile on her face. The tag around her neck was gone. At Hayakao Private Academy, house pets were required to wear their tags at all times. Failure to do so would result in additional fines on top of their existing debt. Now that Mary's tag was gone, there could only be one explanation. Congratulations. Haruto casually remarked. Mary lifted her chin proudly, as if waiting for someone to ask for details. Haruto sighed, then asked anyway. Mary immediately began to excitedly recount what had happened in the morning. Yumiko had taken her to an event organized by the student council. A gambling match exclusively for house pets, where debts were used as stakes. Some managed to free themselves from debt, while others sank deeper into despair. Mary and Yumiko had gone up against 2 veteran players who had been setting traps in these events for a long time. With a bit of trickery, they had turned the tables and won. Mary's debts were cleared instantly, and she even made a profit. And that's how it went. Mary boasted proudly. Her strategy had been to exploit loopholes in the student council's event rules. It was an impressive feat that showcased her intelligence. After 2 days of being crushed by defeat, this victory had completely restored her confidence. Not bad. Haruto offered a fair assessment. Finding loopholes in the student council's gambling events was no easy task. Mary pouted, dissatisfied. Just a not bad. You should be admiring me more. At the very least, call me Lady Sayatome. Seeing Mary getting cocky, Haruto smirked. How about a gamble? He still needed 2 billion more to meet the required amount. Mary. Her smug demeanor instantly vanished. Who'd want to gamble against a monster like you? No thanks, I'm off to enjoy my freedom. With that, Mary swiftly made her exit. Watching her leave, Haruto chuckled but didn't take it to heart. Master, are you still short on funds? I do have some money left, Yumiko offered obediently. She had heard the rumors. That Haruto and the student council president were gambling under a 1 million to 10 billion constraint. The stakes were enormous, but Yumiko didn't care. If she could help Haruto, then money was just a trivial matter. Besides, she wanted to play a few more rounds with him. Even if her chances of winning were slim, it was still fun. Haruto shook his head and gently ruffled Yumiko's hair. No need. If I'm not mistaken, someone is about to bring me some money. He sensed a group of people quickly approaching. Clearly, they were here for him. Since someone was delivering money to him, there was no need to take Yumiko's. Just then, the classroom door swung open. A group of extravagantly dressed girls entered. Leading them was the most flamboyantly dressed one. She scanned the room and quickly locked eyes with Haruto before striding toward him. This girl had shoulder-length hair, a large bow on her head, an eye patch over her left eye, and multiple piercings on her face and tongue. She looked like a hardcore chunny. She slapped her hand on his desk and met his gaze. You must be Haruto. Let's gamble, with our lives on the line. Her words were so outrageous that the entire class was stunned. As murmurs spread, Haruto looked up and locked eyes with the girl. She had only one visible eye, the left one was covered by an eye patch. That didn't seem like a mere costume, it was a real medical measure. Before we talk about bets and wagers, at least introduce yourself first. Show some manners. I'm allergic to savagery. Haruto said calmly. The woman, despite being rebuked, revealed a sickly smile. Haha. Good. I knew it. You're completely different from those other people, you don't care about life at all. My name is Ikishima Midari. I'm a member of the student council and the beautification committee chair, but none of that matters. Let's gamble. In truth, Haruto knew this person. And he had no desire to deal with her. Unlike Itsuki, this person was beyond fixing in Haruto's eyes. And even if she could be corrected, they were neither friends nor family, so why would he bother wasting his energy? Ikishima Midari is a student council member, a complete degenerate, incapable of enjoying normal gambling, and obsessed with betting her life on the line. Her thrill came from pain, loss, and even the prospect of being killed in a gamble. She was utterly beyond saving. So, what do you say? Let's gamble. Midari urged him, her expression twisted with excitement. I don't mind the gamble itself, but wagering your life holds no meaning for me. I don't want your life. Haruto replied indifferently. Let's keep it normal, 200 million in funds as the bet. You can pick the game, and I don't care if it involves life or death. You're a student council member, so you should be aware of my wager with the council president. Just think of this as doing me a favor. Midari's single remaining eye gleamed with a dangerous light. All right. Perfect. You're amazing, Haruto. You're exactly the kind of person I've been looking for. Midari had long been searching for someone like Haruto, someone who could disregard life in a gamble. The student council president was like that. Originally, Midari had no interest in gambling at all. She was highly intelligent, most people couldn't beat her. More importantly, no matter how much money she won or lost, she felt nothing. To her, it was just a string of numbers, there was no thrill in it at all. That sensation persisted until her gamble against the president. The price of that gamble was her right eye. She had personally gouged out her own right eye as payment for the bet. That gamble completely twisted her personality. For her, money meant nothing, only bodily harm, or even death, could bring her the thrill of gambling. However, almost no one was willing to wager their bodies or lives. Even in Hyakao Academy, there were very few people crazy enough to take it that far. The only person she had found to gamble with her was the president. But after their first match, the president never gambled with her again. Until now, she had found a second person. Haruto. A heavy thud. Midari slammed something onto Haruto's desk. The moment everyone saw it, they felt a chill run down their spines. It was a silver revolver, gleaming with a metallic sheen. We'll use this. Haruto. I can't wait any longer. Designing other rules would be too much of a hassle. Come on, Russian roulette, the simplest gamble. Yes. That indifferent gaze. Haruto, you're truly incredible. Midari was in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Haruto was contemplating whether or not he should grant this lunatic her wish and actually kill her. Chapter 117, Maintaining Elegance Under Pressure. Hey, you're kidding, right? That has to be a toy gun. This isn't gambling anymore. This is straight-up murder. That lunatic, what the hell is she doing? There's no way Haruto would agree to something this insane. The student council, are they all this crazy? With Haruto's wealth, there's no reason for him to humor her madness. The classroom buzzed with frantic discussion. Bang. A deafening gunshot rang out. Midari had raised the silver revolver and fired. The barrel still smoked. A hole had appeared in the classroom ceiling. The revolver had a large caliber, piercing straight through the concrete ceiling. Everyone stared at Midari in horror. This lunatic had brought a real gun. Come on, Haruto. Rather than letting the president break you, I'd rather be the one to enjoy you first. Midari raved. Haruto ignored her and turned to Yumiko. Yumiko, if it were you, how would you handle this? At his question, Yumiko touched her cheek with a finger, tilting her head cutely in thought. After a moment, she seemed to figure it out and smiled. If it were me, I'd probably agree. But I doubt I'd enjoy it much. Haruto chuckled and ruffled her hair. As expected of her. Clearly, Yumiko had seen through Midari's true nature. This woman wasn't gambling, she was actively seeking death, treating the pain of losing as a reward. For Yumiko, this kind of gamble was boring. Because Yumiko sought games where both parties took on true risk. Hey, you. What nonsense are you spouting? Midari scowled at Yumiko, worried she might ruin her gamble with Haruto. Let's begin. Haruto suddenly spoke. The entire classroom fell into stunned silence. Haruto had agreed. A few students who wanted to get on Haruto's good side rushed forward, hoping to dissuade him. But Midari's lackeys immediately blocked them off, pushing them into a corner. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I knew it. Haruto, you're exactly the one I've been searching for. Let's get started. I can't wait even a second longer. Midari grabbed the revolver and opened the cylinder. 5 bullets and 1 empty shell clattered onto the desk, producing a crisp metallic sound. She picked up a bullet, preparing to load it. But Haruto suddenly grabbed her wrist. Midari looked at him with confusion, and even a hint of pleading, as if afraid he would back out. Let's add 1 extra rule. Haruto smiled. Realizing he wasn't backing out but merely adding a condition, Midari relaxed and nodded. In Russian roulette, whoever gets shot naturally loses. But let's add 1 more rule. After both players have fired at least once, either player may call to stop. The winner is determined by whoever has more empty chambers. Of course, if one player stops, the other may continue, accumulating empty shots. If you agree, we start. If not, leave. Haruto's tone left no room for negotiation. Midari furrowed her brows but quickly let it go. It wouldn't stop her from pulling the trigger, so she didn't care. Fine. Let's start. Midari grinned, her mouth stretching into a manic smile. A single bullet was loaded into the cylinder. She spun the chamber forcefully. The deadly roulette game had officially begun. The students of Class 1A watched, thinking these two were absolute lunatics. Russian roulette. They'd only seen that in movies. Even at Hayakao Academy, known for its gambling, no one had ever gambled with their lives for real. And yet, these two were doing just that. The silver revolver rested on the desk, with both standing across from each other. Everyone else had backed far away, terrified of getting caught in the crossfire. Except for Yumiko, who remained beside Haruto. Aren't you going to step aside? Haruto ruffled her black hair, smiling casually, completely unfazed by the life and death gamble. Yumiko also smiled brightly. Master, I don't feel like there's any risk for you, so there's no need to move away. Seeing their carefree demeanor, Midari scowled. Hey. Let's start already. She spoke to Haruto in dissatisfaction. However, the moment Haruto's gaze swept over her, Midari immediately fell silent. When that gaze landed on her, she felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. A fear even greater than death instantly enveloped her entire being. Her legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. That gaze. It was even more maddening than a life and death gamble. However, the feeling vanished in an instant. The classroom remained silent for a long time before Midari regained her senses. But when she looked at Haruto again, her eyes had changed. Still, the gamble had to continue. Ladies first. Haruto smiled and gestured for Midari to go first. His impression of the woman in front of him was genuinely poor. So, let's test her luck. Haruto didn't bother watching her spin the chamber, nor did he use any abilities to cheat. If her luck was bad and the bullet was in the first chamber, she would truly die. Midari didn't protest. She simply picked up the silver revolver on the table and aimed it at her temple. As the cold muzzle pressed against her head, the fear of death stimulated her nerves. Her face started turning red, as if she were engaged in some indecent activity. She gasped heavily, her breath rapid and deep. Click. The trigger was pulled. Unfortunately, her luck wasn't too bad. With a 1 in 6 chance, she survived. With a thud, she collapsed onto the floor, her expression one of pure ecstasy, as if she had just, well, reached a high. T/N, Biatch found some alternatives. She was completely insane. That thought appeared in everyone's minds. Before she pulled the trigger, they had been wondering if this crazy woman was just bluffing. After all, who would actually bet their life on something like this? Your turn, Haruto. Midari handed the silver revolver to Haruto. Her expression grew even more maniacal. Haruto took the revolver with a hint of helplessness. "Hey, Haruto. Just stop already. Gambling with your life is absurd." Someone shouted. Haruto looked in their direction and merely smiled. He gave the revolver a slight shake. With his inhuman senses, he immediately pinpointed the bullet's position. Bullets had weight. When shaken, the force acting on each chamber was different. This gamble was an assured victory for Haruto, even without using his special abilities. "How convenient," Haruto murmured. The bullet was in the 6th chamber, the very last shot. That meant he didn't even need to use his ability to adjust its position. Raising the revolver to his head, Haruto looked at Midari. "Yes. Just like that. Haruto, let us revel in the thrill of life and death." Before she could finish her crazed declaration. Click. The crisp sound echoed through the classroom. The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. Did he just pull the trigger? Haruto's movements had been as fluid as flowing water, without a moment of hesitation. The instant the gun was against his head, the trigger had been pulled. This. Calling him crazy wouldn't even begin to describe it. Even someone seeking death wouldn't be this decisive. But for Haruto, since he already knew the outcome, there was no reason to hesitate. Besides, even if the bullet had fired, it likely wouldn't have been able to pierce his skin. Midari burst into laughter. "Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Haruto, you are truly a gift from the heavens." She reached out, wanting to take the revolver for the next round. However, Haruto didn't lower his hand. Click. Another trigger pull. The classroom fell into complete silence. Everyone stared at Haruto with wide eyes. He pulled the trigger twice in a row. Midari was just as shocked, her eyes full of disbelief. But this was far from over. "Midari, what's the key to great comedy?" Click. Haruto asked as if he were merely making conversation, pulling the trigger once more. "Timing. That made 3 times. Midari, what is courage?" Click. Another trigger pull. "It's maintaining grace under pressure." Chapter 118, 10 billion achieved, subduing Kirari Momobami. "Midari, what is courage?" As the trigger clicked, the crisp sound echoed through the classroom. "It's maintaining grace under pressure." Just as Haruto said, his actions were as fluid as playing a violin. In comparison, Midari's earlier performance was utterly disgraceful. 4 trigger pulls in total. Adding in Midari's first one, the revolver's chamber was now almost fully cycled. Only one chamber remained unfired, the 6th one. And now, it was clear as day that the bullet was in the 6th chamber. Everyone stared at Haruto, not making a sound for a long while. A dead silence filled the room. Standing opposite Haruto, Midari's eyes were wide, her body trembling slightly. She had considered the possibility of dying in this gamble. But she had never expected death to come so swiftly, so inevitably, and in such a deliberate manner. Her hand stretched out, fingers trembling as she reached for the revolver to finish the gamble. Even though it was obvious that the next pull of the trigger would fire the bullet without question. Watching her shaking fingers, Haruto let out a scoff. He slapped away her hand and aimed the revolver at her forehead. "Now, are you ready to die?" The black barrel loomed in front of her. Midari's body trembled slightly, her face twisting into an expression of pure madness. I never thought someone like you would truly exist. I've been searching for the perfect man. A man like the president. Dominate me. I want to be killed by a man like you. Pull the trigger. Do it." Her voice rose from a hushed whisper to an intense shriek. By the end, she sounded completely deranged. Boring. Dull. Disgusting. Watching this scene, Yumiko spoke in clear disdain. Meanwhile, all eyes were on Haruto. At this moment, no one doubted whether he would actually pull the trigger. After that elegant yet chilling performance, everyone had come to a single realization. The boy holding the silver revolver right now was on an entirely different level from them. To them, this gamble was unfathomable. But to Haruto, it was nothing more than child's play. He even had the leisure to make it graceful, turning the gamble into a grand spectacle. Bang. The sound of a bullet firing was completely different from the crisp click of the trigger. The gunshot was so loud that everyone experienced ringing in their ears. Maybe it wasn't that the sound was too loud, but rather that the act itself was deafening in everyone's hearts. Instinctively, everyone turned their heads away, unwilling to witness such a cruel scene. Seeing a classmate get shot in the head right in front of them would surely become a lifelong nightmare. As the buzzing sound faded, the only thing that resonated in the classroom was the sound of heavy breathing. Breathing. Doubt crept into everyone's minds. After all, that person, Haruto, did not seem like someone who would breathe so heavily. That didn't seem very elegant. Cautiously, someone shifted their gaze back, wanting to see what had happened yet fearing the terrifying scene they might witness. But when they looked back, the gruesome scene they had imagined had not occurred. Midari was still standing in place, with no gaping wound on her forehead, no splattered brain matter. Confused, the students looked toward the back of the classroom and saw a noticeable hole in the blackboard. The bullet had deviated, passing right by Ikishima Midari's ear. The gamble is over. Without a doubt, I am the winner. Ikishima Midari, transfer the 200 million as soon as possible, I have to meet the president. Haruto casually tossed the silver revolver onto the desk and spoke indifferently before turning to leave. Wait. No. It can't just end like this. Midari reached out unwillingly, trying to make Haruto stay. How could this gamble end just like that? She couldn't accept this outcome. However, the moment she stretched out her hand, Haruto's gaze fell upon her, and she immediately froze. That gaze, colder than death itself, landed on her once again. Midari collapsed to the floor. The sensation of brushing past death just now, coupled with this gaze that felt even colder than death, made her entire body go limp. A wet stain began to spread beneath her. Seeing this, Haruto rubbed his forehead in exasperation. His sister really played in a messed up way. The gamble is over. Do you not understand? Have you forgotten the additional rule I mentioned? This gamble didn't have to continue until someone got shot. After saying that, Haruto turned and walked straight out of the classroom. Even though Midari hadn't transferred the money yet, it didn't really matter. The gamble was valid, and whether she transferred the money or not was irrelevant. Surely, the president would acknowledge his victory. Haruto still had to go and subdue the president. It was only when the sound of the door closing echoed through the room that the student snapped back to reality, as if waking from a dream. Initially, just like Midari, they had thought Haruto's act of intentionally missing the shot went against the rules of Russian roulette. But after hearing Haruto's explanation, they suddenly understood. Right, the condition for victory in this gamble was the number of empty shots. Even if a bullet wasn't fired, as long as one side reached 3 empty shots, they had already won. Whether the other party fired or not no longer mattered. In fact, this was obvious, anyone who thought about it for a moment should have realized it. Yet, not only the students but even Midari herself had failed to grasp it in the moment. Because this was a life-or-death gamble. Their nerves had been overwhelmed by the fear of death. It was only when Haruto reminded them, when the dust had settled, that they finally understood. And upon realizing the true victory condition of the gamble, everyone felt a sense of disbelief. This victory condition, this pre-established rule. Could it be that Haruto had already prepared himself to pull the trigger at least 3 times from the very beginning? Haruto. Even at the risk of being killed, you insisted on ending the gamble this way. Midari stared blankly at the ceiling. There, the bullet holes from her earlier shots remained. He has far surpassed my ideals. Haruto, you're practically a god. My god. Even just a single bullet please, give me pain. No one but you can do it. Tears streamed down Midari's face. Meanwhile, after leaving the classroom, Haruto looked slightly annoyed. What an absolutely perfect gamble. Even with such a despicable victory condition, Master still won in the most dazzling way. Yumiko was thrilled, her crimson eyes sparkling with excitement. Midari's victory condition wasn't as simple as winning the gamble, getting killed would have satisfied her as well. As Yumiko had said, winning under such an unfair condition was no easy feat. Yet, Haruto had won effortlessly. Hearing this, Haruto reached out and ruffled Yumiko's long hair. Yumiko, don't leave after school. Yumiko was momentarily stunned before she smiled and nodded. Seeing her reaction, Haruto sighed again. There was absolutely no joy in bullying her. Maybe he would seek Eriri. Shaking his head, Haruto dismissed such dangerous thoughts. Master, are you going to gamble against the president next? Momobami Kirari. The president of Hyakao Academy's student council. And without a doubt, aside from Haruto, she was the strongest in this academy. She was an immensely powerful ruler who enjoyed expanding her experiences. For instance, the reason she once made someone gouge out their own eyeball in a gamble was simple, she wanted to see what the back of an eyeball looked like. After all, seeing it in pictures wasn't the same as witnessing it in reality, it wouldn't count as an experience. If not for Haruto's existence, Yumiko's ultimate goal upon transferring to this academy would have been to challenge Kirari. Haruto nodded, then shook his head. Yes and no. The gamble is just a means, not the end goal. The goal is simply domination. Upon hearing this, Yumiko's enthusiasm did not diminish in the slightest. That's fine. If it's master, then even the process itself is mesmerizing. Please take me with you. Haruto indifferently nodded. The two of them walked all the way to the student council room. The door, which was usually tightly shut, was wide open at this moment. The long tables meant for student council members had been moved to the walls. The Grand Council chamber had been cleared, leaving a vast open space in the center. Only Momobami Kurori remained seated at the center, her gaze fixed on the doorway, clearly waiting for Haruto's arrival. The moment he saw her, Haruto raised his hand and flicked his fingers. A tiny drop of blood landed on Kurori's forehead. The blacklight virus instantly invaded and infected her. Haruto did not immediately assimilate Kurori, instead allowing the virus to lie dormant. After all, the game had been played properly up until the final boss, there was no reason to skip ahead and ignore the story. To Haruto's surprise, however, Kurori smiled, as if in gratitude. Apparently, her intuition was so keen that she vaguely understood Haruto's decision. Wow, he really came. Haruto moves at an astonishing speed. Runa, with a lollipop in her mouth, played the role of the commentator, for once not absorbed in her video games. Haruto glanced at the adorable girl. I know what you're implying, but the way you say it sounds weird. And I have a feeling you're doing it on purpose. Runa gave an innocent smile, feigning ignorance. At that moment, Kurori stood up and walked toward Haruto. Haruto, as per our agreement, you have completed the gamble from 1 million to 1 billion. To be honest, no one has ever accomplished this before. Thank you for giving me a new experience. So, as promised, you may now set the rules and terms of our gamble. Anything is fair game, the position of student council president, the control of Momobami Kurori as an individual. Or even the entire Momobami family. Whatever you wish to wager, I will gladly accept. Kurori maintained her elegant smile. And yet, the words she spoke were enough to leave any knowledgeable person utterly speechless and dumbfounded. However, she had the ability to handle numerous trivial matters in an orderly manner. When Momobami Kurori stated that she could use the entire Momobami clan as a wager, the masked girl behind her instinctively raised her hand but ultimately put it down. Haruto glanced at the girl. She had the same long white hair as Kurori, but instead of being styled up, it cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Upon closer observation, one could also notice that this masked girl had a figure strikingly similar to Kurori's. Haruto was familiar with her. Momobami Ririka. Sharing the same surname as the student council president, she was actually Kurori's twin sister, though their personalities were entirely different. Momobami Kurori was a dominant force, a ruler, an overwhelming lion. On the other hand, Momobami Ririka, though strong in her own right, had a timid personality, more like a gentle lamb. Of course, none of this truly mattered. The reason Haruto was paying attention to Momobami Ririka was that this girl was a carefully cultivated all-rounder by the Momobami clan. She usually stayed by Kurori's side, managing countless affairs within Hyakao Academy. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, She's my beloved family, my twin sister. Add more to the bet. And beneath the mask, her face could be considered stunningly beautiful. She was an ideal candidate for a secretary. Haruto had actually wanted a capable secretary for quite some time. This idea had sparked when he first saw AI Hayasaka. Hayasaka was simply too convenient to use, leaving a lasting impression. But unfortunately, AI Hayasaka was too loyal to Kaguya Shinomiya. Using her occasionally was fine, but truly taking her away would provoke her resentment. Haruto would not twist others' wills for his own selfish desires. T/N, confused face. Previously, he had considered grooming now for the role. But unfortunately, now seemed to prefer handling affairs within the Foundation. And now, finally, another suitable candidate had appeared. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Haruto retracted his gaze and looked back at Kurori. Since Kurori has said this much, I won't hold back. I want the Momobami clan, and that girl. As Haruto spoke, he pointed his finger at Ririka. The masked girl flinched instinctively when she was singled out. Beneath the mask, her expression showed a hint of panic. Clearly, Ririka Momobami didn't understand why this person was specifically asking for her. Kurori raised an eyebrow at his words. The Momobami clan didn't matter, after all, after today, they would be controlled no matter what. But he actually wanted Ririka. The Momobami clan is no issue. I even guessed that Haruto would ask for them, so I've already prepared the corresponding wager. As for the bet, simply putting you up as the stake is already a profitable deal for me, even if it's unequal. But as for her, Haruto-kun, are you unaware? This Ririka Momobami is my sister. Haruto raised an eyebrow. Oh. Someone like you actually cares about a sister. Kurori shook her head. Haruto, you misunderstand. Ririka is my beloved family, my twin sister, after all. Haruto remained silent, waiting for her to continue. I need you to raise the stakes. Kurori put on a pained expression, as if making a great sacrifice. Ririka Momobami, QAQ. Even though her face was hidden behind a mask, her entire demeanor visibly became gloomier. Haruto chuckled and waved his hand. Just a raised bet. If you win, I'll take you to personally witness 100 experiences you've never had before, how about that? In the SCP Foundation, every anomaly was a new experience for Kirari. Besides, she wasn't going to win anyway. And once she was in his grasp, he would have introduced her to anomalies sooner or later. Deal. What an irresistible wager. Kirari said with a smile. At that moment, the other student council members were left speechless. This conversation was simply outrageous. Especially Runa. There were so many things to question that she didn't even know where to begin. Haruto-kun alone was worth an entire clan. Maybe even more. Beloved family, twin sister, and yet the president sold her off with just an extra bet. The list of absurdities went on and on. Meanwhile, Yumiko had stealthily slipped into the student council's ranks. Sidling up to Runa, Yumiko whispered to gather some information. Whoa, who are, oh, it's you, that woman. Well, I guess there's no harm in talking. Runa was startled at first but quickly recognized Yumiko. After all, Yumiko had been frequently seen around Haruto, constantly appearing in intelligence reports, making her quite noticeable. In the past, Runa might not have chatted much with Yumiko. But since they were watching the president's antics for entertainment, she didn't mind. The two of them hit it off. So then, Haruto-kun, what will the gamble be? Kirari asked. Haruto stroked his chin, thinking. What kind of gamble should he use to wrap up this visit to Hayakao Academy? Maybe recreate that iconic scene, can a flush beat a full house? A flush beating a full house. Only if your dad turns into a rabbit. Then what if it's a flush plus a straight? Can it win then? Cough cough. After some thought, Haruto scrapped the idea. People in this world wouldn't understand the reference. So. Haruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a coin. Let's just flip a coin. What do you think? The moment he said this, the entire student council gave him bewildered looks. Flip a coin. A gamble determining the fate of the 4 great financial conglomerates, an unprecedented bet in Japan, was to be decided by flipping a coin. Everyone in the Hayakao student council was highly skilled. Yet even they thought Haruto had lost his mind. The simpler the gamble, the harder it was to cheat. And if cheating was impossible, then it was purely down to luck. Whoa, as expected of master. Whoa, my foot. Don't copy me. And besides, Haruto has gone insane. Another person joined the chorus of complaints. Kirari, however, simply smiled. A coin flip. Deciding the fate of the Momobami clan with a coin flip, what a novel experience. Fine, I accept Haruto's proposal. But who will flip the coin, and how will we make our choice? Flipping a coin was simple. But if either Haruto or Kirari flipped it, they could easily manipulate the result with technique alone. So, who flipped it, and how they chose, would determine the gamble's outcome. Haruto spun the coin between his fingers and casually said. You, me, doesn't matter. As for the choice, before the coin lands, you can pick any side you want, and I'll take the others. The crowd looked at Haruto in sheer disbelief. This was like handing a loaded gun to Kirari, unlocking the safety, and pressing his head against the barrel. Wasn't this just suicide? Forget the president, even the student council members were confident that they could calculate the outcome of a coin flip. The coin's highest point, its facing side at the peak, its motion upon landing. All of these could be calculated. Under such circumstances, letting Kirari choose after the coin was tossed guaranteed a 100% victory. Kirari paused for a moment before smiling and nodding. Then, I'll leave the flip to Haruto, and I'll make the call. Haruto nodded, then flicked the coin into the air. The golden coin spun rapidly as it rose. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the coin. At its highest point, the coin's face was clearly visible, heads. Converting height into kinetic energy. Numbers rolled in their minds, and they all reached the same conclusion. The coin would flip 142 2/3 times before landing. It would bounce 4 times, spin for 5.2 seconds. And ultimately land on tails. Kirari's eyes lingered on the coin for a moment before shifting to Haruto. On his face, she saw no expression. No tension, no smugness, no fear, nothing. Was he that confident? I choose tails. As Kirari's words fell, the crisp sound of the coin hitting the floor rang out. Everyone's gaze followed the coin as it bounced off the ground. After 4 bounces, it finally. In the crowd's astonished eyes, the golden coin stood upright on the ground. A standing coin, an improbable but not impossible outcome. But everyone knew. This coin was never meant to stand upright. The calculations were absolute, unless. How should I put it? Of all the times Haruto has cheated, this is the most blatant one. Hee hee, Master sure has a twisted sense of humor, and it's quite clever too. I didn't even notice it at first. Huangquanyu Luna and Jabami Yumiko commented from the side. At this moment, the coin had landed in a gap between the floorboards. It was precisely because it was stuck in the gap that it remained standing. And this was the student council room of Hyakao Academy. A gap in the floorboards? That was completely impossible. So, that gap was clearly created by Haruto. But how should we count this? Is it a draw? Haruto was aiming for an exchange of bets, wasn't he? Runa was curious. After all, that Haruto didn't seem like the type to exchange benefits with others. Of course, Master wins. Because the initial condition was. Yumiko smiled as she spoke. Everyone recalled the original conditions of the bet. The president would choose one side, and Haruto would get the remaining. The remaining? A realization dawned upon them. They had all overlooked such a simple language trap. The remaining of the opposite side wasn't just heads, it also included this exact scenario. Kurari had lost, yet she was still smiling. She walked up to Haruto, crouched down, and picked up the coin. It looks like Haruto has won. Then, according to the bet, the Momobami clan will now be under your care. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, Containment Sites Established, Foundation Expands. Please don't look at me with that victimized expression. I'm not going to do anything weird to you. Haruto sighed helplessly. Standing before him was Ririka, who had removed her mask. Just as Haruto had known, beneath the white mask was a beautiful face strikingly similar to the student council president's. However, while Kurari exuded an aggressive, domineering beauty, Ririka gave off an air of frailty, a gentle and delicate girl at first glance. But right now, her expression was far from adorable. A mix of fear and trepidation, she looked like a helpless maiden about to be taken advantage of. Yes, the gamble had ended. Kurari had already been assimilated by Haruto, becoming his possession. However, Haruto had not pried too deeply into Kurari or altered her too much. The president had an extraordinarily sharp intuition, an extremely rare talent. Interfering rashly and causing her to lose this talent would be a significant loss for Haruto. After that, Kurari used her authority as the family head to summon all the main and branch members of the Momobami clan. Without a doubt, they were all taken over by Haruto. Under the influence of the Blacklight virus, the Momobami clan was now more unified than ever, becoming a powerful asset for Haruto. From then on, one of the four great financial clans and its immense wealth and status would serve Haruto and contribute to the SCP Foundation. Haruto acted swiftly, using the Momobami clan's resources to establish new containment facilities. In the initial phase, 9 sites were set up worldwide. Among them were locations in Japan, the northern country, the United States, and the city of Rome, strategically placed in major global powers. With this, when anomalies were contained outside Japan, there was no longer a need to transport them all the way back. This significantly reduced the risk of containment breaches during transport. Additionally, containment facilities were established in Japan's outskirts and its offshore seabed. Once the site in Japan's outskirts was completed, certain highly dangerous anomalies, which could cause mass casualties or even alter the landscape upon outbreak, would be transferred to this remote site for containment, minimizing the risks of containment failure. These anomalies included SCP-096, the Shy Guy, SCP-2662, Cthulhu, the Grotesque Worm, the Root of the Titans. Even though Haruto's control greatly reduced the chances of a containment breach, if these anomalies were to break out in a populated area, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, the offshore seabed site in Japan was designated for anomalies of high research value. A large number of researchers would be relocated there. Transferred anomalies included the Binge Eater Rize Kamishiro, Ghoul, SCP-500, the Panacea. Transferred personnel included Mihari Oyama, AI Haibara. Aside from building new containment facilities, another major project was set in motion. Using the Momobami clan's wealth and influence, the SCP Foundation purchased an island off the coast of Japan. On this island, an academy was to be built, tentatively named Starcia Academy. This academy would cater specifically to students of adolescence, with investment surpassing even the prestigious Hyakao Academy. And the entry requirement: possession of supernatural abilities. Yes, this was an academy specifically designed to contain and regulate individuals affected by adolescent syndrome. It was also the dream Haruto had once promised to Shunsuke Odasaka. Once Starcia Academy was completed, Shunsuke Odasaka and other adolescent syndrome patients would no longer have to live in containment site residential units. Although the containment site's living conditions were beyond luxurious. Their exterior was alloy reinforced, but their interiors were filled with organic materials, designed to resemble normal streets. Each residential area contained a massive central garden, with a transparent dome that simulated the sun, moon, and stars. The spacious gardens, lush vegetation, and floral landscapes made it indistinguishable from the outside world. These accommodations ensured that SCP Foundation personnel could stay indefinitely without experiencing psychological stress, maintaining mental well-being. Even though Starcia Academy was essentially a larger containment unit, it would at least provide a greater sense of freedom. With this, Haruto had fulfilled the promise he made to Shunsuke Odasaka. With so many projects underway at once, even the mighty Momobami clan was feeling the strain. Of course, this wasn't much of a problem. The SCP Foundation wasn't just a money pit. In fact, even a fraction of its scientific breakthroughs could drive the world into a frenzy. Previously, the SCP Foundation lacked external influence, making it vulnerable to other factions' greed. If they had revealed their research earlier, they would have had to fight off every major power, one by one. It's too troublesome. But now, with the Momobami clan acting as its public face, the Foundation could afford to reveal a little. Thus, Momobami Pharmaceuticals announced the development of a new cancer cure. In reality, it was a diluted Ghoul-1 solvent with only 0.1% of its original potency. Even Ghoul-3 solvent, despite heavy restrictions, couldn't yet be revealed. It would cause global upheaval. Additionally, Momobami Energy announced the invention of the cold plasma battery. In truth, it was just a byproduct of the arc reactor, with its cold nuclear reaction components entirely removed. This technology only slightly improved existing battery efficiency, reducing energy loss and increasing storage capacity. But the result was a staggering 573% improvement over the world's best batteries. Just these two innovations caused the Momobami clan's financial power to skyrocket overnight. Previously, the Momobami clan was a dominant force in Japan but only a recognizable name globally. Now, the Momobami Financial Group was a world-renowned powerhouse, with corporations flocking to invest. And there was no room for corporate warfare. On Earth, who would dare challenge the Momobami Group? Anyone who tried, the SCP Foundation would cut them down. With this, the previously strained financial resources of the Momobami clan quickly rebounded, surpassing their peak. Ahem, but let's not get sidetracked. The various constructions of the Foundation can be discussed later. Right now, Haruto was still dealing with Momobami Ririka. After handing over his beloved family member, his twin sister, to Haruto, the president simply pushed her into his arms. Then, without a second thought, he turned and left to handle the affairs of the Momobami clan, completely ignoring the fate of the trembling girl. As a result, Ririka was now in a state of fear, shivering but not daring to resist. "I'm not some kind of demon, so please relax," Haruto reassured her. Ririka blinked, looking at Haruto. She really wanted to tell the young man before her that he was far scarier than any demon. As the twin sister of the president, Ririka had always been like her shadow. Since birth, she had followed Kurori, handling trivial matters for her. As a shadow, she understood better than anyone how terrifying Kurori was. In fact, the Momobami clan originally had no main family. Everyone carried the same bloodline of the Momobami clan. And in this generation, the clan had split into a terrifying number of branches, hundreds of them. Moreover, with the clan's superior genetics and abundant training resources, there was not a single ordinary person among their descendants. Among these hundreds of monsters, the one who emerged victorious was Kurori. She had almost completely crushed her peers, trampling over those monstrous rivals and claiming dominance over the clan. From that moment on, Kurori became the head of the clan, establishing the main family. Ririka, having witnessed this process firsthand, had an almost blind reverence for Kurori. And she had also witnessed how Haruto had effortlessly defeated Kurori and taken the Momobami clan as his spoils of war. With that in mind, how could Ririka not be terrified of Haruto? On top of that, he had specifically requested her by name. This only made Ririka even more panicked. Ririka was not particularly concerned about devotion. However, what she feared was that Haruto played in a rather extreme manner. After all, someone like Kurori already had a chilling way of doing things. And Haruto, who was even stronger than the president, if he played in a twisted way, that would actually be quite normal. "May I ask, Haruto-sama, how do you intend to use me?" Ririka asked in a small voice. Seeing her concern, Haruto simply sighed and reached out to ruffle the girl's white hair. "Don't worry, it's no different from when you were by the president's side. Just as a secretary, nothing more. I'm sure you'll be more than capable, Ririka. I requested you from the president because I value your abilities. I won't do anything excessive." Translation: You're a very useful tool. Hearing this, Ririka looked at Haruto in confusion and surprise. She hadn't expected that this ruler who was even stronger than Kurori would actually say something so gentle. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Handling miscellaneous affairs is something I'm good at, so Haruto-sama, you can leave it all to me. I'll make sure you're satisfied. She spoke with a gentle smile. Haruto nodded in approval. And then he immediately handed her a huge stack of documents and paperwork. Ririka. The pile of materials and documents mainly consisted of Haruto's personal matters. This included his studies and exams at Sobu High, leave requests for Hayakao Academy, publishing arrangements for Takatsuki Izumi's works, idol company reviews, and numerous affairs related to women. Ririka's smile froze on her face. She had already started regretting the bold words she had just spoken. I was just being polite, did you really have to take it seriously? Chapter 121, Hikaru's Resentment and Bunny Girl. Haruto-sama, setting aside your work as a famous mangaka and idol producer. Handling the academic affairs of two schools is understandable, that's still within reason. But may I ask, why are you dumping the task of maintaining relationships with multiple women and buying gifts onto me? Ririka looked at him as if he were human trash. Her deep fear and sliver of reverence for Haruto had completely vanished, there was not even a trace of it left. Although Ririka was the gentle and somewhat soft type, even she couldn't help but feel a bit of resentment when faced with the massive pile of work he had thrown at her. The workload wasn't the issue, it was just exhausting. But making her responsible for preparing gifts for multiple different girls. Plus one resentment from overworked secretary. Seeing Ririka's expression, Haruto smiled helplessly. Please, Ririka. He put his hands together and sincerely pleaded. After a long silence, Ririka sighed, picked up the mountain of files, and went to work. Haruto had no complaints about her attitude. He knew himself best. Being Haruto's secretary was truly exhausting, both physically and mentally. If he had handed this pile of work to another all-rounder secretary like Hayasaka, he would probably get a cold stare and a trash, go die before she threw the files away and left without looking back. By comparison, Ririka was still too soft. A few sweet words were enough to coax her into doing the work. With Ririka as his secretary, Haruto suddenly had a lot more free time. Speaking of which, there was still one troublesome matter left unresolved, wasn't there? As Haruto sifted through his memories, he recalled a pending issue. Kamiki Hikaru. A reincarnator he had arranged to be monitored and investigated. But since he didn't possess any particularly abnormal traits nor posed a severe threat to human society, his priority for handling was set quite low. After giving the order for surveillance, Haruto had been busy. Only now did he finally have free time to deal with this guy. Haruto pulled out his phone, connected to the Foundation's database, and retrieved Hikaru's investigation records. Born in Kanagawa. Mother died in childbirth, raised by relatives, inherited a large fortune. Formerly a member of the Lalolai Theater troupe and one of its top-tier actors. Graduated from a science university, participated in Lalolai from ages 10 to 16 as an actor. Now the legal representative of Kamiki Productions' talent agency, established his own company at 25. Currently active as both the owner and star actor of Kamiki Productions. At first glance, Hikaru's life seemed normal. But upon closer inspection, it became clear that he possessed an unusual depth of knowledge and skills far beyond his age. During middle and high school, he was mostly on leave, constantly performing in the theater. Logically, his academic foundation should have been severely lacking. Yet, he still managed to enter university with excellent grades. This was the telltale sign of a reincarnator. Unfortunately, even the Foundation's investigation couldn't determine the exact cause of his reincarnation. Beyond his public records, there were also some dark secrets. Hikaru had dated 7 girlfriends, all of whom were either rising stars or already famous actresses in the entertainment industry. Without exception, all 7 women died in violent incidents. While 1 or 2 cases were officially ruled as accidents, the Foundation's investigations uncovered the truth. And at the center of it all, Hikaru himself. He was never directly involved, always acting as the instigator, manipulating others to satisfy his twisted desires. He derived a perverse sense of fulfillment by ending the lives of talented and promising actresses. Haruto's fingers tapped rhythmically on the back of his phone. After a brief moment of thought, he made a decision. Since he's a derivative of the reincarnation anomaly, let's conduct a little experiment. Based on Kamiki Hikaru's memories, he has thrived in the entertainment industry across multiple lifetimes. So, what happens if we make him fall from the top? Will the anomaly react? If nothing happens, then I'll just kill him once. Or maybe a few times. Eventually, I'll figure out the answer. In Haruto's eyes, Hikaru wasn't even qualified to be called human. He was just another disposable asset, like a D-class personnel used for testing anomalies. And according to the surveillance records, Hikaru was currently filming a reality show in its preparation stage. The timing was just right. At this moment, Hikaru was backstage at the romance reality show Starting Love Today. A stylist was doing his makeup and choosing his outfit. Though his face remained calm, inside, he was seething with rage. Throughout multiple reincarnations, Hikaru had rarely faced problems he couldn't resolve. Everything had always gone his way. If obstacles arose, he could easily deal with them using his methods. But this time, the image of a certain young man surfaced in his mind. Hikaru gritted his teeth in fury. I am a reincarnator, someone superior to all others, mere insects. And yet, that insect actually dared. The reason he was appearing on this reality show was not part of his original plan. He was supposed to be starring as the lead actor in Want to Love You, a major drama adaptation. The original work had an excellent reputation, a massive fanbase, and enormous production funding with top-tier writers. It was a guaranteed hit. Hikaru had worked hard to secure the lead role, it was almost set in stone. But just as filming was about to begin, he was kicked out of the project. And the one responsible. Umbrella Talent Agency. This company, with its absurd wealth and backing, played by its own rules, ignoring the entire industry. Even with all his manipulative tactics, Hikaru was ousted with no chance to fight back. He had no way to appeal. The investors were replaced, the director obeyed without question, it was terrifyingly efficient. Even taking the matter online was useless. Any channel where he could voice his complaint was already bought off. Umbrella simply didn't care about the cost. Forced to retreat, Hikaru had no choice but to accept this reality show gig. But he swore, someday, he would get his revenge. A mere insect dared to humiliate me like this. The call from the styling assistant snapped Hikaru out of his thoughts. The makeup was done, and his outfit matched his usual style. The formal attire might have looked stiff on others, but on Hikaru, it worked perfectly. Suppressing his hatred for the moment, Hikaru looked toward the door. Participating in this dating show was actually beneath his status. The reason was an actress. The hatred surged up again. Hikaru still wanted to destroy Hoshino AI. That woman was, without a doubt, the most radiant person he had ever seen in his multiple lifetimes. She had a natural talent, as if she were destined to become an idol. If he could destroy someone like Hoshino AI, he would surely feel an immense sense of satisfaction. He would finally feel the weight of his own existence. But under Umbrella Entertainment's management, Hoshino AI was completely out of his reach. He wasn't even worthy of meeting her again. He was forced to change his target. Just thinking about it made Hikaru's hatred flare up again. In the end, it was all because of that boy. Hikaru-san, are you ready? We're about to start. A staff member's voice came from outside. Kamiki Hikaru took a deep breath and stepped out of the preparation room. Coincidentally, a girl emerged from the preparation room across the hall at the same time. She had long limbs, deep eyes, a small face, and a model-like slender figure. Her dignified face carried a slightly bored expression, exuding a mature, lazy charm. Her waist-length black hair had slight inward curls near her face. The bangs on the left side were pinned back with 2 hairpins, and further back on the left side of her hair was another hairpin, this one a pink rabbit-shaped decoration. Sakurajima Mai-san, please take your position. The first scene requires your opening monologue. Just keep it natural. The staff member addressed the girl. Got it. The girl named Sakurajima Mai responded and walked toward the camera. However, there was a hint of frost on her face, clearly showing her dissatisfaction with this gig. Hikaru's gaze followed Sakurajima Mai. His next target was this girl named Sakurajima Mai. Sakurajima Mai had debuted as a child star, gaining considerable fame at a young age. Although she had a brief slump during her transition from child star to adult roles, she quickly regained her popularity. Now, she worked as a model and actress. Without a doubt, this girl was shining brightly. Hikaru wanted to destroy her. And this time, it would be easy. Because Mai's manager, her mother, would accept any job for her daughter, no matter how much Mai disliked it. As long as he offered some resources in exchange, he could easily get close to Mai through her manager. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Haruto makes a guest appearance. Everyone, the premiere of Starting Love today will be broadcast live. YouTube live streams have been trending lately, so we're using this format to build hype. But don't worry, only the premiere will be live. After all, it's a dating show. The first episode is simple, no script. Just introduce yourselves and get to know each other. The usual games and group activities will be filmed in later episodes, and we'll plan the script then. Even though it's live, just relax and treat it like a casual chat. Any questions? The staff explained the unique format of today's show. The 6 participants, 3 men and 3 women, all attractive figures in the entertainment industry, nodded in agreement. After all, this wasn't a last-minute decision. When the show was first planned, YouTube live streams were already gaining traction. So, the decision to premiere the show live had been written into the contract from the start. Since they had agreed to participate, they had no objections. Seeing their nods, the staff smiled and turned to Mai. Mai-san, as we discussed earlier, you'll do the opening monologue. While Mai wasn't the most popular, she was the most well-known, having debuted as a child star. Her experience made her the perfect choice for the opening. Mai nodded. The lines were prepared, and as a former child star, she was well versed in all kinds of promotional work. Even a live stream was nothing to fear. Dropping her icy expression, Mai switched into professional mode and walked to the designated spot in front of the camera, ready to deliver the opening monologue. The staff checked the time. The scheduled live stream was about to begin. All departments, prepare for the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. With the signal, the live stream began, and the camera started rolling. Behind the camera, a large screen displayed the live feed. Comments were already flooding in. While the dating show wasn't a massive hit, it had a decent following, and the live stream format had drawn a lot of early viewers. The screen showed a bright classroom, with sunlight reflecting off the desks. The atmosphere of youth was instantly captured. Since the participants were all of student age, the show had rented a private school building as the filming location. The classroom setting evoked nostalgia, making it a great choice. Mai appeared in the classroom. The girl sat at a desk in the back, leaning on it sideways. As the camera approached, she slowly sat up. After stretching, she turned to the camera with a natural, charming smile. The opening was perfect. Comments like AWSL, I'm dead, flooded the screen. I'm Sakurajima Mai, 17 years old. I'm currently working as a model and actress. Nice to meet you. After Mai's introduction, the other guests began entering the frame one by one, introducing themselves. The director watched the live stream metrics and comments, smiling. Things were going great. The live stream was trending, and it looked like the show would attract a lot of attention. The director estimated that this episode might break records. When Hikaru appeared on screen, the comments noticeably increased. Clearly, he still had a lot of fans. The guests sat down, forming a semicircle and leaving space for the camera. The first episode was designed to feel like a casual classroom chat, with the participants getting to know each other. The camera focused more on Hikaru. After all, he was the biggest star here. Mai-san. Can I call you that? During the conversation, Hikaru suddenly turned to Mai, smiling. His acting made him seem harmless, like a sunny, friendly boy. T/N, Kimochi Warui. Mai was momentarily stunned. For some reason, perhaps intuition, she instinctively wanted to stay away from him. But in front of the camera, Mai put on a professional smile and agreed. Comments like, "They're so cute together," immediately flooded the screen. Even without a script, the show was clearly pushing the Kamiki Hikaru and Sakurajima Mai pairing. One had deep roots in the industry, and the other was a rising star. Together, they had the highest potential to boost the show's popularity. Isn't that what shipping is all about? The reason Mai had looked so cold earlier was that she didn't want to fake a relationship with a stranger. However, her mother had accepted the show without consulting her. Meanwhile, in front of another screen, a girl was holding her phone, grinning foolishly. This is so great. Love and all that. The girl had short pink hair and a large black bow on her head. Not far from her, Shinomiya Kaguya was glaring at her coldly. Cancer of the earth. Kaguya muttered under her breath. This was the student council room. Yet, Fujiwara Chika wasn't doing any work. Instead, she was lounging on the sofa, watching some live stream. Watching a live stream was bad enough, but she was also shouting things like love and romance. Kaguya, already stressed about many things, was even more annoyed now. Especially when it came to love. Just hearing the word made Kaguya think of Haruto, who hadn't accepted her invitation, and a strange sense of loss washed over her. Hayasaka, kindly put Fujiwara-san to a barrel then feed her to the fishes. Kaguya waved over Hayasaka AI, then whispered into her ear. Hayasaka was speechless. Miss, please don't joke like that. The Fujiwara family was an indispensable ally to the Shinomiya family. Moreover, Hayasaka knew that Fujiwara Chika, despite being a bit of a mess, was one of the few friends her mistress had. Kaguya sighed. She was just venting. Standing up, Kaguya walked over to Chika. Since she couldn't actually take care of her, she might as well see what this cancer of the earth was watching. Standing behind Chika, Kaguya looked at her phone. On the screen, several men and women were chatting. There were also many comments scrolling across the screen. Kaguya frowned. What is this? Chika was startled by the voice behind her, nearly dropping her phone. But when she saw it was Kaguya, she quickly adjusted and smiled. Pulling Kaguya down to sit beside her, Chika began enthusiastically explaining. This is a live stream of the dating show starting Love Today. It's really interesting. Watch it with me, Kaguya. Kaguya tilted her head in confusion. What was a dating show? And what was a live stream? As the caged bird of the Shinomiya family, Kaguya had been isolated from the internet since childhood. So, she really didn't understand the concept of a dating show. It's where celebrities date each other and show the process. It's super fun. Look, these two are so sweet together. Chika, noticing Kaguya's confusion, explained while pointing at the screen. The comments were also overwhelmingly positive. Kaguya, however, frowned as she watched. That woman doesn't seem to want to talk to that man. It looks more like she's being forced. Chika was stunned, then let out a confused sound. Huh? Is that so? Kaguya was confident in her judgment. Although she didn't know much about love, she had a keen eye for reading subtle expressions. While the girl on screen was a good actress, Kaguya could still detect a hint of reluctance. Hayasaka also walked over and stood behind the sofa, looking at the phone. She reached the same conclusion as her mistress. Dating shows are about celebrities pretending to date. While some might develop real feelings, most of it is acting. What Kaguya-san is seeing as forced is just the performers adhering to the show's rules and putting on an act. Hayasaka explained to her mistress. A/N, when others are present, Hayasaka refers to Kaguya as Kaguya-san to hide their relationship. Hearing this, Kaguya's frown deepened. Forced romance? Wasn't that just like her? Her future arranged marriage would be for the sake of benefit, not out of something as frivolous as love. In the past, Kaguya would have accepted the sacrifice for her family, but now, she felt nothing but disgust at the idea. It's all acting. Ugh, I thought the couple I was shipping was real. I even liked some of Kamiki Hikaru's works. Chika whined tearfully. At that moment, someone suddenly entered the live stream. It looked like a staff member. The comments were flooded with question marks. A live accident. What's going on? I was just getting into it. Is this the next segment? But the preview didn't mention this. The staff member who had entered the frame addressed the camera. Actually, for the premiere of Starting Love today, we have a surprise. In addition to the 6 main guests, we've invited a special guest. Now, let's welcome our mystery guest. After the announcement, the camera cut to the door. Huh? A special guest. Wait, isn't 3 guys and 3 girls perfect? Why add another guest and create a love triangle? It was me. It was me who came first, whether it was the kiss or the hug. Someone banned the White Album 2 fan above. Why are there always these stomach-churning White Album 2 fans everywhere? The comments buzzed about the mystery guest. Meanwhile, off-camera, the 6 guests were stunned. What special guest? They hadn't been told about this. Their contracts definitely didn't mention this. Hikaru's right eyelid twitched, and he felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. He glanced at the director. The director was on the phone, bowing and nodding obsequiously. Seeing this, Hikaru's unease grew. And then, his worst fears were realized. The person he hated most appeared at the door. Haruto Fr. Hello MF. On camera, Haruto, dressed in a high school uniform, stepped into the classroom and smiled at the camera. His smile was like a gentle breeze, radiating warmth even through the screen. Hayasaka. Kaguya. Chika picked up her phone, scrutinized it, then turned to Kaguya in disbelief. Ah, Kaguya-san, isn't that Haruto-kun? Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Izumi-sensei. Kaguya snatched the phone and stared wide-eyed at Haruto on the screen. Then, she turned to Hayasaka in confusion. However, Hayasaka was equally shocked, her face blank. Since when did that scoundrel start filming a dating show? Huh. So Haruto-kun is also a celebrity. A star. Let me look him up. Chika's curiosity was instantly ignited. This was the guy Kaguya wanted to pursue. And now he was on a dating show. This was just too interesting. However, after a quick search, she found nothing. Meanwhile, the live stream comments were exploding. Bro, why are you so handsome? He smiled at me. He has feelings for me. 3 minutes, I need this man's full info. Damn, there's actually someone handsomer than me. Even I have to admit defeat. To the guy above, buy a mirror. They're not expensive. Or just pee and take a look at yourself. Am I the only one wondering who this guy is? I've never seen him before. Half the comments were marveling at Haruto's looks, while the other half were puzzled about his identity. Any initial skepticism had completely vanished. After all, with looks like that, he was unstoppable. The camera followed Haruto as he walked over to the 6 guests. Hikaru's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He wanted nothing more than to rush over and take revenge. He couldn't understand why Haruto was here. At the same time, his sense of foreboding grew stronger. The director, watching the comments, breathed a sigh of relief. The higher-ups had suddenly pressured him to add a special guest. This was a live stream, and the director had thought it was over. But if he didn't follow orders, he'd be replaced tomorrow. So, gritting his teeth, the director changed the livestream format. To his surprise, this newcomer with no prior experience was so handsome that no one could resist. Well, that solved that. On camera, Haruto smiled and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm the special guest, Takamine Haruto. Nice to meet you. With that, Haruto casually took a seat. The room fell silent for a moment. The 6 guests, except for Hikaru, were all confused about why Haruto had suddenly joined the show. They glanced subtly at the director, only to see him holding up a sign that read, "Keep going." They had no choice but to continue with the show, despite their confusion. So who is this guy? The guests all looked shocked. Did they not know about the special guest? Is this really a surprise? Did the higher-ups just shove this newcomer into debut? The comments were still puzzled about Haruto's identity. Meanwhile, the guests found it hard to continue their previous conversation. So, they shifted the focus to Haruto. One of the actresses asked curiously, "Haruto-kun, forgive my ignorance, but I don't think I've heard your name before. What do you do for a living?" She voiced the question on everyone's mind. Where did this guy come from? Was he a newcomer shoved in by the higher-ups? "I'm currently still a student," Haruto replied without batting an eye. At this, everyone understood. He hadn't debuted yet. He must be a newcomer pushed in by the higher-ups to ride the show's popularity. Honestly, this wasn't a good impression. Only Hikaru knew that this young man wasn't here to debut. If Haruto really wanted to debut, the forces behind him could catapult him to the top in no time. Why bother with this small show? However, even though he knew some of the details, Hikaru couldn't just spill them. Wouldn't that just give Haruto free publicity? But if he said nothing, wouldn't that just let Haruto show off? The actress who had asked the question, with a hint of malice, continued. "Oh. Which school do you attend?" In her mind, since he was debuting, his academic performance couldn't be great. If he named some no-name school, she could just say she hadn't heard of it. The higher-ups had added a newcomer without consulting the existing guests, not even notifying them. Naturally, there was some resentment. Hikaru gritted his teeth. Wasn't this just handing Haruto a platform to show off? He had seen Haruto at the Sobuhai Cultural Festival. "I currently attend Sobuhai," Haruto replied calmly. The actress was stunned. "Huh? You're from one of the big 3 schools. Then why are you debuting?" In Japan, the idol and acting industries were highly developed. This meant the number of people in these industries was staggering. But only a small fraction of them actually made it big and earned significant money. Graduates from Sobuhai, one of the big 3, could easily enter major corporations, even the 4 great zaibatsu. Why bother debuting and wading into this mess? Meanwhile, the comments exploded. Alright, this guy's probably just here for fun. Why would someone from the big 3 debut? Anyone with the skills, check if what he's saying is true. Report. Found it. Haruto, top scorer in this year's national exams. Currently enrolled at Sobuhai. He's a god. CCC. Top scorer. The live stream's popularity began to skyrocket. Mai, however, found Haruto increasingly familiar. Coupled with the mention of Sobuhai, she pulled out her phone and found the video. "Haruto-kun, is this you?" she asked curiously. Everyone turned to look at the phone screen. The video showed the stage at the Sobuhai Cultural Festival. The first thing everyone noticed was Hoshino AI. She was a top-tier idol, far more popular than any of them. Then, the boy took the stage. A powerful, emotional voice came through the speakers. The song was Guren no Yumiya, Crimson Bow and Arrow. When the video ended, everyone stared at Haruto in shock. "Yes, that's me." Haruto nodded. "I was randomly chosen to go on stage during the cultural festival." Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Wait, you call that random? With skills like that, other singers would be utterly crushed. Wouldn't it be a waste not to debut with that talent? Oh. Sobuhai Cultural Festival. Never mind. Mai was also surprised. She had seen this video online before and had marveled at the boy's singing skills. She never expected to meet him in person. Ahaha. Haruto-kun, do you like Attack on Titan 2? The actress who had tried to pick a fight earlier laughed awkwardly, trying to make up for her earlier mistake. Haruto-kun must be a huge fan of Attack on Titan. Otherwise, you couldn't have written such a fitting song. Someone else chimed in nervously. Haruto shook his head. I wouldn't say I'm a fan. It's mainly because Attack on Titan is my work, so I have a deeper connection to it. The room fell silent. Even the comments paused for a moment, leaving a blank space on the screen. Then, an overwhelming flood of comments followed. WTF. Izumi. This genius is Izumi-sensei. Izumi-sensei, I'm your fan. Stay right there, I'll bring you some local specialties. Someone. Get over here. Izumi-sensei has appeared in the flesh. Does anyone know where this live stream is happening? Report. Found the show's location. Heading there now to meet Izumi-sensei in person. Many viewers went wild. If there was one manga series that was currently the most popular, not just in Japan but across the entire anime community, it was Attack on Titan. And its author, Izumi-sensei, was a mysterious figure whom readers both loved and hated. Loved, because he had created Attack on Titan, allowing everyone to enjoy such an incredible manga. Hated, because the guy kept taking breaks, saying things like, going out for research, taking a break, moi. Now, people were actually planning to track down the live stream location and meet Haruto in person. On screen, the guests were stunned for a long time before finally coming to their senses. You're Izumi-sensei? One person asked, their voice trembling, using an honorific. Haruto waved his hand. My pen name is Izumi, but I'm not really a sensei. Just a hobbyist who likes drawing manga. Everyone felt suffocated. If Izumi-sensei, who had debuted at the peak with Attack on Titan and locked in the Rookie of the Year title in just 1 month, didn't qualify as a sensei, then everyone in the manga industry might as well switch careers. You've truly mastered the art of humble bragging. Meanwhile, the director, watching the skyrocketing popularity, was over the moon. Countless people were flooding into the live stream, whether to pay homage to the top-scoring genius or to catch a glimpse of Izumi-sensei. Either way, the hype was all about Haruto. This wasn't a dating show anymore, it was purely Haruto's solo performance. But with popularity like this, who cared about romance? The director just wanted to say, please keep showing off. Don't stop. Mai looked at Haruto, feeling like she had never met anyone like him. Unable to hold back, she asked curiously. Then, Haruto-kun, why did you come to this dating show? This was also on everyone's mind. This guy, academically, could choose any high-ranking position in the 4 great zaibatsu after graduation. In terms of achievements, he was the rookie king of the anime world. Who hadn't heard of Izumi? As for money, the peanuts this dating show paid probably weren't even enough for Haruto to draw 1 chapter of his manga. Haruto, however, looked at Mai and smiled. I came here for someone. The room fell silent. This was a story. The other guests all looked at Mai with envy. The comments exploded. Wow. What kind of light novel plot is this? I'm shipping them so hard. Izumi-sensei is too smooth. Izumi-sensei's eyes have been on Mai since he sat down. So sweet. Mai blinked in disbelief. You came here for someone. From the moment Haruto had entered, his gaze had been on her, and she had felt it. But for her? Why? Meanwhile, Hikaru was seething. He was certain that the person Haruto had come for was him. Just then, the door to the studio burst open. A figure rushed in, a gleaming knife in hand, lunging toward the guests. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, including the staff. The live stream was still running, and viewers watched as the figure charged into the frame, attempting to attack. A glint of mischief flashed in Haruto's eyes. He reached out, pulling Mai into his arms and shielding her as he moved aside. At the same time, he grabbed the others nearby, pulling them out of harm's way. In the chaos, the guests managed to retreat thanks to Haruto. Only Hikaru, sitting across from Haruto and farthest away, was left unprotected. The figure, clutching the knife, lunged at him. Kamiki Hikaru. I'll kill you. The figure screamed hysterically. T/N, bruh XD. T/N, I'm quitting translating this FIC. XD. Kidding, jokes aside, we got some pretty fun chapters ahead. Let me give a lil hint, we'll get a visit from a purple butterfly and a loner. Chapter 124, The Attacker's Identity, and Kamiki Hikaru's Fear. T/N, I forgetty. An emergency. CCC. An obsessive fan. Really trying to kill someone online. Call the police. The sudden incident threw the studio into chaos. Fortunately, Haruto had stepped in to save the guests. Otherwise, given their nerves, they might have frozen in place, staring as the attacker charged. Hikaru, however, had lived multiple lives and possessed considerable courage. While dodging, he subtly glanced at Haruto. Though he had no evidence, Hikaru was 99% sure this incident had been orchestrated by Haruto. After all, inciting obsessive fans to attack celebrities was one of Hikaru's own tactics. He suspected this was Haruto's way of turning the tables. RIP. Dodging, Hikaru only suffered a cut on his arm, avoiding any life-threatening injury. Jumping over tables and chairs, Hikaru escaped the attacker's range. Hey, this level of threat. It'll just be a stepping stone for me. Hikaru sneered inwardly. Once this was over, the media would praise his quick thinking, and his injury could be used to garner sympathy. In fact, the cut on his arm was intentional. The attacker, failing to land a hit, tried to climb over the tables and chairs. Hikaru kicked the table, causing the attacker to lose balance and fall. As the two faced off, the staff finally reacted, and several people rushed forward. The attacker was pinned to the ground by the staff. The knife was wrestled away and kicked into a corner. Hikaru looked slightly panicked, but inwardly, he was smirking. His gaze flicked toward Haruto. However, Hikaru didn't see the disappointment of a failed plan on Haruto's face. Instead, there was still a mocking glint in Haruto's eyes. Just like before. This made Hikaru's confidence waver. That was terrifying. This is straight-up criminal behavior. Thankfully no one was hurt, or this would have been the biggest broadcast accident of the year. Izumi-sensei was so cool just now. He immediately protected Mai-san in his arms. Kamiki-san was amazing too. If it were me, I'd have frozen on the spot. By the way, who's the attacker? An obsessive fan? Seems like they were targeting Kamiki-san. The comments were filled with praise. As Hikaru had predicted, his quick reaction and injury became positive publicity. Once this recording was over, his company could edit and promote it, boosting his popularity even further. That is, if nothing else went wrong. The staff pulled the attacker to their feet, preparing to restrain them until the police arrived. The director breathed a sigh of relief. This live stream had too many accidents. But this was also an opportunity for explosive popularity. The topic was trending like crazy. The director could already imagine the show topping the hot search tomorrow, achieving massive success and reaping both fame and profit. But then, as the attacker was pulled up, the hood covering their head slipped off. A twisted face appeared on screen. The moment Hikaru saw that face, his mind exploded. He recognized the attacker. They were a former member of the Lalali company, where Hikaru had also performed. Realizing this, Hikaru vaguely guessed what was happening. He glared at Haruto. At that moment, Haruto was off camera, and the other guests were focused on the attacker. Only Hikaru saw the mocking smirk on Haruto's face, just like before. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hikaru immediately moved to shut down the live stream. Kamiki Hikaru. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. For Mikaya. You deserve to die. The restrained attacker roared. At the same time, they began struggling violently, their strength overwhelming the staff trying to hold them down. Mikaya. Does the attacker know Kamiki-san? Mikaya must be that girl from the Lalali agency. Wait. Look closely, isn't this a member of the Lalali agency? Didn't they go to jail? Didn't Mikaya die in a violent incident? Why would the attacker seek revenge from Kamiki Hikaru? I smell a huge scandal. Could Kamiki Hikaru be involved in Mikaya's death and this person's imprisonment? Fans of Hikaru quickly recognized the attacker's identity. Mikaya had also been a member of Lalali, once as famous as Hikaru. But she had died in a violent incident. Behind that incident, of course, was Hikaru pulling the strings. It seemed like the truth was coming out, but in reality, the attacker and Mikaya had almost no connection. Moreover, Hikaru had covered his tracks perfectly, leaving no evidence. Hearing this, Hikaru was furious. Though he had indeed orchestrated Mikaya's death, this situation was clearly a setup. Shut down the live stream. Hikaru shouted at the staff, no longer caring about appearances. While shutting down the live stream mid-incident might seem like covering up, it was still a reasonable response. If they could end the stream now, the fallout could be managed later. But Haruto wasn't about to let him have his way. A faint red light flashed in Haruto's eyes. The staff member controlling the equipment fell under the influence of the Sharingan's Genjutsu, their eyes going blank. Seeing this, Hikaru rushed to the equipment, planning to shut it down himself. Meanwhile, the attacker continued to shout. Kamiki Hikaru. You bullied me, and I could forgive that. You used your resources to take Mikaya from me, and I could forgive that too. But why? Why did you incite your fans to kill Mikaya? You slept with her. She was carrying your child. You framed me and sent me to jail. Were you that afraid I'd seek revenge? Then why did you kill Mikaya in the first place? I'll kill you, Kamiki Hikaru. Even if I have to crawl out of hell, I'll kill you. Let's go to hell together. As the attacker roared, they broke free from the staff and lunged at Hikaru. This time, their speed and strength were noticeably enhanced. Hikaru, trying to shut down the equipment, had moved away from the tables and chairs. He was tackled to the ground, the attacker's hands around his throat. The shadow of death loomed over Hikaru. Even after multiple reincarnations, this was the first time he had faced such violent death head-on. His survival instincts kicked in, and his hands flailed wildly. His fingers brushed against something cold. Hikaru instinctively grabbed it and thrust it toward the attacker. Thud. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. The knife that had been kicked into the corner had, coincidentally, ended up in Hikaru's hands and was now, coincidentally, plunged into the attacker's chest. The blade pierced the heart, and the attacker immediately went limp, their grip on Hikaru loosening. Blood splattered as the attacker collapsed onto Hikaru. This scene was captured by the camera and broadcast to thousands of viewers. Amid the bloodshed, the live stream was forcibly shut down, and the channel was banned. Viewers, after screaming in shock, began refreshing the page. But their efforts were in vain, the live stream was gone. With nowhere to discuss the incident, viewers flooded YouTube's discussion boards. Many had recorded the incident from the beginning. In the blink of an eye, dozens of screen recordings were uploaded to the video section of YouTube. The heat quickly climbed, and the topic instantly became a hot search. Questionable cause of death of Makaya, member of Lalali. Accident during live broadcast of dating show, Starting Love Today. Intrusion by an obsessive fan. The shocking scoop about Troop Lalali. Bullying members, forcing young girls, and he's still popular today. We are all responsible. Fugitive caught, escaped from prison just to avenge his beloved, and the target of revenge is actually this celebrity. Several tags were hung on the hot search list, instantly dominating it. And the top search term was Hikari Kamiki kills. Some of the uploaded screen recordings involving bloody violence were banned. But some clever people cut out the last few frames or added thick mosaics. This way, without the gore elements, it was just pure violence, and because of the high topic search, it passed the review. Soon, the homepage was occupied by screen recordings. Netizens in the first line of surfing in Japan almost all learned about this incident. For a while, various speculations were flying everywhere. PR. Not to mention too late for PR, even with the fastest reaction, PR was powerless. The videos were already welded on the homepage, and the hot search list was early nailed down. Withdrawing from the hot search. The staffs managing the hot search were all at a 5-star restaurant in Japan, invited by Umbrella for a meal. Pushing away the corpse on his body. Yes, a corpse. The stab just now went straight into the heart, causing instant death. Hikaru, covered in blood, got up from the ground, his face ferocious. Seeing this, several guests all stepped back. Even the staff of the dating show were scared and retreated. Hikaru looked at Haruto, wishing he could pounce on him and eat his flesh and drink his blood. Hikaru knew that his acting career was over. Reached the end. Even without looking at the outside information, he understood that there was no room for maneuver. The assailant died on the spot. The slander against him with a human life, even if the assailant's words had no evidence, it didn't matter anymore. Hikaru only felt that the young man in front of him, who still had a calm sneer attitude, was a devil. Because of reincarnation, Hikaru, who considered himself superior, now deeply felt that he was nothing more than an ant that could be casually crushed underfoot in front of him. The appearance of this assailant, from the very beginning, was not to kill Hikaru. The scene at this moment was what the devil wanted. This assailant had no extra interactions with Makaya and had no reason to seek revenge. Moreover, he was also a real criminal, drug addict and rapist, and it was natural for him to go to prison. But, after the incident, the assailant's imprisonment would be spread as Hikaru Kamiki's framing. Makaya and the assailant would become a pair of ill-fated lovers, persecuted by Hikaru Kamiki, both meeting their demise. Even without evidence, labels like bullying, scum, murderer were already welded onto Hikaru. And all of this was thanks to the devil in front of him. At this moment, Hikaru felt a deep fear. It was a fear deeper than death. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Adolescent Syndrome of Sakurajima Mai. Wow. That was thrilling. But Haruto is so amazing, I think I've caught on to Haruto's handsomeness. Looking at the dark live broadcast room, Chika stroked her chest while exclaiming. Meanwhile, Shinomiya Kaguya's expression was complicated. So handsome, no, not that. This man, isn't he too much of a scum? He already has Hayasaka AI, yet he still goes to participate in a dating show. And he's so protective of the woman next to him. Are actors and celebrities really that good? Kaguya was somewhat dissatisfied. Her invitation fell through, as the young lady of the Shinomiya family, where is she inferior to that actress? Thinking of this, Shinomiya Kaguya looked down. A sudden surge of resentment arose from her when all she could see is the Great Plain of Kanto. Meanwhile, Hayasaka AI had guessed something. This scumbag president was most likely carrying out an anomaly containment or contact mission. That assailant was probably a D-class personnel. Although Hayasaka AI hadn't seen the anomaly materials on Hikaru, she had guessed the truth pretty well. But, even while on a mission, he still doesn't forget to flirt. This scumbag president. Kaguya-chan. You need to step up your offensive. Quickly bring Haruto to Shichiin Academy, don't let someone else take him first. Fujiwara Chika shook Kaguya. This girl was completely a romance enthusiast. Kaguya looked numb, planning to send an invitation to Haruto in a couple of days. No matter what, she had to bring Haruto to the upcoming evening party. At this moment, at the live broadcast site of the dating show. Seeing Hikaru sink into fear, Haruto just sneered. Reincarnator? Even if you were the reincarnation anomaly entity, in front of the SCP Foundation, you're just a containment object. The assailant this time was transferred by Haruto. Coincidentally, this guy was sentenced to death for various crimes, drug addiction and trafficking, rape, etc. He was extradited by the Foundation and brought back as D-class personnel. Since he's D-class personnel, it doesn't matter how he's expended. After an A-level memory alteration, this scene was set up. From the initial design, Haruto didn't plan to kill Hikaru here, but to ruin his reputation. Through this method, to observe if the reincarnation anomaly would react. Moreover, this was a live broadcast. Killing Hikaru in front of the live broadcast camera, in case it triggered the reincarnation anomaly, causing some anomalies. Then Haruto would have to conduct a large-scale memory wipe. Afterwards, in the silence, Inspector Megure arrived with the officers from the Chiba Police Department. The scene was preserved, and the staff and Hikaru were taken away for investigation. The others, being unrelated to the incident and considering the artists going to jail would be bad for their image, were on the spot recorded and then released. Oh, it's you again. Inspector Megure recognized Haruto, walked over, and patted his shoulder. He had just watched the recording. Once again, this young man had acted bravely and righteously, protecting several artists, especially the young girl beside him. This was a live broadcast, and with several artists who had fan bases. If these artists were involved in the incident, and something happened, then the police department would be very busy. Of course, even now the matter was not small. But, Haruto had prevented a huge trouble for the Chiba Police Department. Therefore, Inspector Megure's attitude was extremely good, and his impression of Haruto was increasingly better. This was not only a brave and righteous good young man, but also a helpful citizen to the police department. Haruto chuckled, feeling somewhat complicated. After retrieving his memories, he remembered this Inspector Megure. Speaking of which, this wasn't even in Baika Town. Well, in the next couple of days, I'll have to prepare a brave and righteous banner for you, and also apply for a bonus for you. Inspector Megure said with a smile. Haruto waved his hand, indicating it wasn't necessary. By the way, Inspector Megure, do you know a kid named Conan? Haruto tentatively asked. Inspector Megure was stunned, then nodded. Yes, I know him, that kid is quite smart, and has helped me solve many cases, do you know him? Hearing this, Haruto couldn't help but click his tongue. The detective Conan. Haruto always felt that Conan was a walking weak mimetic. Ahem, no, I don't know him, it's just that I used to be neighbors with Kudo Shinichi, and I heard him mention it before. Haruto casually brushed it off. And by the way asked where Conan lived. He planned to check it out later, in case it really was a mimetic anomaly, it would be better to contain it. After the conversation, Inspector Megure led the police department team to wrap up. At this time, the managers and teams of the artists also one after another arrived. Haruto glanced at Sakurajima Mai. Regarding Sakurajima Mai, with his memories retrieved, Haruto of course knew. Not only is she a stunning beauty, but she also has an amazing personality, kind, understanding, and highly emotionally intelligent. She can drive at 300 mph, bold, confident, straightforward and shit, but can also become shy and bashful in the next moment, like a delicate maiden. Because he knew her, Haruto's gaze remained on Mai after entering the show. Speaking of which, Mai was also a victim of puberty/adolescent syndrome, making her an anomaly. At this moment, Mai was facing off against her manager who was also her mother, with a cold expression. But that was to be expected. Her mother had forcibly signed her up for this romance reality show. Moreover, she had planned to pair Mai up with Hikaru for a publicity stunt. Now that Hikaru's scandal had come to light, even though Mai knew that the entertainment industry was quite dark and that things weren't always what they seemed, she didn't believe that this incident had come out of nowhere. Just thinking about Hikaru made her feel physically uncomfortable. To put it plainly, she felt like vomiting. In truth, ever since she found out that her mother had forced her onto this show, Mai had already felt utterly disappointed. Her own mother treated her as nothing more than a tool to make money. And Hikaru's scandal was just the final straw. Now, Mai was having the most extreme thought, she wanted to quit the industry. During the standoff, Mai's gaze unintentionally swept across the room, eventually locking eyes with Haruto. Without hesitation, she boldly ignored her mother and walked straight toward Haruto. Once she reached him, the girl bowed deeply. Haruto-san, thank you for saving me back then. Haruto waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it wasn't a big deal. It was just a reflex. It would have been too much of a waste for a young girl like you to perish at such a young age. He made up an excuse offhandedly. In reality, even if he hadn't done anything, the attacker wouldn't have been able to harm Mai. Hearing his words, Mai lifted her head and looked at the young man, a hint of surprise in her expression. From the moment they first met, Mai had a certain feeling. And now, that feeling had reached its peak. The boy before her was unlike anyone else she had ever met. He felt like a completely unique existence. Having been in the industry since childhood, Mai had encountered all kinds of people. Many surrounded her, showering her with attention. But they were all after something, either treating her as a tool for their benefit or coveting her beauty. The boy before her, however, was completely different. As if possessed, Mai suddenly asked. "You said, you came to this romance reality show for someone." The moment she asked, she regretted it. Her fingers unconsciously rubbed the hem of her clothes. Haruto was momentarily taken aback before letting out a chuckle. "That was just something I said to fit the show's theme. In reality, I'm just here to boost the live stream's popularity." Mai was stunned by his response. She had thought she would hear something else. Haruto continued explaining. "This romance show is now being funded by Umbrella, and I'm the owner of Umbrella. For the sake of profit, it's only natural for me to step in and stir up some publicity." Mai was completely dumbfounded. The young man before her was actually the boss of Umbrella. The director, who had been stealthily listening in, was also in shock. He had originally planned to approach Haruto and ask him to become a regular guest for the next episode. After all, with Hikaru's scandal, the likelihood of continuing the show was practically zero. He might even get blacklisted. But the show was now hotter than ever, and the director didn't want to waste this opportunity, so he was trying to keep it going. But now, Haruto turned out to be the biggest sponsor. The phone call he had received earlier, pressuring him, had come from Umbrella. The director was completely stunned. Seeing Mai still frozen in place, Haruto teased with a playful smile. "It seems like Mai-san isn't satisfied with that explanation. Honestly, I was just being a stubborn teenager trying to cover up my true thoughts. The truth is, I came here for Mai-san. After all, you're simply too charming." Before he could finish, Mai's face turned slightly red, and she stomped her foot in feigned anger. "This guy." Haruto chuckled but didn't tease her further. However, his gaze lingered on her. Mai's puberty syndrome hadn't triggered yet. Just like the others who were about to attend Star Sea Academy, Mai had been infected with puberty syndrome due to the Charlotte meteor shower 10 years ago. And her infection level was even higher than the others. Once it activated, even she wouldn't be able to control her newfound abilities. Speaking of which, he wondered if the universal cure, SCP-500, could treat the illness caused by the Charlotte meteor. Later, Mai left, but before doing so, she gave Haruto a long, deep look. After she was gone, the director came over with a flattering smile. "Haruto-san, do you have time to stay for future episodes?" Haruto immediately understood his intention. Under normal circumstances, his goal was already accomplished after getting rid of Hikaru, so he wouldn't have continued filming. But now, there was still a certain bunny girl senpai here. After a brief moment of thought, Haruto nodded. "Give me a copy of the filming schedule. If I have time, I'll join. If not, the crew will have to adjust to my availability." The director eagerly nodded. Of course. This guy was the big boss. Making money was the priority. No shame in that. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Picking Up a Butterfly. First encounter with Bocce. T/N, since y'all been good boys, or a rare species I call girl in WN, here's an advanced chapter. Red Heart. After further investigation, Hikaru was ruled to have acted in self-defense rather than intentional assault. Additionally, the case involving Messiah's violent altercation and death was reopened for investigation. However, due to a severe lack of evidence, while Hikaru remained a suspect, he was not detained and was instead released on bail. That said, until the case was resolved, he was restricted to Chiba City and had to be available for questioning at any time. But none of that mattered to Kamiki Hikaru. What mattered was that the internet had erupted into chaos. Though he wasn't a top-tier superstar, he was quite well known. Especially with his carefully crafted public persona of a morally upright actor, he had built a solid reputation. But now, everything had crumbled. The public was in an uproar over Messiah's death. Even though the police were still investigating and withholding official statements, public sentiment had already gone wild. Furthermore, even if Messiah's death was formally ruled out, the fact remained that Hikaru had killed someone. The attacker's image had already been twisted into that of a tragic avenger. Some people even voiced their dissatisfaction with the police for ruling it as self-defense. The situation had become so distorted that Hikaru's career as an actor and as a public figure was completely over. Back at his company, Hikaru finally lost his composure. With a loud bang, he kicked a table, sending it flying. Haruto. He roared in fury, venting his frustration. For the first time, he had completely lost his cool. Until now, as a reincarnator, he had always been successful and never felt such rage. After all, anger was just another form of helplessness. When faced with overwhelming powerlessness and fear, emotions would ignite into rage, driving people to madness. His once pristine office was now a wreck. Outside, his employees exchanged uncertain glances. Most of them were already thinking about their next career moves. They had once admired Hikaru's charisma. But now, their respect had turned into contempt, both for his actions and for their impending unemployment. This company was doomed. After all, it had revolved entirely around Kamiki Hikaru. Without him, there was no business. Meanwhile, all of this was being monitored in real time by the Foundation's operatives. Kamiki Hikaru's image had shattered, his career as an actor was finished. Will the reincarnation anomaly behind him appear? Will it intervene? This was the primary focus of the Foundation personnel's observation. If, after a certain period, Hikaru still did not exhibit any abnormal phenomena, then he would be detained, executed, and the process would be observed to see if it triggered a reincarnation anomaly. It may sound cold, but this was because Hikaru was unworthy of being considered human. His actions alone were already enough to categorize him as Class D personnel. Thus, the Foundation personnel would act without hesitation, adhering strictly to their principles of observation and containment of anomalies. On the other hand, as Haruto left the live stream location, he was immediately surrounded by a crowd. People had actually come in person to see Izumi-sensei offline. Faced with the enthusiastic fans, Haruto found himself at a bit of a loss. Do you guys want autographs?" he asked sheepishly, feeling somewhat guilty. Somewhere in the crowd, a voice suddenly shouted, "Catch that damn Izumi." Haruto was instantly swallowed by the crowd, lifted up, and tossed into the air. As they threw him up and caught him, the fans interrogated him. "Izumi-sensei, you're always out gathering material, does this seem reasonable to you?" "Kisses? Hell no. Updates. This industry doesn't need a tumor like you. Izumi-sensei. If you don't agree to daily updates, then just stay up there forever." Being thrown up and down, Haruto was both amused and exasperated. True, he had been slacking off with his manga updates, but wasn't it all in the name of saving humanity? This is a lie. In the end, Haruto reached a compromise with his fans. For the next 3 months, he would ensure stable weekly updates. Only then did the fans finally let him go. Their expressions were filled with misery. Other manga artists, when their work becomes popular, immediately increase their update frequency. But this guy? They had to fight just to get him to update consistently. And it was only for 3 months. Absolutely ridiculous. But it was also a sign of deep love and frustration. Finally, Haruto managed to soothe his fans by giving each of them a signed autograph and taking photos with them. Unfortunately, for the next 3 months, he would actually have to stick to regular updates, no more going out under the pretext of gathering material. Afterward, Haruto slipped away, heading back to his apartment. What? School. At this point, the Hayakao Private Academy was practically under Haruto's control. Classes. He could attend whenever he wanted. As he walked, Haruto passed by a small park. Glancing at the familiar scenery, he couldn't help but sigh. The scenery remained unchanged, but everything else was different. Ever since he picked up Annie here, his life had undergone a massive transformation. As he reflected, Haruto noticed a girl sitting on a park bench. Pink hair, blue eyes, a tracksuit, with yellow and blue square hair clips on the right side of her head. Her long pink bangs covered her eyes. Her fashion sense was terrible, wearing a signature pink tracksuit, layering a skirt over her sweatpants. Though she was undeniably cute, her aura was completely gloomy. Beside her was a large guitar case, and she fiddled with multiple wristbands on her arm. Haruto narrowed his eyes. That's Bocce, isn't it? It has to be Bocce. He hadn't expected to run into Bocce here. Haruto quickly composed himself, then entered the park and sat on a swing, just like before. Suppressing the grin threatening to spread across his face, he put on a melancholic expression. At the same time, he pulled out his phone and sent a message. Meanwhile, the girl on the bench finally noticed that there was now a boy in the park. Her name was Hitori Goto. In Japanese, Hitori sounds the same as alone, which is also the meaning of Bocce. An ordinary high school girl. A socially anxious high school girl. Her hobbies included playing guitar, being in a band, and spending time online. Her guitar, which was beside her, was meant to be a conversation starter at school, something to draw people in so they would talk to her. However, an entire day passed, and not a single classmate approached her. Utterly dejected, she wandered into the park after school, seeking solace. That person, he looks just like me, someone who's alone. Seeing the boy on the swing, Hitori felt a sense of kinship. The shared loneliness comforted her a little. She even had a fleeting thought, should she go over and talk to him? Of course, it was just a thought. The moment the idea crossed her mind, her body froze, and she couldn't make a sound. Severe social anxiety. So, she simply continued observing from afar. Hang in there, stranger. Even people like us, someday we'll. Hitori silently cheered him on in her heart. However. Brother. Hitori. A white-haired girl ran up to the boy and jumped into his arms. Behind her, another girl of about the same age as Hitori followed with a cheerful smile. The boy's melancholic demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a warm smile. That smile, like sunlight and a gentle breeze, was so dazzling that Hitori felt like she was melting. She hugged her guitar case tightly. QAQ. She had mistaken him for a fellow loner, only to find out that he was just waiting for someone. In reality, he was a social butterfly, a winner at life. I sincerely apologize for assuming we were the same. Hitori silently apologized, tears streaming down her face. But she didn't realize that the boy was observing her with great interest. As expected, no matter how you look at it, Bocce is super cute. That thought lingered in Haruto's mind. And because she was too cute, he really wanted to tease her a little. Of course, it wouldn't do to go too far. Haruto decided that it was about time to go over and strike up a conversation. He'd just used the talent agency as an excuse. Though recruiting Hitori Goto was unlikely to succeed, just the act of being approached and acknowledged might make her happy. Just as Haruto was about to make his move, a blonde girl with a side ponytail entered the park and walked straight up to Hitori. Haruto paused. It's Shimikitazawa's little angel, so the story's beginning now. Watching with interest, he abandoned his plan to approach Hitori. This was the catalyst for Hitori Goto joining the band. Haruto didn't want to interfere. Rather than intervening now, he'd wait and capture the entire band in one go later. Sure enough, after a brief conversation, Hitori was hastily dragged away. Watching the scene unfold, Haruto grinned. Brother, you've got such terrible hobbies. Shiro, nestled in Haruto's arms, commented. T/N, finally, we got some answers. A/N. Speaking of Shiro, some people in the comments have been asking, with the timeline shift in Itamori Town, what happens to Shiro? First of all, whether in the original setting or this book's setting, Shiro was always an orphan from the start. She didn't lose her family because of the Itamori Town anomaly, so the timeline change wouldn't affect that. In this timeline, even though the anomaly didn't break out, after containing Shy Guy, Haruto still went to the orphanage. At the orphanage, he adopted Shiro, who was isolated by the other kids due to her exceptionally high intelligence. That much remains unchanged. Being called out by Shiro, Haruto cleared his throat and reined in his smile. In front of Shiro, he had to maintain the image of a dependable big brother. Now chuckled at the sight. Let's go home. Haruto said, picking up Shiro and taking Nao's hand, preparing to leave the park. At that moment, a sudden ringing of steel echoed through the air. Haruto looked up. A figure was plummeting from the sky, just like when Annie had fallen. Haruto raised an eyebrow. Setting Shiro down on the swing, he stepped forward effortlessly, positioning himself beneath the falling figure. As he caught them, he was met with a rich floral scent. Fragrant but not overwhelming, it brought a strange sense of clarity to the mind. This was a girl, and her attire surprised Haruto. Her black uniform-style outfit looked extremely solemn. However, what stood out the most was her outer garment. No, calling it a cloak would be more appropriate. It was a haori with a butterfly wing pattern, and as she fell, it appeared as dazzling as real butterfly wings. Shinobu. Haruto instinctively thought of that name. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Kane Kochu and the Demon Slayer World Coordinates. T/N, ah fuck, translator sen feel like a whole fucking train tried to ice guy his ass to some shitty another world. Probably never have a drink till you drop ass mentality. Shinobu. Haruto looked at the unconscious girl in his arms, somewhat surprised. However, he quickly realized something was off. The girl's hair color seemed different from the Shinobu he remembered. She had long, jet black hair, with emerald green butterfly hairpins on both sides of her ears, the tips of the hairpins transitioning into a shade of purple. In Haruto's memory, the Demon Slayer Corps Shinobu had medium short hair with strikingly deep purple tips. Could this girl not be Shinobu? Or was Shinobu he remembered actually different from reality? That wouldn't be too surprising, after all, illustrations in the anime world and a real, living girl could have some discrepancies. At that moment, Shiro and Nao also reacted and quickly approached. Whoa. So beautiful girls really can fall from the sky? I thought you was just making things up. Nao exclaimed in amazement. This curious white-haired girl had, of course, already investigated Annie and Haruto's first meeting. She had previously refused to believe Haruto's claim that Annie fell from the sky. But now, it seemed to be true. Beautiful girls really did fall from the sky. Shiro, meanwhile, reached out and lifted the girl's haori. Beneath it, Shiro pulled out a peculiar sword. This long sword had an extremely thin blade, almost as if only the edge remained while the rest of the blade had been discarded. The blade was razor-sharp, featuring a blood groove along its back, clearly an extraordinary weapon. The sword's tsuba was orange and shaped like a four-leaf clover. The handle was emerald green, and the blade itself was a peachy pink hue, with the words, Demon Slayer, engraved on it. However, the sword was no longer intact. The blade had multiple chips, and the tip was missing entirely. Judging by its state, both the sword and its owner had likely been through an extremely perilous battle. The girl's hands were still tightly gripping the sword's hilt. Even though she was unconscious, her fingers showed no sign of loosening. At that moment, Haruto felt a sticky sensation in his hands. Looking down, he saw that his hands were covered in blood. The girl's body had long been soaked in blood, but because of her dark uniform, it hadn't been immediately noticeable. Big brother, should we save her? Now took out a syringe and looked at Haruto for confirmation. Haruto nodded. The Ghoul 3 solution was injected into the girl's veins. Her weakening breath stabilized rapidly, and her condition quickly improved. Her blood seeped into Haruto's skin. Upon absorbing it, Haruto read the girl's memories and finally learned her true identity. Although she was indeed from Demon Slayer, she was not Shinobu. She was Kochu Kane. At that moment, Kane suddenly opened her eyes. Her light purple eyes were strikingly beautiful, filled with warmth and determination. The moment she regained consciousness, her breathing pattern changed. Gone was the faint, unconscious breathing, it became powerful and distinct. Kane immediately leaped from Haruto's arms, raising her damaged sword defensively. Haruto made no effort to stop her, nor was he surprised. This girl had survived countless battles, dancing on the edge of life and death. Just like Annie in the past, she had an intense sense of vigilance. Keeping her distance, Kane watched them warily, her mind filled with confusion. Where was she? Who were these people? Wasn't she just fighting an upper moon demon? Hadn't she already reached her limit, teetering on the edge of death? As she recalled the scenes before losing consciousness, Butterfly Kane subconsciously tightened her grip on her sword. The upper moon demon had been absurdly strong, on a completely different level than any other demons she had faced. So, am I already dead? Kane thought as she adjusted her breathing technique. Suddenly, her pupils shrank. Did you turn me into a demon? Though her tone remained gentle and polite, her eyes burned with fierce resistance. Kane knew her body better than anyone. Due to her specialized breathing technique and years of battle, her body had been riddled with injuries and heavily worn down. Her lifespan had significantly shortened, and she likely didn't have much time left. Yet at this moment, she felt unbelievably light, freer than ever before. Every hidden injury from battle, every organ weakened by her breathing technique, had been completely healed. Such a miracle in Kane's understanding was impossible for humans. The only explanation, she had been turned into a demon, gaining their powerful regenerative abilities. However, becoming a demon was something Kane would never accept, even in death. A demon. Like a ghost. You're not dead, you know. Now tilted her head in confusion. She didn't understand what Kane meant by demon. But Haruto did. In Kane's world, the Demon Slayer world, there existed an anomaly known as Muzan Kabutsuji. He was known as the first demon. Muzan possessed moderate regeneration, weak transmission ability, and moderate combat strength. Using his weak transmission ability, he created a certain number of demons. These demons, similar to ghouls, fed on humans to enhance their power. As inferior versions of Muzan, they had weak to low regenerative abilities and combat power, and they were all under his control. On the human side, people formed the Demon Slayer Corps to combat these creatures. The Demon Slayers inherited the breathing techniques from ancient records, using specialized breathing methods to draw out their physical potential, overdrawing their bodies to gain the power needed to fight demons. We are not some malicious organization that randomly transforms people into inferior creatures. Haruto stated calmly. Kane was momentarily stunned. Demons were inferior creatures. From what she knew, demons had lifespans spanning hundreds or even thousands of years, and as long as their heads weren't cut off by a Nichiren blade, they could regenerate from any injury. Most demons believed themselves to be superior to humans. And in terms of sheer power, humans indeed fell short. Yet, the men before her called demons inferior. Noticing her confusion, Haruto continued. They fear sunlight and are bound by Muzan's control. If that's not an inferior creature, what is? Indeed, demons feared the sun and could only move at night. After a long silence, Kane sheathed her broken sword. Years of hunting demons had sharpened her instincts. These three people before her were undoubtedly human. However, they were unlike any humans she had ever seen. My apologies for my rudeness. I am Coach Akane. Thank you for saving my life. She bowed deeply. By nature, she was a gentle and polite person. If not for her urgent battle against an upper moon demon, she would have prioritized repaying her debt before asking anything else. Seeing her change in attitude, Haruto smiled. He was quite interested in this girl. For one reason, Kane carried coordinate power. Notification: this entity possesses coordinate attributes. A portal to the Demon Slayer world can now be opened. Target world: Demon Slayer. Anomaly to be contained: Musen Kibutsuji. Would you like to open the portal now? This was the notification he had received after saving Kane. Haruto had always been intrigued by the Demon Slayer world. Musen would make for an excellent test subject. Once captured, he could be kept next to Rize. Kane, take a good look around. This is no longer the world you know. T/N, déjà vu. Haruto smoothly repeated the same spiel he had used to deceive Annie. Seeing his skilled manipulation, Nao and Shiro exchanged glances. Both of them showed helpless expressions. Well, for now, let's move first. Once we reach the containment facility, I'll explain everything in detail. Haruto briefly explained the difference between worlds, then prepared to bring the girl to the containment facility. Hearing his words, Kane was stunned. This is another world. There are no upper moon demons here that she needs to fight. She somehow crossed worlds and ended up here. Looking around at her surroundings. This place indeed didn't resemble the world she was familiar with. The world of Demon Slayer was still in the Industrial Revolution era. Feeling lost, Kane instinctively chose to trust the young man before her. After all, he was the one who saved her life. Thus, Kane followed Haruto and his companions as they headed toward the containment facility in Chiba City. I still don't know how to address you. After her initial confusion faded, Kane grew curious about the young man's identity. Ah, that was my oversight. My name is Takamine Haruto, this is Naotomori, and this is Shiro. Haruto briefly introduced the three of them. This may be a bit presumptuous, but may I ask how I was saved? Kane asked with a puzzled expression. Even though crossing worlds was already a miraculous event. Before that, she had been on the verge of death, fighting an upper moon demon. At that time, she was purely relying on willpower to fight, and her body had been so damaged that it was beyond medical treatment. And yet, now she felt better than ever. Moreover, this healing method couldn't have turned her into a demon. After all, the sun was shining brightly, and as she basked in its warmth, she felt no discomfort at all. Hearing her question, Haruto casually retrieved a vial of Ghoul 3 solution from his Kamui space and handed it to Kane. This is one of the Foundation's research results. It can rapidly heal a person's injuries in a short time. As long as the body isn't completely ruined, it can even revive someone who has experienced brief death. Kane stared at the syringe in her hand, her eyes widening in shock. Chapter 128, containing the Demon Slayer world and Kaguya's invitation. Kane clutched the syringe tightly. If what this young man said was true, then, this small syringe was practically a second life for a person. Even the Demon Slayer core members, those whose bodies were torn apart by blood demon arts, could use this solution to be reborn. If the pillars could get their hands on this solution, they could continue fighting, continue growing stronger. Then, even Musen. Haruto tilted his head and noticed Kane's solemn expression, immediately guessing her thoughts. You don't actually need to worry about that. Haruto said something that seemed completely out of place. While Kane was still confused, they arrived at a dessert shop. The store's exquisite decor made Kane's eyes widen slightly. However, they didn't linger inside. Instead, they passed through and headed straight for the kitchen. Under the operation of the staff, a section of the kitchen wall suddenly opened, revealing an internal alloy elevator. Still in shock, Kane was led inside the elevator. After Haruto swiped his identification card, the alloy door snapped shut, and the elevator swiftly descended. The alloy elevator wasn't completely sealed off but embedded with a special type of glass. This material was stronger than most alloys and allowed for a clear view of the outside world. This wasn't meant for sightseeing but was a necessary design. If containment breaches occurred and surveillance systems failed, personnel needed to rely on their own eyes to assess the situation. At this moment, through the special glass, Kane saw an unbelievable sight. Alloy corridors crisscrossed in an intricate yet orderly manner, resembling a massive honeycomb. As the elevator rapidly descended, the interwoven corridors grew larger, making it clear just how vast this place truly was. When the alloy doors finally opened, it was as if another world was unfolding before her eyes. Kane was too stunned to speak. Welcome to the SCP Foundation containment facility. Haruto said with a smile. After that, he led Kane on a tour of the facility, explaining along the way. I actually know a bit about your world, about Musen and the Demon Slayer Corps. Hearing this, Kane's eyes widened. Even though she had crossed into another world, this young man knew about her world's situation. Of course, that's not the main point. The important thing is, I can open a portal to your world. At this moment, Haruto happened to lead Kane to the light containment zone. He opened a particular containment room and pointed inside. Kane looked in and saw a swirling, vortex-like portal standing quietly in midair. From time to time, Foundation personnel would step through it, either appearing out of thin air or vanishing into it. That portal led to the world of Titans, with a containment facility already established on the other side. Seeing this, Kane became visibly excited. She was a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, bearing the mission of hunting demons. If she had died, so be it. But now that she was alive, she had to return and fulfill her duty. Moreover, after observing the containment facility for a while, Kane understood just how terrifying the SCP Foundation was. Compared to the Foundation, Musen was nothing more than a lowly creature. With that realization, Kane turned to Haruto. Without hesitation, she dropped to one knee and sincerely pleaded. Haruto-kun, please help us. The Demon Slayer Corps has almost no hope of winning against Musen. Every day, many people are killed by demons, and despite giving our all, the Demon Slayer Corps continues to suffer losses. If you can kill Musen, I'll accept any condition, even if it costs me my life. The usually gentle girl was now more determined than ever. Seeing this, Haruto quickly helped her up. Looking into Kane's pleading eyes, he reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Oh, right, I haven't told you the SCP Foundation's mission yet. Haruto said with a smile. SCP stands for Secure, Contain, Protect. Our mission is to contain anomalies and protect humanity. So, even without Kane's request, the SCP Foundation would have intervened to contain Musen. As for conditions, there are none. We are an organization that exists for humanity, not for personal gain. Hearing this, Kane's purple eyes shone with hope. The Demon Slayer Corps existed to protect humanity, fighting selflessly. But she never expected anyone else to understand their struggle or selflessly help them. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps was just a small group, an anomaly in their world. Most people, even in the face of life and death crises, only cared about their own interests. Haruto's words reminded Kane of the day she first joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Haruto-kun, if I survive after Musen is contained, can I join the SCP Foundation? Kane suddenly squinted her eyes and smiled. Haruto was momentarily stunned, then ruffled her hair again. If you want to, the Foundation will always welcome you. Besides, Musen is nothing special, nothing will go wrong. T/N, Murphy. Then again, Michael is just an overgrown bug, I doubt something will go wrong. After that, Kane was taken to a new containment room. Meanwhile, Haruto went to summon the Mobile Task Force, Wings of Freedom. For this Demon Slayer world containment operation, Haruto wouldn't personally oversee everything. Leaving the main world without him could be risky in case of high-threat anomalies. Besides, as Haruto had said, Musen was honestly quite weak. The Mobile Task Force could completely crush him. You have a mission for us. Levi led the Wings of Freedom team in, looking somewhat puzzled. The Foundation rarely mobilized the mobile task forces unless dealing with high-risk anomalies. Levi had actually been feeling bored while staying at the Foundation. Haruto nodded. This time, the mission is in another world. Then, he briefed Levi on the Demon Slayer world situation. Hearing this, even Levi's usually deadpan eyes showed a hint of fighting spirit. After all, he was from the world of Titans. And his world had been saved by Haruto. Now, it seemed it was their turn to save another world. No need to hunt every demon down. Just find Musen and inject him with this. Once he's infected, the other demons will die on their own. Haruto handed Levi several syringes. Inside was his own blood. The Blacklight virus. Once Musen was infected with the Blacklight virus, all the demons linked to him would explode on the spot. After all, every other demon was merely an inferior version of him, created from his blood. Levi stored the syringe in the Crimson armor for safekeeping. The Crimson series of armor had now developed into its third generation. Compared to the first generation, Crimson 1, the Crimson 3 had received an all-around upgrade, higher, faster, stronger. Moreover, it was also equipped with an arc reactor, making its endurance capabilities terrifying. However. But according to your description, Musen seems hard to find. Levi frowned as he spoke. If there was one thing Musen excelled at, it was hiding. He suppressed his aura and blended seamlessly into human society, leaving no trace. Even his subordinates, the numerous demons under him, had no idea where his true body was located. In fact, weaker demons weren't even qualified to mention his name, saying Musen would cause them to explode on the spot. Secrecy was paramount. Although the Foundation had advanced biotechnology, it still needed to conduct a thorough search within the human society of the Demon Slayer world. A carpet search would take time. Haruto sighed and nodded. Yeah, he's hard to find. A full-scale search will waste a lot of time. It was precisely because of this that Haruto didn't intend to personally intervene in the Demon Slayer world. Wasting too much time there could lead to another abnormal outbreak in the main world, just like what happened in the attack on Titan world when he was absent. Seeing that Haruto had no better solution, Levi simply nodded and prepared to head to the containment area to get things ready. But just then, Haruto had a sudden idea. Levi, prepare another Crimson 3 armor. Levi didn't question it and immediately went to make the preparations. Meanwhile, Haruto headed toward the residential area. SCP-181, the organization has assigned you an important mission. Kanako. The girl had a deadpan expression. President. I recall that I've already been removed from the D-class personnel list, right? Why am I still getting assigned abnormal contact missions? If I die, wouldn't that be a loss for the Foundation? Kanako complained. Haruto pretended not to hear her. Don't worry, I believe in you. You won't die. He was confident that even if he threw Kanako directly into the Demon Slayer world, she would survive on her own. After all, SCP-181 Super Luck wasn't just for show. Besides, she'd be equipped with the Crimson armor. No. Please don't trust me so easily. Kanako just wanted to slack off and live an easy life. But in the end, she found herself being carried away upside down by Haruto, her feet in the air. Since searching for Muzan was essentially a luck-based task, it made sense to use Kanako. It would definitely double the efficiency. On the way back to the containment area, someone called out to Haruto. It was AI Hayasaka. This surprised Haruto. After all, Hayasaka was rarely at the site. She was usually on field duty. Since the Foundation had grown in numbers, Haruto had finally been able to fulfill his promise to give Hayasaka some well-deserved rest. So seeing her at the site now was quite unexpected. Meanwhile, Hayasaka, upon seeing Haruto carrying a girl by her feet, couldn't help but twitch her lips. As expected, this shameless president never failed to pull off some ridiculous stunts. What's up, Agent Hayasaka? Have you been slacking off for too long and now want to contribute to the Foundation again? Haruto asked curiously. Hayasaka rolled her eyes. Did she look like a workaholic? If not for serving Lady Kaguya. If not for saving up her own dowry. Hayasaka would have quit a long time ago. This is for you, President. It's not work-related, it's a personal invitation. Hayasaka handed Haruto a golden invitation card. Haruto glanced at it. It was an invitation to a party jointly hosted by the Shinomiya, Suzuki, and Sanzaman families. These three families, aside from the Momobami clan, were the other members of the four great financial conglomerates. Clearly, this party was a gathering of the most powerful figures in Japan. Setting the invitation aside, Haruto looked at Hayasaka in confusion. Why should I go? In the past, he might have been interested in attending such an event to bring Japan's elites under his control. But now that he had the Momobami clan on his side. Given time, the Foundation's power would inevitably allow the clan to crush the other three conglomerates, becoming the sole dominant force. So now, Haruto had little interest in this party. This invitation is from Lady Kaguya. AI Hayasaka stated. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Demon Slayer World. An invitation from Kaguya. Haruto was even more puzzled. After regaining his past memories, his understanding of Kaguya Shinomiya had deepened significantly. Originally, he only saw her as the eldest daughter of the Shinomiya conglomerate. But now, he knew her as a tsundere girl who was defenseless against someone she liked, turned adorably silly when sick, and had multiple modes, Ice Kaguya, Clumsy Kaguya, Small Kaguya, and more. Well, in short, he now had a much richer understanding of her. But at this moment, Kaguya should still be in her Ice Kaguya phase, right? Did she invite him to recruit him as a subordinate? Haruto looked at AI Hayasaka doubtfully. Did you try to talk her out of it? Haruto was implying that since Hayasaka knew his true identity, she should have advised Kaguya against trying to recruit him as a worker. Hayasaka's face visibly darkened. Talk her out of it. I tried my best. Hayasaka complained. She had long realized it, her Lady Kaguya had fallen into the abyss known as Haruto. Every time his name was mentioned, Kaguya turned into a completely different person. Falling in love wasn't a bad thing, but why did it have to be with this shameless president? The two continued their cross-channel conversation like this. Ah. That sounds exhausting. Alright, I'll accept the invitation and make things clear to Kaguya. What Haruto meant was, he'd go there to tell Kaguya that he would never work for her. However, AI Hayasaka looked at him with suspicion. Would a shameless guy like him really push Kaguya away when she literally delivered herself to his doorstep? She didn't believe a single word he said. Their conversation was interrupted by a desperate cry. Help! Help me! They had completely forgotten that Haruto was still carrying someone. When Kanako was finally put down head first, she felt dizzy and lightheaded. Watching her eyes spin in circles, Haruto scratched his head awkwardly. President, I'll do the mission. Just stop tormenting me already. Kanako groggily pleaded. Haruto wanted to tell her that he had actually forgotten about her, not deliberately left her hanging. But that could wait until after she was thrown into the Demon Slayer world. Bringing Kanako along, Haruto arrived at the containment chamber. Levi and the mobile task force, Wings of Freedom, were already prepared. An unused Crimson 3 exoskeleton suit stood to the side. Meanwhile, Kane stood in the corner, visibly unsettled. Clearly, the sight of the biological exoskeleton armor had unnerved her. Haruto injected ghoul serum into Kanako before placing her into the Crimson 3 armor. During the mission, follow the captain's orders. If you cause trouble, I'll throw you into SCP-173's containment chamber for a few days. Kanako. Tears of humiliation welled up in her eyes. She obediently donned the exoskeleton suit and fell in line. Haruto then walked over to Kane, gently ruffling her dark hair. Don't be scared. It's just a tool. A tool for killing demons. He reassured her. Kane nodded. In reality, Kane wasn't particularly afraid, just instinctively cautious of unfamiliar things. Seeing that Kane was emotionally stable, Haruto opened the system interface. Through contact, the system had also obtained the coordinate power from Kane. Thus, notice, this containment object possesses the coordinate attribute and can open a world portal for this containment object. Target world, Demon Slayer. Abnormal entity for containment, Kibutsuji Musen. Would you like to open the portal now? As Haruto selected yes, the center of the containment chamber visibly distorted. A stream of light continuously swirled in the middle of the room, gradually forming a glowing portal. At the same time, in the world of Demon Slayer, a young girl was anxiously searching for something. Tear stains were still visible on her fair cheeks. Weaving through the forest, she was clearly exhausted, yet she continued forcing her body forward. Yesterday, the Kasugai crow raised by the Demon Slayer Corps had delivered a terrible message. The flower Hashira, Kane, had engaged Upper Moon 2 in battle, was overwhelmed, and requested reinforcements. However, the battlefield was deep within the mountains. Even with the crow delivering the message by flight, reinforcements from the Demon Slayer Corps had only barely arrived the following day. Upper Moon demons had existed for hundreds of years without ever being slain. Even among the pillars, the strongest warriors of the Demon Slayer Corps, few, if any, could defeat an Upper Moon demon alone. And in this case, the crow's message had already stated that the flower pillar had been overwhelmed. Now, an entire day had passed. Deep down, the girl knew. The flower Hashira, Kane, was already dead. But even if she understood, she could not accept it. Up ahead, the forest showed signs of destruction. Marks of blades cutting across trees were evident. She recognized those markings instantly, they belonged to the flower-breathing techniques. This was where the flower Hashira had fought Upper Moon 2. The girl frantically searched the area. But aside from dried blood, countless sword marks and traces of destruction, and a torn piece of Haori fabric, there was nothing else to be found. Demons ate humans. And the stronger the demon, the more they consumed. If a body couldn't be found. From the Demon Slayer Corps' experience, it likely meant the demon had devoured it completely, leaving not even bones behind. The girl collapsed from exhaustion. Ever since she received the message, she had rushed here without stopping. Only to be greeted with this outcome. Tears welled up and fell freely. Usually proud and quick to anger, she now cried in silence, not making a sound. As she fell, she caught a glimpse of something pink. Reaching out, she grasped it in her hand, only to realize it was a broken pink sword tip. The moment she saw it, the last sliver of hope in her heart shattered completely. Her sobs echoed through the forest. She threw herself to the ground, pressing the broken sword tip beneath her, tears falling onto it. Shinobu. A voice suddenly called out. The crying girl froze, slowly lifting her head in a daze. Two figures had appeared in front of her. A girl wearing a Haori and an unusual young man. Sis. Ignoring everything else, she struggled to her feet and threw herself into Kane's embrace. This girl was none other than Kane's younger sister, Kochu Shinobu. Seeing her little sister so impulsive, Haruto stood aside with a small smile. In the Demon Slayer story, Shinobu was always expressionless, calm, and composed in any situation. But the girl before him was the complete opposite. From her earlier tears to her current excitement, everything contradicted the original Shinobu. The reason was simple. After Kane's death, Shinobu had forced herself to mature. She imitated her sister in every way, her actions, her mannerisms, even her tone and personality, completely copying her. From the moment Kane died, Shinobu had become the perpetually expressionless girl. But now, Shinobu was still a girl who openly displayed her emotions, wearing them on her face without hesitation. Kane gently stroked her sister's back. During her battle against Upper Moon 2, she had felt no fear. But now, for the first time, the terror of death crept over her. If she had truly died, what kind of pain would her little sister have suffered? Surely, it would be a fate worse than death. After crying her heart out, Shinobu carefully touched Kane all over. As if confirming her reality, or perhaps checking for any injuries. After searching thoroughly and finding no wounds, Shinobu let out a heavy sigh of relief. Because she had cried so much, she was still sobbing slightly, unable to stop. "Sis, you're really okay. That's so good." Shinobu spoke in broken sentences between sniffles. Kane smiled without saying anything. She had indeed walked on the brink of death. If not for the unexpected opportunity to cross into another world and encounter Haruto, she would have been dead long ago. But these details were not something she would share with Shinobu. Having gone through a roller coaster of emotions, Shinobu still couldn't calm down and wanted to ask what had happened. However, before she could ask, she noticed something even more shocking. "Sis. Who is he?" Shinobu's gaze froze on their hands. The two of them were still holding hands, fingers intertwined. Kane was momentarily stunned, then quickly let go. To activate the world portal, Haruto needed to maintain physical contact with the coordinate. And interlocking fingers was a stable way to do so. But after arriving in this world, they had forgotten to let go. Shinobu immediately stood in front of her sister, shielding her while glaring at Haruto with suspicion. This unknown man had somehow held her sister's hand without her noticing. Yet Haruto remained unconcerned. His attention was focused elsewhere. Just as Shinobu was about to question him further, Kane spoke up first. "Haruto saved me." Shinobu froze. Wait, was this man her sister's savior? Had she been too rude just now? At that moment, rustling sounds echoed from the surrounding forest. Still fixated on Haruto, Shinobu immediately unsheathed her Nichiren blade, her guard up. But Haruto remained unfazed, simply looking in a certain direction. Soon, in Shinobu's astonished gaze, a crimson figure appeared. This should be the one, right? Levi dragged a figure forward, looking to Haruto for confirmation. That figure was in an utterly miserable state. His entire body was deformed beyond recognition, with every joint pierced and restrained by crimson cocoon. A closer look revealed that nearly all 200 bones in his body were immobilized. The only recognizable part was his face. And his eyes were the most distinct. One bore the kanji 4 upper rank, while the other bore 2. Chapter 130, Shinobu, did I just gain a brother-in-law? Upper Moon 2, Doma. And now, he was being dragged along like a dead dog, completely unable to resist. Seeing this, the coach's sisters were utterly dumbfounded. This was one of the 12 Kazuki, the most powerful demons under Musenkabutsuji. For hundreds of years, the Demon Slayer Corps had never managed to kill even one of the Upper Moons. And yet, here was one, captured alive without a sound. They hadn't even heard the battle. Haruto, however, wasn't surprised. The Crimson 3 armor could make even Musen kneel after taking a couple of punches. Not to mention that the one wearing the biomechanical exoskeleton was Captain Levi. Truth be told, with his Ackerman lineage and monstrous battle talent, Levi could probably solo Doma even without the armor if he learned breathing techniques. The reason why Doma was still lingering in the area without leaving. It was likely because Kane had traveled across worlds and suddenly disappeared, preventing Doma from killing and devouring her. Thus, Doma temporarily hid in the shadows, attempting to locate Kane. Once the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps arrived, he could retreat at any time while remaining hidden. Unfortunately for him, the one who arrived was Haruto. Before being transported to the Demon Slayer world, Haruto had already ordered the mobile task force to conduct a thorough search of the area immediately. The biological detection system of the Crimson 3 armor swept the surroundings, exposing Doma within mere seconds. Thinking of escaping now was nothing more than a fool's dream. With the mobility of Crimson 3, forget about running, Doma wouldn't even have time to flee in a supersonic jet. Haruto crouched down and locked eyes with Doma. Doma's irises were rainbow-colored. Yet, from that dazzling spectrum, Haruto could see absolutely no emotion. An inexplicable sense of revulsion arose within him. "Hey, do you know where Musen is?" Haruto asked directly. Despite having every joint, muscle, and bone in his body locked in place by Kagun, Doma continued to smile. "You're asking about Lord Musen? How unfortunate, I have no idea where Lord Musen is." Doma responded with a smile, wriggling his body in an attempt to break free. However, the cocoon generated by Crimson 3 had embedded itself into every inch of his flesh. The regenerative abilities demons prided themselves on were rendered useless, as the wounds were being corroded by RC cells. In truth, demons possessed a unique ability known as blood demon arts. Doma's blood demon art allowed him to transform his blood into ice crystals, which he could control with extreme precision. At this moment, a mist-like white frost began spreading outward. Yet, even though Haruto was right in front of him, it had absolutely no effect. After hearing Doma's answer, Haruto nodded without much surprise. That old schemer Musen only maintained one-way communication with his subordinates. When he needed them, he would summon them into a special space known as the Infinity Castle. The rest of the time, he would simply hide like a rat. In that case, I'm going to execute you next. Any last words? Haruto asked matter-of-factly. Even upon hearing that he was about to be executed, Doma continued to smile. His greatest flaw was his inability to feel any emotions. Even in the face of death, he felt no fear. The smile on his face was nothing more than a facade. Doesn't seem like there's anything to say. Doma replied. Haruto nodded and pressed a finger against Doma's forehead. The black light virus immediately invaded his body. This time, Haruto did not exert any control over it. In an instant, Doma's body began to swell and twist. The blacklight virus within Haruto had already evolved to a certain extent after devouring the genes of grotesque insects and ghouls. So-called demons were nothing more than weak, inferior creatures. In mere moments, the blacklight virus had completely devoured Doma. The next moment, Doma's grotesquely bloated body suddenly burst apart, dissolving into a cloud of blood mist that coalesced back into Haruto's hand. Even after consuming an upper rank 2 demon, the blacklight virus showed only minimal evolutionary progress. Just as Haruto had previously stated, these so-called demons were nothing more than inferior life forms. The demons Musen had created weren't even worth capturing for research. Shinobu watched the scene in horror, instinctively pulling her sister behind her and warily staring at Haruto. Meanwhile, Levi stood to the side and rolled his eyes. The captain had a severe cleanliness obsession. Even though the blood mist hadn't dispersed in the slightest, it still made his cleanliness-focused mind uncomfortable. Haruto stood up again and looked at Shinobu with slight confusion. The demon has been killed, there's no need to be so cautious. For a moment, Shinobu was at a loss for words. She was being cautious of you, okay? Shinobu, don't be like that. Haruto is a good person. Kane said. Although the method he had used was indeed terrifying, Kane didn't see anything particularly wrong with it. Hearing her sister scold her, Shinobu suddenly felt a bit deflated. She also recalled the scene earlier, when her sister had held hands with this boy. A strange suspicion suddenly formed in Shinobu's mind. Could her sister have been tricked by this guy? Meanwhile, after devouring Doma, Haruto confirmed that there was indeed no information about Musen's location in his memories. Anyway, let's head to the Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters first. Haruto said casually. Shinobu hesitated as she looked at her sister. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, the place where the Ubuyashiki family resided, was the Corps' most guarded secret. It was a hidden sanctuary that even demons had failed to locate for over 1,000 years. Bringing a complete outsider like Haruto there just seemed completely unreliable. Kane, however, did not hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. Since she had requested assistance from the Foundation, she had already entrusted them with her faith. Besides, from what she had seen, the power of the Foundation was beyond anything the Demon Slayer Corps could compare to. Even Musen had been dismissed as an inferior creature. If the Foundation had any intention of doing anything to this world, they could simply act directly. That was the judgment of the Flower Hashira. Shinobu had taken an entire day to rush from headquarters to this location. But the return trip to the Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters took less than 2 hours. Looking at the familiar courtyard nestled in the mountains, Shinobu was stunned. These people could fly, faster than crows, even. The news hadn't even reached headquarters yet, but they had already arrived. Kane and Shinobu entered the headquarters first to explain the identities of Haruto and his group to the leader, Kaguya Ubuyashiki. Meanwhile, Haruto poked the Crimson 3-clad Kanako beside him. Did you spot the target on the way? Perhaps caught a glimpse of him by accident or noticed any traces. Haruto placed high hopes on Kanako's extraordinary luck. President, I'm not some kind of god, you know. Kanako felt like crying. Sure, she did have a lucky trait. But that didn't mean she could just make anything she wanted happen. Haruto gave her a look that screamed, then what good are you? Then, he turned away and admired the scenery of the Demon Slayer world. Kanako was so frustrated she gritted her teeth audibly. Did containment objects not have human rights? After a short while of sightseeing, the headquarters gate was pushed open. A man with half his face scarred and his eyes clouded white was being helped out by others. Haruto, this is our leader, Lord Kaguya Ubuyashiki. Kane introduced. Haruto's gaze lingered on Kaguya's eyes. He vaguely recalled that it was a hereditary curse that left him blind, frail, and with a short lifespan. Despite this, he had still earned the respect of all the Hashiras. Though his blind eyes could not see, he had the foresight to drive even the strongest of demons into a corner. Sir Haruto, you may call me Kaguya. I heard from Kane that you have come to save this world. Though Kaguya Ubuyashiki could not see, his words carried a heartfelt sincerity, devoid of any self-importance. It's not quite about saving the world. Our goal is to contain Muzan and eliminate the anomalous entities, meaning demons. Haruto replied. To us, that is indeed saving the world. Please, come in. Kaguya stepped aside, inviting Haruto into the courtyard. The courtyard, though not simple, was far from luxurious. As they walked, Kane suddenly recalled something. Haruto, could that serum heal Lord Kaguya? She was referring to the Ghoul 3 solution. A serum. Hearing this, Kaguya seemed puzzled. Kane quickly explained how Haruto had previously saved her by injecting her with the Ghoul 3 solution, which had miraculously restored her body. After listening, Kaguya immediately shook his head. If Kane describes it as a miraculous medicine, then it must be extremely precious. We are already deeply grateful for Sir Haruto's assistance. How could I possibly ask for such a precious thing? Besides, no matter how kind and generous Sir Haruto is, such a rare medicine should be reserved for you Hashira. Using it on me would not be worth it. His words were entirely sincere, without a trace of false humility. This made Haruto see Kaguya in a new light. That's not really something rare. I happen to have plenty with me, let's give it a try now. Haruto flipped his hand and retrieved a vial of Ghoul 3 solution from the Divine Might space, handing it to Kane. The Ghoul 3 solution was now being mass-produced by the Foundation, and the cost of cultivating RC cells had significantly decreased. It was practically dirt cheap. This. Kaguya was momentarily at a loss for words. Kane took the syringe and was about to bow to Haruto, however, before she could bend down, Haruto stopped her. There's no need for that. It was just a small effort. Haruto said with a smile. As Kane was gently supported back up, she caught sight of his warm smile, causing her heartbeat to quicken inexplicably. The flower Hashira, known for her composure, found her fair cheeks tinged with a faint pink, as if lightly brushed with rouge. Shinobu. Watching this scene, Shinobu increasingly felt that her elder sister had been deceived and led astray. They had only been apart for a few days, and now she suddenly had a brother-in-law. Shinobu couldn't accept this. Chapter 131, Sakurajima Mai, left without a response. Sitting cross-legged on the tatami mat, Kaguya Ubuyashiki felt both helpless and nervous. Persuaded by Kane, he had decided to accept the injection of the Ghoul 3 solution. Even though Haruto had said it wasn't a precious item, Kaguya still wanted to save the serum for other members of the Demon Slayer Corps. When it came to his own body, he cared the least. To him, he was the weakest among the Demon Slayers, incapable of fighting. He could only hide in the back and devise strategies for the others. Though he was called Master, he never saw himself as more important than anyone else. Moreover, Kaguya was well aware of his physical condition. His frailty was less of an illness and more of a hereditary curse. Everyone in the Ubuyashiki clan suffered from it. Throughout the centuries, there had been attempts to cure it, but they all ended in failure. Thus, Kaguya never held much hope. However, Kane was brimming with confidence. The syringe pierced into Kaguya's veins. As the Ghoul 3 solution was injected, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps all widened their eyes in shock. Before their eyes, the scars on Kaguya's face visibly faded. The previously disfigured upper half of his face rapidly healed, his skin smoothing out to a normal complexion. His once pale, cloudy eyes began to regain color. Black pupils formed in his eyes, and under the sunlight, his pupils even reacted. Witnessing this, the Demon Slayers were utterly dumbfounded. They had some understanding of their master's condition. Even though the flower Hashira had spoken highly of the serum, they had only dared to hope for a slight improvement. No one expected that mere moments after the injection, his illness would improve so drastically. After all, sickness strikes like a landslide but recedes like silk being drawn. No matter how miraculous the serum was, they had never imagined such an exaggerated effect. But the one who felt it the most was Kaguya himself. A world that had been shrouded in darkness for so long now had light. Then, blurry images began to take shape. And finally, numerous familiar yet unfamiliar figures appeared before him. For the first time, Kaguya Ubuyashiki could see what the members of the Demon Slayer Corps actually looked like. Compared to what he had imagined, they seemed even better. Without needing assistance, he stood up on his own. Though he had never considered himself important, at this moment, Kaguya was overwhelmed with emotion. His gratitude was evident. Haruto simply waved his hand dismissively, signaling Kaguya not to dwell on it. The so-called curse of the Ubuyashiki family was merely a genetic disorder. A congenital disease at the cellular level, which was why all conventional treatments had failed. The essence of the Ghoul-3 solution was to introduce RC cells that could activate the body's regenerative abilities on a cellular level. Kaguya's condition was naturally nothing in comparison. Healing him also served Haruto's personal agenda. Although Kane had introduced him, gaining the trust of the entire Demon Slayer Corps in a short period was still a hassle. However, if he healed Kaguya, given Kaguya's unparalleled status within the Demon Slayer Corps, the one who cured him would undoubtedly be unconditionally accepted by its members. Afterward, there would be no need for unnecessary persuasion. After calming down, Kaguya composed himself again, though his gaze toward Haruto still carried immense gratitude. Haruto then took out several more vials of the Ghoul-3 solution and handed them to Kaguya. These injections should be given to the Hashira. Kane is an example. Before this, she was utterly drained from overusing her breathing technique. Hearing this, Kane smiled sheepishly. Receiving the vials, Kaguya no longer knew what to say. The aid this young man provided was beyond anything he could have imagined. Haruto continued. Next, the Foundation's mobile task force will conduct a thorough search for Muzan. In the best case, a few days, at worst, 1 to 2 months, Muzan will be eliminated, and the other demons will perish as well. Kane should have already mentioned that we, the Foundation, have crossed over from another world. Thus, our only request to the Demon Slayer Corps is to establish a containment station here. I will open a gate at the Corps' headquarters that connects both worlds, allowing other Foundation personnel to come and work. We are friendly, but our existence must remain a secret to the outside world, for your protection. Haruto laid out the Foundation's next steps. As expected, Kaguya immediately nodded. I understand. The Demon Slayer Corps will fully cooperate with the Foundation's efforts, as long as it means the eradication of all demons and the destruction of Muzan. After that, Haruto made his way to a room deep within the courtyard. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps was hidden deep in the mountains. To evade Muzan's pursuit, this location was already highly secretive. It was the perfect place to set up the Foundation's station. Inside the room, Haruto accessed his system interface, preparing to connect the worlds and open a portal. Kane and Shinobu followed after him. Seeing Haruto, Shinobu was irritated. You spouted all that grand rhetoric, yet instead of staying to fight, you're leaving. How could you do this to my sister? Butterfly Kane quickly reached out to cover Shinobu's mouth. What did she mean by, do this to her? Haruto had only saved her, nothing more. Haruto tilted his head slightly. He had a feeling Shinobu was misunderstanding something. But looking at her adorable, indignant expression, so different from the expressionless girl in his memories, he found it rather endearing. I would love to stay and fight alongside Kane and Shinobu, but unfortunately, I cannot. Shinobu was momentarily taken aback. Especially when he called her Shinobu. That sounded so weird. Why wasn't he getting mad? Haruto continued. My world also has anomalies similar to Muzan, some even more terrifying. If I remain here too long, my world might suffer from their horrors, and countless people will die. But rest assured, the strength of Mobile Task Force, Wings of Freedom, is enough to deal with Muzan. There is no possibility of failure. Shinobu. A wave of guilt nearly overwhelmed her. The boy before her seemed to emit a soft, holy glow, so gentle it made one want to cry. He was someone like their master, perhaps even more so, someone who traveled the world, burdened with the lives of many. Shinobu chastised herself for questioning him without knowing anything. As she was lost in guilt, she heard Haruto say, if you're worried about your sister's safety, you could always persuade her to come with me, it's perfectly safe. I'll take good care of her. If you two sisters need someone to rely on, I'll take you both in, no need to worry. Shinobu. MMMPH. MMMPH MMMPH MMMPH. If not for Kane holding her back, Shinobu would have charged at Haruto for a fight. Damn it, give her guilt back. Haruto, that kind of joke. Shinobu will take it seriously. Kane's pretty face turned slightly red as she spoke. Haruto, however, composed himself. How could this be a joke? I've already said before, as long as Kane is willing, she can always. Before he could finish, Shinobu threw a shoe at him. Haruto swiftly dodged and laughed loudly. This kind of fun was probably something only Haruto could appreciate. The always expressionless Shinobu now looked completely flustered and exasperated. Her drastic emotional shifts made it impossible to associate her with being emotionless. This contrast was truly amusing. Ah, no wonder so many girls said Haruto had a twisted sense of humor, it wasn't an unfair accusation. Once the portal opened and the connection between the two worlds stabilized, Haruto made his escape. All that was left behind was an angry, clawing shinobu and a blushing Kane with a racing heartbeat. After returning to the main world, Haruto called in the Foundation's staff. Even though Muzan hadn't been contained yet, they could already establish a connection with the Demon Slayer world. Since they were setting up a base there, it was the perfect opportunity to launch a few satellites. Once the satellites were in place, communication and surveillance would become much easier. With satellite monitoring, locating Muzan would be much faster. Capturing and containing Muzan as research material would also accelerate the Foundation's biotechnology advancements. Muzan, that scumbag, had no idea that an even bigger scumbag had his eyes on him, treating him like a bagged research specimen. For now, the Demon Slayer world was on hold. The task of containing Muzan was handed over to the Mobile Task Force. Any further plans for the Demon Slayer world would have to wait until Muzan was captured. Haruto also planned to recruit the 9 Hashira and Kaguya Ubuyashiki. It was similar to how he had recruited Erwin and Levi from the Attack on Titan world. These individuals had emerged as the best in their world, possessing an unyielding will to protect humanity and the talent to do so. They were exactly the kind of people the Foundation needed. A few days passed, but there was still no good news from the Demon Slayer world. However, Haruto received an unexpected line message. Someone was requesting to add him as a friend. The profile picture was a pink rabbit headband. The moment he saw it, Haruto had a slight guess about the sender's identity. After approving the request, the other side immediately sent a barrage of exclamation marks. Rabbit. Haruto, a crazy fan. Sorry, but I'm a bit troubled by this. Rabbit, I am not. Rabbit, we worked together a few days ago. Haruto, oh. It's Kita-san. Hello, hello. Rabbit. Rabbit, was there someone named Kita in the dating show? Rabbit, I'm Sakurajima Mai. We even had a private conversation at the end of the show. A palpable sense of resentment seeped through the text. Haruto, I knew it was Mai, just wanted to lighten the mood. Haruto, I still remember Mai's headband. Rabbit, Sakurajima Mai, that's kind of annoying. Sakurajima Mai, but, you actually remember me, and you're responding to me. Haruto, Mai, you should have more confidence in yourself. Haruto, as a woman, you're undeniably a stunning beauty. It's only natural to react. Sakurajima Mai, really? Then do you like? Sakurajima Mai, wait, no, now's not the time to steer the conversation that way. Sakurajima Mai, I meant a response to my existence. Chapter 132, if he doesn't call you senpai, his thoughts are wild. Sakurajima Mai, I meant your response to my existence. Reading her message, Haruto immediately understood what was happening to Mai. It must be puberty syndrome. Caused by the comet Charlotte. Puberty syndrome was an abnormal phenomenon. Some children, under the influence of the Charlotte comet, would contract a special virus. The virus remained dormant in their bodies until they reached adolescence. During puberty, a period of intense emotional fluctuation, the virus would be triggered and enter an active phase. Depending on individual differences and emotional stimuli, the virus would cause abnormal phenomena, essentially granting superpowers. In Mai's case, her abnormality was existence erasure. It was somewhat similar to Megumi's situation but not entirely the same. Megumi had weak presence, making people subconsciously ignore her. But if she took action, she could still draw attention. Additionally, Megumi's existence was still acknowledged. Her name was still on school records, and teachers, though they might overlook her at times, still included her in attendance. Her parents also remembered they had a daughter. In other words, she still existed. But Mai's situation was different. Her mother didn't remember having a daughter. All records of a former child star were erased from the world. That was the abnormality caused by Mai's puberty syndrome. It was likely triggered by her emotions. Mai had started her career as a child actress because she loved performing. She genuinely enjoyed modeling and acting. However, her mother, who was also her manager, only saw her as a money-making tool. Without consulting her, her mother accepted jobs like swimsuit photoshoots and fake relationship stunts for reality shows, as long as they were profitable. It was probably because of this that Mai grew to resent the career she once loved. She developed a deep aversion to it, even wishing to disappear from everyone's sight forever. Thus. Haruto thought for a moment before typing a reply. Haruto, that's an unusual way to put it. Are you in trouble? Sakurajima Mai, yeah. As much as I hate to admit it, I am in big trouble. Haruto, then I'll head over to you. Let's talk in person. Sakurajima Mai, Haruto, location sharing enabled. Sakurajima Mai, joined location sharing. Sakurajima Mai, exited location sharing. Sakurajima Mai, wait, now is a bit. Sakurajima Mai, where are you? Sakurajima Mai, don't tell me you're already on the way. A few minutes later, Haruto arrived at Chiba City's largest library. Mai's location was right there. Coincidentally, the Foundation's Chiba City station was nearby. Standing at the entrance of the library, Haruto hesitated. He had seen Mai's follow-up messages but deliberately chose not to reply. He had a good guess about what state she was in now. Feeling a bit excited, Haruto stepped inside. The library was silent, except for the occasional sound of footsteps and pages turning. Scanning the area, Haruto quickly spotted Mai, crouched in a corner between bookshelves. At that moment, Mai was an irresistible sight. She wore black patent leather heels, sheer black stockings that outlined her long legs, and a tight-fitting black bodysuit that accentuated her slender yet curvaceous figure, with a noticeable cleavage. A white cuff adorned her wrist, and a black bow tie around her neck stood out. But the most eye-catching accessory was the pair of bunny ears on her head, every furry fan's dream. In the quiet and serious library, a wild bunny girl was hiding in the corner, casting a resentful gaze his way. "Mai, you're really going all out," Haruto whispered, giving her a thumbs up. "Sakurajima Mai." She quickly approached, her high heels clicking against the floor, and stomped on Haruto's foot. An awkward silence followed. "Although I appreciate you coming right away, why didn't you read my messages first?" Mai's expression was complicated. For the past 2 days, she had suddenly realized that no one acknowledged her presence anymore. No matter what she did, she was completely ignored. It was as if she didn't exist in this world. Even when she pushed passers-by, there was no response at all. This made Mai feel a little panicked. She had tried countless methods, but no one could perceive her existence. So, Mai had a sudden idea and chose the most outrageous method. If someone were to wear a bunny girl outfit in a place like a library, surely, someone would notice, right? With this thought in mind, Mai put it into action. However, even in this bunny girl outfit, after wandering around the library for a long time and waving her hands in front of people, she still couldn't get any response. Feeling lost and helpless, Mai suddenly thought of that boy from a few days ago during the reality dating show shoot. From the moment she first met him, Mai had a feeling that he was someone special. So, holding onto a sliver of unrealistic hope, Mai searched for the contact information of the reality show crew. From there, she found Haruto's line number and sent a friend request. She had thought that the request would disappear into the void. Just like her countless attempts over the past 2 days. Mai had tried communicating with people online, but once her messages were sent, there was never a reply. However, this time was different. A moment later, her friend request was accepted. Overjoyed, Mai sent a string of exclamation marks. And sure enough, that boy responded to her messages. This made Mai so happy that she was almost in tears. However, when the other party suggested meeting in person, Mai looked at herself. In this state, there was no way she could meet anyone. Yet, amidst her hesitation, she accidentally clicked on location sharing. After that, there were no more messages. And now, things had led to this moment. "I was worried about you, Mai, so I rushed over without checking my phone." Haruto casually made up an excuse. Hearing this, Mai lifted her foot slightly. It was a reasonable explanation, and it even felt warm to hear. But Mai had a feeling it was a lie. The truth was, the boy in front of her must have known about her current situation and was afraid of missing the chance to see her in a bunny girl outfit, so he ignored her messages and rushed over. This was just an unfounded suspicion, with no real basis. But Mai vaguely felt that it was the truth. After taking a good look at her, Haruto took off his jacket and draped it over Mai's shoulders. Grasping the edge of the jacket, feeling its lingering warmth, Mai's previously unsettled emotions suddenly calmed down. At the very least, someone had finally acknowledged her existence. Leaning against the bookshelf, Mai slowly sat down, hugging her knees. Haruto sat down beside her. After a long silence, Mai finally spoke. "It's really surprising. You can still see me, and you still remember my existence." Haruto shrugged. "My perception is absolute, unaffected or altered by any means. Besides, Mai is a beautiful girl with unforgettable charm." Hearing this, Mai couldn't help but glance at Haruto. "Chunibyu." Haruto held his forehead. "Mai, even in your current state, you still think I have Chunibyu." Seeing Haruto's expression, Mai suddenly laughed. From the moment she had arrived, Mai had never restrained her voice. Whether it was the clicking of her high heels or the sound of her words. And now, the crisp, bell-like laughter of a young girl echoed through the quiet library. Yet, no one turned to look. Except for Haruto. After laughing, Mai tilted her head back, looking at the library ceiling. The gloom and frustration of the past few days seemed to dissipate in that moment. It was strange, she had only exchanged a few words with this person. "Well then, are you a superhero?" Mai asked curiously. Haruto nodded, then shook his head. Something like that, but with subtle differences. Mai didn't quite understand but still put on an expression of sudden realization. So, Mai. Haruto was about to ask about her situation. But Mai interrupted. It's not even during filming, calling me sensei is weird. T/N, I was removing all the senseis and all of their name, didn't really know why they calling each other's like that so I removed them from the earlier chaps and here. Minor inconvenience. Haruto paused for a moment, then asked. Then should I just call you by your name? Or senpai? Mai Sakurajima thought for a moment, then said. Try calling me senpai first. Haruto. Seeing Haruto's confusion, Mai playfully wagged her finger. You see, I debuted years before you, and I'm older than you. In both experience and age, I totally deserve to be called senpai. Haruto decisively shook his head. I have no plans to debut, so I'll just call you Mai. Mai's finger froze midair. A moment later. A younger guy who won't call me senpai must have some wild intentions. Mai teased. But to her surprise, Haruto suddenly leaned in closer. His sudden proximity caught Mai off guard. His handsome face filled her vision, accompanied by the unique scent of a young man. At this moment, Mai could even feel his breath. The unexpected development made Mai's heart race as she became flustered. T/N, hate to be the bearer of bad news but. Chapter 133, Mai, have you considered changing agencies? Nanny. Taking advantage of someone. Dirty. Pervert. Hentai. Blushing furiously, Mai looked as shy as a little girl. Thud. The sound of a book hitting the bookshelf came from behind. Mai looked up and saw Haruto catching a falling book. Perhaps because he had leaned against the bookshelf earlier, his movement had caused the book to slip off the shelf. After placing the book back, Haruto smiled and said. I thought Mai was a mature senpai who wouldn't get flustered by a younger kohai's actions. Hearing this, Mai pouted and rolled her eyes. But she quickly regained her composure. I am a mature senpai, but I just can't handle a reckless and mischievous kohai like you. Haruto shrugged. Just as Haruto was about to ask about the strange phenomenon affecting Mai. Gurgle. A strange sound disrupted the atmosphere. Mai clutched her stomach with an embarrassed, pitiful expression. Seeing this, Haruto stood up and reached out his hand toward her. Anyway, let's get something to eat first. Mai reached out, letting Haruto pull her up. The two walked out of the library together. Your hand, Mai reminded. Their hands had remained linked since she took it, and she felt her hand being gently held. This was way too shameless. Mai felt the need to protest. Since your situation is so strange, let's just keep holding hands to make sure I don't lose you, Haruto said, completely unfazed. In the end, they didn't go to any fancy restaurant but instead stopped at a small, unassuming shop on the street corner. They bought 2 cream-filled buns. Mai took the bun and started eating quickly, taking small bites. Her eating mannerisms were elegant, but it was clear she was really hungry. Haruto went to a nearby vending machine and bought a bottle of water. Silently, he twisted open the bottle cap. Sure enough, before long, Mai Sakurajima's movements came to a halt. Hick. She had eaten too quickly and was choking. Haruto promptly handed her the water. Mai took it, drank 2 large gulps, and finally felt better. Why did you let yourself get this hungry? Haruto looked at Mai, who had just put down the water and was nibbling on the bread again, and asked. Because I got no response, Mai mumbled. Even when I tried to buy something, no one paid any attention to me at all. Haruto recalled the scene in front of the bakery earlier. Mai had spoken to the clerk but was completely ignored, as if she were air. In the end, Haruto had to make the purchase for her. There were only limited ingredients at home, and lasting 2 days was already the limit. It's really troublesome. Mai complained. Then why not just take it? Haruto casually suggested. Mai shot him a glance and then let out a soft snort. That's a crime. Haruto, your way of thinking is dangerous, just like you. Clearly, Mai would rather go hungry than take advantage of her abnormal situation to break social norms. Yeah, Mai is a noble person. But this abnormality of yours is practically like something out of an eroge. If you don't exist, then doesn't that mean you could do anything? Mai looked at Haruto warily. Suspicious.jpg. Just kidding, Haruto laughed it off. Although I don't really mind if a younger schoolmate has improper thoughts about me. But please don't say perverted things so openly right in front of me. As she spoke, Mai snatched the other cream-filled bread from Haruto's hand. During their conversation, Haruto had led her back to his apartment. Mai curiously looked around the standalone apartment, clearly intrigued. What's wrong? Haruto took out his keys and opened the door. He glanced at the entrance. He noticed that the shoes commonly worn by Annie, now, and Shiro were all missing. Shiro was probably out visiting Gabriel. Annie and now seemed to have gone to build up the Star Sea Academy's island. Sorry for intruding, Mai said politely before stepping inside. Looking around the apartment's interior, she commented. It's a little different from what I imagined. Haruto raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Different? What did you imagine my home to be like, Mai? Mai pulled out her phone and searched for a picture of a mansion. Something like this, covering tens of thousands of square meters, with a private golf course, and butlers greeting you at the entrance. After all, you're the boss of Umbrella. At the very least, I thought you'd live in a grand mansion or something. Haruto was momentarily speechless. With his wealth, that wouldn't be a problem at all. But it wasn't necessary. I'm not some domineering CEO who wakes up in a bed hundreds of meters wide every day. A standalone apartment like this is more than enough to live in. Anything bigger would just be excessive. Mai hummed noncommittally. Sitting down at the dining table, Haruto finally got to the main topic. Mai, I actually know a little about your abnormality. It's called puberty syndrome. Mai blinked in surprise. Puberty syndrome? Isn't that just an urban legend? The abnormal phenomena caused by the Charlotte comet were widespread and affected many people. Moreover, there was a latent period, making it difficult to deal with all cases at once. The Foundation was still working on gathering those affected, planning to send them all to Star Sea Academy. However, some information had already leaked online, causing widespread discussion, such as superpowers and the like. In response, the Foundation simply spread some false information themselves, turning puberty syndrome into an urban legend. They even invested money into producing anime and movies with similar themes to further blur the truth. Then, they had Umbrella artists stir up discussions online. With that, no one took it seriously anymore, treating it as nothing more than entertainment. As for actual patients who tried to prove the existence of puberty syndrome online, before they could provide any real evidence, the Foundation would pay them a visit. You think it's an urban legend because we want the public to believe that. In reality, puberty syndrome is a genuine abnormal phenomenon caused by the Charlotte comet. Mai, you are one of the affected individuals. Haruto's words made Mai's eyes widen. She recalled the things Haruto had said before. They had sounded like something from a Chinibu's delusions. But now, connecting them to what he was saying, Mai suddenly realized that the boy in front of her was shrouded in mystery. The word special wasn't enough to describe him. She didn't believe that the boss of Umbrella, one of the world's top 100 entertainment companies, was just some lunatic. So, Haruto-kun, who exactly are you? Mai gazed into Haruto's eyes and asked. Most people would probably feel terrified in this situation, but for some reason, Mai Sakurajima instinctively trusted the mysterious boy in front of her. I belong to the SCP Foundation. It's an organization that contains abnormalities and protects human perception of reality. As I said before, we maintain the illusion that the world is normal in order to protect people. And when an abnormality appears in the world, we contain and control it. Haruto spoke about the Foundation calmly. The living room fell into silence. After a long pause, Mai pointed at herself and asked. Then, are you going to capture me and lock me away in some dark, hidden place? Or? As she spoke, Mai felt confused. Because everything about Haruto, his actions, his words, his smiles, didn't feel fake. If he had just been pretending to gain her trust, only to lock her up in the end. Wouldn't that be too strange? Under Mai's tense gaze, Haruto simply smiled. It's not that serious. You're not dangerous, Mai. Locking you up just doesn't seem necessary. That was a lie. But since there was a better solution, Haruto indeed had no intention of capturing Mai. I have several options for you, Mai. You can choose one. Option 1, the usual procedure for puberty syndrome patients, attending Star Sea Academy. It's an academy built by the Foundation on an island, exclusively for puberty syndrome patients to study and live. You'd stay there until you outgrow puberty and your abnormality naturally disappears, after which you could return to society. Option 2, participate in the experimental expansion of Project Panacea, SCP-500, and attempt to cure the abnormality. Panacea, SCP-500, is a safe containment item that can cure any disease. Taking this medicine might cure puberty syndrome, but the results are uncertain since no trials have been conducted yet. Haruto paused for a moment. Mai, however, got straight to the point. And what about option 3? There is one, right? The first two options were reasonable for most people. Living at a different school for a few years or taking a harmless medicine. Only the latter had some potential risks. Most people would choose to stay at Star Sea Academy. However, Mai Sakurajima didn't want that. She couldn't let go of her acting career. Even though her abnormality had emerged precisely because she wanted to escape the entertainment industry. If it's option 3. Have you considered changing agencies? Haruto said with a smirk. Mai's eyes widened in surprise. Changing agencies? What did that have to do with her abnormality? Haruto then slowly explained. Your abnormality is a form of disappearance, meaning you don't want to be seen and want to leave the entertainment industry, right? Although we haven't known each other for long, the Mai I know is a girl who loves acting. So, the problem should lie with the agency, or rather, the agent, right? Chapter 134, Memes, Anti-Memes, and Memory Enhancers. T/N. Only 3 chaps today as I am binge reading the marinated fix I've stack up XD. Xiaowa. When the topic of the agent was brought up, the living room fell into a long silence. Even the densest person could tell that the atmosphere had grown heavy. It was obvious that this was a sore spot for Mai Sakurajima. Regarding her agent who was also her mother, Mai had complicated feelings. Although her mother took job offers like reality dating shows without considering her feelings, treating her somewhat like a money-making machine. There was also the fact that she had nurtured her since childhood, always by her side. Was that really not motherly love? Was she truly just raising a tool for making money? These were questions that weren't easy to answer. That's why Mai was caught in such deep conflict. Seeing her silence, Haruto simply waved his hand in front of her eyes. Snap out of it. Listen to my plan first, then you can think about other things. Mai looked up at his words, though her expression remained downcast. Haruto continued. I understand a little about your dilemma. Normally, this would indeed be a tough problem to solve. Mother or agent, family or tool, this was undoubtedly a difficult dilemma. But I actually have a simple and straightforward solution. Haruto snapped his fingers. Hearing this, Mai's mood lifted slightly, her curiosity piqued. As long as you transfer from your current agency to Umbrella, the problem will be solved. Umbrella will pay a huge sum to your agency as a buyout fee. After joining Umbrella, you'll be able to pursue your acting career freely. Umbrella will never force you to accept projects you dislike or trade resources. This way, you and your agent will have no financial ties anymore. Doesn't that solve the problem? Haruto spoke with a smile. Mai listened quietly, then fixed her gaze on him. Haruto, this sounds like a creepy old man luring a little girl with candy, saying he'll take her to see goldfish. Haruto, ? Her analogy was so spot on that he almost lost his composure. That comparison is way too weird. You're making it sound like I'm after your body or something. Haruto said helplessly. Mai folded her arms and puffed out her chest. She was still dressed in her bunny girl outfit, just without the headpiece. With that movement, Haruto's jacket, draped over her shoulders, barely covered anything. What met his eyes was pure white skin, stirring his blood. Isn't that exactly the case? If not, then what does Umbrella gain from this? The plan Haruto proposed sounded like a win-win. But the only problem was that Umbrella was essentially throwing money away. Buying out Mai would cost a fortune. And after acquiring her, they wouldn't force her to take commercial projects. That meant her monetary value would be greatly reduced, making the price they paid totally unreasonable. Umbrella was taking a huge loss. Haruto simply shrugged. You've probably heard what people in the industry call Umbrella, right? Hearing this, Mai's expression turned strange as she nodded. The crazy company, insane company, and money-burning lunatics. Haruto. What kind of nicknames were these? Even being called a rich fool sounded better. Still, these nicknames did highlight Umbrella's defining trait. Just like the rumors say, Umbrella doesn't care about money. And they don't just say that, they prove it with actions. Mai didn't doubt this. Because Umbrella's poster girl, super idol Hoshino AI, was a prime example. As their star, the money spent on her vastly outweighed her actual revenue. She never participated in high-profit activities like photo books, fake relationship scandals, or handshake events. The amount Umbrella poured into her had reached astronomical levels. A normal idol career could never recoup such an investment in a lifetime. The entire entertainment industry was baffled by their finances. And this applied to every artist under Umbrella. So, spending a fortune to sign Mai and letting her act as she pleased was entirely plausible. Then, she suddenly realized the key point. Is Umbrella just a front for the Foundation? Is that why they don't care about money? Haruto clapped in appreciation of her sharp thinking. Your brain works fast. Yes, Umbrella is a public-facing branch of the SCP Foundation. As a front, its job is to spread information, not to exploit beautiful girls for money. This is the key to Plan 3, you're not just switching agencies, you're taking on a new role. By joining Umbrella, you're also joining the SCP Foundation. Through experiments, you'll try to control anomalies. Your adolescent syndrome is triggered by emotions, and many cases have shown that people can perfectly control their own anomalies. Perhaps, if you continue your acting career, you'll gradually become visible to the public again. Maybe, over time, you'll even gain control over your ability to disappear. For that possibility, money is a small price to pay for the Foundation. Haruto revealed the true motive. Her disappearance was essentially an anti-meme. And controllable memes and anti-memes were incredibly valuable. Right now, the entire meme division only had Megumi Kato. If Mai could control her anomaly, her value would be astronomical. Mai was stunned for a moment. Then, when she came back to her senses, the first thing she said was, "So you were just after my body, huh?" Haruto couldn't help but chuckle and nodded. "Yes, I'm totally after your body. This bunny girl outfit is just too seductive, absolutely unforgettable. Mai Sakurajima." Haruto, O.O. After a brief squabble, Mai signed her name on the Absolute Contract Codex. "By the way, given my current situation, how do you plan to negotiate with my mom about poaching me?" After signing, she asked with a skeptical look. Haruto snapped his fingers and retrieved 2 capsules from Kamui Space, one blue, one red. The blue one is a W-class memory enhancer. It strengthens memory to resist meme and anti-meme effects. This was a specialized memory drug developed after the outbreak of the Lament of the Overflowing King anomaly. It was one of the Foundation's achievements in meme research. For 30 minutes, the user would be immune to medium and lower-level meme and anti-meme effects. Its pros, minimal side effects, safe for long-term use. Though it's expensive. Its cons, effects wear off completely after 30 minutes unless taken regularly. There was also a stronger Z-class memory enhancer. Z-class permanently destroyed the user's ability to forget. As a result, it granted flawless memory and perfect immunity to all meme and anti-meme effects. The downside? Users only lived for a few hours after taking it. Both drugs were expensive and only available to meme division members and level 4 Foundation personnel. Seeing the W-class memory enhancer in Haruto's hand, Mai was shocked. The Foundation can even create something like this. But if the blue one is W-class, what's the red one? Oh, same thing, but strawberry-flavored. Haruto answered casually. Mai Sakurajima rolled her eyes in exasperation. Half an hour is enough for negotiations, but how do I restart my acting career? We can't just give everyone the drug, and its effects only last half an hour. Haruto pondered for a moment, then smiled meaningfully. Mai didn't understand but had a bad feeling. Then, they set off to meet her mother. She was a capable woman, dressed maturely, with noticeable crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. According to what Mai had said, this woman wasn't actually that old, at least, not as old as her appearance suggested. It seemed that immense pressure had taken its toll. Mai's family was far from harmonious. This agent, who was also her mother, would rather take on commercial deals Mai didn't want without even discussing it with her. At its core, it was due to the immense pressure on her. Perhaps there was also some consideration for Mai's future development. "Excuse me, who are you? And how do you know my phone number?" The woman looked at Haruto warily. Haruto, in turn, gave Mai a meaningful glance. Without hesitation, Mai pried open the woman's mouth and tossed in a W-class memory aid. After waiting for the drug to take effect, the woman regained her memories of Mai and also became aware of her daughter's presence. Just as the woman was still confused, Haruto placed a contract in front of her. "Hello, ma'am. I'm from Umbrella Agency. The reason I invited you here today is to formally request your company to release Mai Sakurajima from her contract." The woman had just taken the contract when she heard these words and immediately threw it onto the table. "Impossible," she declared resolutely. This reaction left Mai stunned. She had assumed that, at the very least, her mother and agent would read the contract before making a decision. Haruto turned his head to look at Mai and smiled. Then, he picked up the contract again, flipped to the last page, and pointed to an extravagant sum. Handing it back to the woman, she took a glance, her expression instantly turning to shock. The sheer amount of money was overwhelming. But after the initial shock, she gripped the contract tightly, then slowly placed it back onto the table. "This is also Mai Sakurajima's own wish," Haruto added. This made the woman pause. In the end, she let out a deep sigh. Chapter 135, The Lizard. Mai's mother held the contract tightly, looking at her daughter as if to verify Haruto's claim. Mai nodded without hesitation. The woman hesitated. She seemed to want to ask why Mai wanted to leave. But before she could, she seemed to already have an answer. In the end, all of her emotions condensed into a single sigh. "Can I take a look at Mai's contract with your company?" That was her only request. Haruto, of course, had prepared for this and handed over Mai's contract. Although, in truth, it was just an ordinary-looking piece of paper. What truly mattered was the signature on the Absolute Contract Codex. The woman carefully examined the contract, repeatedly scrutinizing certain clauses. Only after confirming there were no hidden traps did she set it down. In fact, to the woman, both contracts seemed almost too good to be true. The terms offered by Umbrella were so generous that they were downright shocking. At last, the woman looked at Mai again. By this point, Mai had already seen enough of her mother's expressions to understand. She smiled, relieved, and nodded. Finally, the woman signed the contract. Haruto transferred the payment on the spot. From that moment on, my Sakurajima belonged to Umbrella, or, more precisely, the SCP Foundation. Now, the only question was how to let the public perceive my Sakurajima's existence once more. The reality dating show Starting Love Today had already garnered significant traction with several trending topics from its first episode. After the investment backing switched to Umbrella, even more promotional resources were poured in. What was once an obscure little dating show suddenly became the talk of the entire nation. And amidst all the attention, the second episode of Starting Love Today was once again broadcast live. Surprisingly, the hottest topic among the show's cast members was none other than Haruto, despite not even being an idol. With his impeccable looks, the existing fanbase from his alias as Takatsuki Izumi-sensei, and his incredibly charming presence in the first episode, Haruto was on the verge of becoming a top-tier trending star. And in the midst of this hype, Haruto suddenly turned to the camera with an unexpected smile. Viewers were puzzled until they heard Haruto say, "Let me introduce an absolute angel to everyone. She's got beauty, a sweet voice, a stunning figure, graceful when calm but energetic when she moves, my Sakurajima. If true love had a color, it would be my colored. Long live my Sakurajima." Before he could finish, Mai lunged at him and put him in a chokehold on the spot. "What the hell are you saying?" Amidst her embarrassed exclamation, the world once again perceived the existence of Mai. Of course, the price of this revelation was. What kind of girl moves, as swift as a rabbit? She demonstrated it live on air. Starting Love Today concludes perfectly, fans go wild. If true love had a color, it would be my colored. Many related topics shot up the trending list once again, making the show an even bigger success. From then on, Mai continued her career under Umbrella. The only difference was that now, she had complete freedom to choose her projects and endorsements. The career she once loved but nearly abandoned was now once again something she could enjoy and pursue with passion. At the same time, Mai transferred to Sobu High School. Haruto introduced her to Megumi, hoping the two could get along. After all, both of them had anomalous antimemetic properties and had experienced being ignored by the world. They should get along well, right? Plus, Megumi could help Mai better control her own antimemetic anomaly. However, Haruto failed to notice the sparks flying in the air when the two girls exchanged glances. Time passed, and soon, the day of the grand banquet invitation approached. Haruto wasn't particularly interested in attending. But since it was an invitation from Kaguya Shinomiya, he figured it was only polite to make an appearance. However, Momobami clan wasn't invited. Upon receiving Ririka's report, Haruto asked in surprise. This banquet was being jointly hosted by the Shinomiya, Suzuki, and Senseiman families. Among the 4 great conglomerates of Japan, 3 were involved. Even if their relations weren't ideal, basic etiquette among the upper class dictated that they wouldn't ignore the Momobami clan. Otherwise, wouldn't it make the 4 great conglomerates look petty and divided? And yet, the Momobami clan had indeed been left out. That was unexpected. Ririka pondered for a moment before speaking in a low voice. This isn't the first time. Similar incidents have happened several times recently. Haruto raised an eyebrow. Is it because of the Momobami clan's growth? Are the other 3 conglomerates uniting to suppress you? In recent times, the Momobami clan has been rising rapidly with the Foundation's support. If they're being targeted, it's understandable. But Ririka shook her head. Master Haruto, that's exactly the issue. There has been no suppression from the other 3 families. In fact, even in industries where the Foundation isn't involved, the Momobami clan has been gaining ground. And the reason is simple: the Shinomiya, Suzuki, and Senseiman families have been managing their businesses poorly, allowing us to profit. Haruto tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. Was this a deliberate display of weakness? The wolf feigning sleep to lure its prey. Now this was getting interesting. The 4 great conglomerates were the strongest organizations in Japan, aside from the official government. And if 3 of them were joining forces, they might just be able to stir up some waves. What was originally a dull event of attending the banquet merely to honor Kaguya Shinomiya's invitation, suddenly became interesting. Ririka, dress up nicely tomorrow and accompany me to this banquet, Haruto said with a bold wave of his hand. However, Ririka seemed unenthusiastic. Master Haruto, my elder sister seems to miss you. Please bring her along instead. My sister's abilities surpass mine by far. I believe she can provide you with the greatest assistance. Haruto decisively shook his head. If he brought Kurori along, he wouldn't get to have any fun at all. With Kurori's capabilities, even if the other three major conglomerates joined forces, they wouldn't be able to make waves before her. Having risen to the top of the 100 devouring families at such a young age, Kurori's abilities far surpassed those of the other three conglomerates' leaders. Moreover, with the Foundation supporting the 100 devouring families now, it was simply a one-sided battle. So, bringing Ririka was the better choice. Ririka was soft, cute, and moderately strong. Ririka let out a deep sigh. She had already come to understand the twisted amusement of her master and could roughly guess why he insisted on bringing her along. Why was someone so powerful also so fond of such strange amusements? Meanwhile, Haruto, full of anticipation, left to prepare for the banquet the next day. However, before dawn even arrived the next morning. Before the sun had risen, in the dim early hours, the system panel popped up. Anomaly detection system has identified an abnormal presence. Haruto woke from his sleep and pulled up the system panel to check. The anomaly was detected on the west coast of the northern nation. Haruto felt his scalp tingle. Grabbing his satellite phone, he immediately called the personnel at the Foundation's containment site in the northern nation. After informing the Foundation staff of the anomaly's location, Haruto suddenly felt like the place seemed familiar. Not certain, he decided to check again. This location, search the database and see if there's any relevant information, Haruto instructed through the phone. On the other end, the sound of rapid keyboard typing came through. Then, the Foundation staff reported. President, we found it. This location was flagged during a routine investigation not long ago as a base of operations for a certain organization. The organization is called the Distillery. It is a non-supernatural group of moderate scale. According to the Foundation's action plan, we originally scheduled a cleanup operation against this organization in 3 days. Past investigations indicate that the Distillery does not have the ability to contain or create anomalies. Awaiting your instructions, President. T/N, here comes the problem. I don't really know if this is the right organization as I scoured the net for such organizations but found none. I'd probably come back here to revise the right organization if this ever be wrong. Haruto raised an eyebrow. No wonder the address seemed familiar. So, it was a base of that damn distillery. As a transnational crime syndicate, the Distillery had bases not only in Japan but also in various countries overseas. And their largest base, their headquarters, was located precisely on the west coast of the northern nation, at location 697. Which just so happened to be where the anomaly had appeared this time. Rubbing his forehead, Haruto said. Send a team of D-class personnel to investigate the anomaly's interactions with the Distillery, but no direct contact with the anomaly. Deploy 3 squads of armed personnel to blockade the base's perimeter and clear out surrounding civilians. Agents must be equipped with Black 1 armor and remain on standby 30 miles from the location. With Haruto's orders given, the Foundation's personnel at the northern nation's site immediately began operations. However, things escalated quickly. Just before dawn, before the sky fully brightened, the northern nation's site sent over footage of an anomaly encounter. Haruto opened the video. What appeared on the screen were several figures dressed in bright orange prison uniforms, D-class personnel. I am D-475, not important, carrying out the anomaly observation mission. My current location is North Street, West Coast. The anomaly site is within the headquarters of the organization, the Distillery, located at the warehouse district at the end of North Street. B-07 agent reported that the area had been fully evacuated and requested permission to begin the observation mission. The director of the northern nation's containment site issued the order, D-class personnel, enter the designated area and commence anomaly observation. Understood. Beginning anomaly observation mission. The footage moved forward. Sticking close to the walls, the personnel carefully advanced through the deserted streets. The civilians had already been evacuated. Their only concern was avoiding the Distillery surveillance. After crossing a street, a large warehouse district came into view, dozens of storage units. Ordinarily, this area was used to store goods for the port, but in reality, it was the Distillery's headquarters. The footage continued forward. Using Foundation tools, they cut through a chain-link fence, and the D-class personnel entered the warehouse district. But then, a horrific, sharp screech echoed through the air. The sound was completely inhuman, a monstrous, primal roar. The footage trembled. The D-class personnel froze in fear. Usually, in such cases, the Foundation would immediately instruct the D-class personnel to continue the mission, or face immediate termination. However, before an order could even be issued, a deafening explosion roared through the area. Chapter 136, Peak Idiocy. On screen, the roof of a warehouse was blown off, and its metal walls were shredded like paper. A colossal reptilian creature, the size of a truck, burst out from within. Its head had a bone-white structure, 6 glowing eyes, and its body resembled a massive, grotesquely enlarged lizard. The moment it broke free, it began heading toward the city. "Oh my god, what the hell is that?" A D-class personnel's terrified voice came through as the screen shook violently, his heavy breathing audible. Meanwhile, in the warehouse district, plumes of dust rose, and the roar of engines filled the air. "Hey, I think we should hide. If someone else is running in to die, we might as well just watch from the side." A D-class personnel nervously requested permission. The containment site director approved the request. The footage shifted, positioning behind a warehouse, stabilizing the frame with 1/3 showing the wall and 2/3 capturing the exterior. Several modified Humvees roared toward the massive lizard. At the same time, the recording equipment picked up voices. WTF. What the hell is that? Shit. That damn lizard is bigger than the trucks. Shoot it. Open fire. If that thing gets out, our whole base is done for. Immediately, figures clad in black suits emerged from the Humvees, the distillery's enforcers. They carried AK-47 assault rifles and quickly took aim at the monstrous lizard. A barrage of gunfire erupted. Bullets tore into the massive creature's body, ripping through its flesh and sending blood spraying into the air. The injured lizard froze in place, letting out an incomprehensible, nightmarish cry, a mix of agonized wailing and enraged howling. A sound so alien and deafening that it instilled pure terror in those who heard it. Then, it turned. The monstrous lizard charged straight for the nearest Humvee. Shoot. Keep firing. Don't let that thing get close. Drive, damn it. You want to die. The distillery didn't hire you to just stand there. Fuck. Why is that thing moving so fast all of a sudden? Shoot its eyes. Panic-stricken screams came from the Humvee. The driver slammed the accelerator, tires screeching against the pavement. The black-suited enforcers emptied their magazines, unleashing a storm of bullets at the charging beast. Then, the horror unfolded. The bullets, which had earlier torn through its flesh, were now utterly ineffective. The gunfire pinged off its body with a metallic clang. At some point, the lizard had grown scales. Layered, overlapping scales, a natural armor impervious to gunfire. And its speed, it now outpaced the Humvee. Before the vehicle could escape, the monstrous lizard pounced, flipping the armored Humvee over. Amidst the frantic screams, the massive lizard clamped its jaws down on the vehicle. A horrifying crunch echoed. The heavily modified Humvee, built for war, lasted only 30 seconds before. With a final, gut-wrenching screech, the monstrous lizard ripped it apart. With a few more bites, the entire Hummer was reduced to something akin to a small biscuit. Metal mixed with flesh, the agonized wails gradually faded, all swallowed into the belly of the lizard. The camera zoomed in, focusing on the giant lizard's mouth. What was originally a smooth, bare area was now covered with 3 dense layers of razor-sharp teeth. The structure was akin to that of a shark's teeth, layer upon layer, instantly replaced as soon as one was broken. It was precisely these fangs that allowed the creature to devour solid alloy like it was nothing more than a snack. The process was even easier than a human using a can opener. After swallowing several men in black, the massive lizard's wounds, which previously torn open by bullets, began to heal at an astonishing rate. Flesh regenerated before their eyes, new organs and scales forming in an instant. The remaining black-clad operatives in the distillery watched this unfold, feeling as if they had been transported into a sci-fi disaster movie, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. Meanwhile, the Foundation had already gathered a wealth of information. Site Director, this anomalous entity possesses extreme regenerative abilities and is continuously evolving. Yes, evolving. Because it had been shot, the giant lizard developed bullet-resistant scales. Because it had trouble biting through the alloy vehicle, it evolved triple-layered fangs capable of crushing metal effortlessly. The terrifying part? What takes humans thousands of years to gradually evolve, this giant lizard accomplished in mere moments. What it displayed before humanity was a nightmarish adaptability. If natural selection is the law of nature, then this lizard was its very embodiment. Fuck. What the hell is this thing? Guns are useless. Run. Get Chianti to bring the anti-material sniper rifle. No. Have HQ fire an RPG at it. Blow it to pieces. Shouts echoed through the warehouse district. The remaining Humvee sped off in different directions, scattering like startled birds. They had yet to grasp the creature's ability to evolve and still believed that stronger firepower could take it down. However, even though they made a swift retreat, the enraged giant lizard had no intention of letting them go. Thud. 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 A terrifying, boulder-like impact echoed repeatedly. The men in black glanced through their rearview mirrors and were met with an utterly horrifying sight. The massive lizard, as large as a truck, was charging at them at a speed no living creature should be capable of. Every step it took shattered the concrete ground, leaving gaping craters behind. Can you imagine a truck-sized reptile, thundering towards you with unstoppable force? That kind of image could only inspire despair. The massive lizard caught up to the fleeing Hummer and crashed into it head-on. The ground split apart, a massive crater forming as the impact sent debris flying for over 10 meters. The alloy-reinforced Humvee was flattened into a metal pancake. The giant lizard casually devoured the crumpled vehicle in a few bites. Its body swelled slightly. Then, it set its sights on the next target. This was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. The men in black had no means of resistance. Before long, all the Humvees were caught and destroyed, their occupants consumed in the process. The lizard came to a stop, raised its head, and let out a deafening roar. We have to run. This thing isn't something humans can fight. It's the apocalypse, it's a disaster. A D-class personnel holding the recording equipment trembled as he spoke. He requested permission from the Foundation to retreat. The site director denied the request. The Foundation required continued observation of the anomaly. Anyone who attempted to flee would be executed. Are you all insane? Against a monster like this? I'd rather die. The D-class personnel was on the verge of breaking down. However, something even more horrifying occurred in the distance. The giant lizard's roar suddenly changed. It no longer emitted incomprehensible sounds. Instead, it began speaking in a hoarse, ragged voice. Like that of an old man on his deathbed. You disgust me. The giant lizard spoke human language. This was far more terrifying than anything that had come before. The next moment, it lunged toward the camera. Amid panicked screams, a massive maw tore through the warehouse walls, filling the screen. Then, the transmission was cut off. Haruto watched the anomalous encounter report, his eyes narrowing with a perplexed expression. If there were a meme to describe this moment, it would be the one of an old man on a subway staring at his phone. What the hell is this? Clearly, this anomaly appearing on the western coast of the northern nation was a major problem. But the bigger issue. Are these distillery guys mentally ill? They were practically feeding themselves to the giant lizard as experience points. Haruto pulled open his window. Black wings sprouted from his back. With a single flap, a sonic boom rang out as he shot into the sky, leaving his apartment at high speed. As he flew, Haruto sent a message to the Northern Nation Foundation site staff. Expand the containment perimeter. Evacuate all civilians. Do not use physical or energy-based attacks on the anomaly. Also, kick those distillery idiots out of the perimeter. Stop letting them feed it experience. Judging by its adaptability and evolution, further attacks could have catastrophic consequences. If those morons fire an RPG at it, the map of the Northern Nation might need to be redrawn. However, just as the message was sent, the Northern Nation Foundation site forwarded Haruto a new video. In the footage, a helicopter was hovering above the warehouse district. It was armed with a Gatling gun, unloading a hailstorm of bullets onto the giant lizard below. Then, a black missile shot through the air and obliterated the helicopter. However, the heavy gunfire had already triggered another round of evolution. Watching this unfold, Haruto was completely dumbfounded. Originally, in the plot, the distillery fools had once fired a helicopter's machine guns at Tokyo Tower. Haruto had thought that was the pinnacle of stupidity. But now, who the hell ordered this? Opening fire on the immortal lizard, who gave them the nerve? Chapter 137, Fragmented Divinity vs. The Undying Lizard. Anomaly, Undying Lizard, SCP-682. Anomaly Level 5, Apocalyptic. T/N, base on Wiki, this SCP's real name is a Tantiqu-Elpanyu. This entity exhibits the following characteristics. It appears as a massive reptilian creature with an inherent hostility and aggression toward nearly all life forms, particularly harboring an intense hatred for humans. It possesses an extremely tenacious vitality, demonstrating an unprecedented level of adaptability to both environmental changes and external attacks. The entity boasts immense strength, speed, and reflexes. It can actively adjust its body size, either growing or shrinking, with its displayed power varying according to its form. It can derive energy from any consumed substance, whether organic or inorganic. Its digestion is aided by filtration gills located in its nostrils, which can extract useful components from any liquid. Additionally, it maximizes the utility of absorbed energy to modify its physical form for enhanced adaptation, manifesting as growth and molting. The entity possesses an exceptional regenerative ability, strong adaptability, moderate sensory perception, and a level of destructive power with no discernible upper limit. Its origins remain unknown, and it is resistant to death by any means, including physical damage, energy-based attacks, reality distortion, or conceptual erasure. When Haruto finished reading this information, the warehouse district along the northern coastline of the northern nation had already been completely flattened. Countless warehouses had been crushed into rubble, leaving behind only remnants of destruction. The headquarters of the distillery had been entirely unearthed from underground. Various weapons, firearms, ammunition, along with numerous cloned vehicles, modified cars, and even heavy-duty off-road vehicles with mounted machine guns. All were now exposed under the sunlight, with most reduced to wreckage. As for the personnel of the distillery, they had either been devoured by the lizard, or had been executed or captured by the Foundation's operatives, slated for memory erasure before being reassigned as Class D personnel. And as for SCP-682 itself, when Haruto laid eyes on it, the monstrous, unidentified reptilian creature had already grown to a size rivaling that of Godzilla. Moreover, this reptilian Godzilla was attempting to advance toward City 697. Fortunately, the Foundation operatives, realizing the dire situation, initiated artificial rainfall over the warehouse district. Using advanced technology, they increased atmospheric humidity, creating a thick fog that would persist for several hours. Meanwhile, the evacuation zone was significantly expanded. To the public, they issued the explanation that a failed missile launch had resulted in a crash within the warehouse district. While the explanation was somewhat flimsy, it was sufficient to deceive the general populace. Otherwise, not only would the northern nation need to conduct widespread memory erasure operations, but countless people would likely perish from the anomaly's sheer presence before their memories could even be erased. Foundation agents in the northern nation, clad in pitch-black armor, continuously maneuvered around SCP-682, binding it with some form of black threads. Since physical and energy-based attacks were ineffective, the Foundation operatives opted to employ a specialized flexible carbon fiber material. This fiber is a product of the Foundation, serving as one of the core materials for the initial construction of the reinforced containment layer. Its density and strength are several times that of normal carbon, with molecules arranged so tightly that the fiber possesses hardness surpassing that of diamonds. At the same time, despite having such high hardness, it retains the properties of fiber, excellent ductility and flexibility. Using this carbon fiber, Foundation agents clad in Black 3 armor engaged in a primitive tug-of-war with the undying lizard, SCP-682. Even though more than a dozen agents, reinforced by the Black 3 armor, still lost in terms of raw strength to the undying lizard, they successfully delayed its advance, buying time until Haruto arrived on the scene. With a single beat of his black wings, Haruto landed directly in the path of the undying lizard. The monstrous lizard, which had been dragging a dozen Foundation agents forward, suddenly planted both front claws into the ground. In an almost incomprehensible manner, it halted its movement. Although it nearly toppled over due to inertia, it managed to stop. The undying lizard, SCP-682, S6 eyes locked onto Haruto. Then, it let out a scream, a piercing, continuous wail directed at Haruto. Even though the Foundation agents could not comprehend the meaning of the scream, they could feel the fear within it. The agents who had been flung aside now wore relieved smiles. They had been dealing with this massive lizard, their nerves stretched to the limit. Even with the pitch-black armor, fear had crept into their hearts. Yet now, seeing this terror-incarnate lizard screaming in fear at a single human, the agents felt as if a great weight had been lifted. The President has arrived. As expected of the President. Even anomalies can only scream in fear before him. I thought I was going to die. Looks like we were lucky enough to hold out until the President got here. Several agents slumped to the ground, chatting with exhausted relief. Though the undying lizard's screams left them dizzy and with ringing eardrums, to them, the sound was oddly pleasant. Haruto raised an eyebrow at the screaming lizard. This mysterious reptilian creature clearly possessed intelligence, possibly at a very high level. So, was it screaming in fear because it recognized something about him? For instance, his 2 shattered supreme divinities. To test his theory, Haruto took a single step forward. The undying lizard, SCP-682, immediately ceased its screaming and turned to flee toward the horizon. Despite being wrapped in the special carbon fiber, its movements were completely unaffected. Clearly, the creature had already evolved again. Seeing this, Haruto confirmed that the lizard could indeed perceive something. Then, if I unleash my fractured divinity, how will you respond? Zawaruto. The world turned gray and silent, time was frozen. The undying lizard, SCP-682, which had just turned to flee, was now locked in place. Haruto slowly walked to the front of the creature. To his surprise, as he stood before it, he could feel its 6 eyes staring at him. Yet, in the moment that time had frozen, its field of vision should have been empty. Moreover, the sensation of being watched was something Haruto could only perceive when time was flowing. Haruto smirked in mild surprise. You can maintain awareness even within a supreme divinity's domain. Then, can you break free? After a moment of silence, the undying lizard, SCP-682, remained motionless. Aside from its gaze, it was indistinguishable from any other frozen entity. Haruto's eyes turned blood red. The Mangekyo Sharingan appeared. Kamui activated, slicing the space around the undying lizard's body. Strangely colored blood burst forth but remained suspended midair. Haruto observed the creature closely, looking for any minute reaction. Yet, as before, aside from its gaze, there was no noticeable difference. Guiding Kamui, Haruto continued slicing the undying lizard's body apart, slowly erasing the severed pieces with space-time power. By the time he had removed over 87% of its physical mass, Haruto finally stopped. It seems your adaptability has not yet evolved to the point of resisting supreme divinity, even a fractured one. The power of the world was lifted. Time resumed its flow. A wretched howl erupted from the undying lizard, SCP-682. In the stillness of frozen time, 87% of its body had been erased. Because it had all happened in a single frozen instant, there had been no process of loss. No matter how terrifying its adaptability was, the undying lizard could not reverse the sheer scale of its lost mass. It lunged toward the ground, attempting to devour the earth to replenish its energy. But Haruto simply reached out and grabbed a portion of its remaining body. Lifting it into the air, he prevented it from touching anything. The undying lizard let out desperate, continuous cries. Yet, Haruto remained unmoved. After a brief standoff, what remained of its body began to shrink inward. Its size visibly decreased, yet its limbs and organs regenerated. Eventually, the undying lizard was reduced to a fully quadrupedal creature, just 3 meters long and 2 meters high, far smaller than when it had first appeared. Clearly, without consuming new matter, restoring its form purely through stored energy was an immense struggle. The lizard had entered a weakened state. The scales, fangs, and other evolved features had significantly deteriorated. The surrounding Foundation agents erupted into cheers. Haruto, however, simply waved a hand, instructing them to continue their work. Containing an anomaly was not the end of a Foundation mission, there was still cleanup to be done. The North Foundation needed to handle public information control, internet data erasure, and small-scale memory wipes. More importantly, they needed to construct a dedicated containment chamber for the undying lizard, SCP-682. This entity is designated as the undying lizard, SCP-682, and must be contained within the reinforced containment layer. Prepare a special chamber measuring 5m x 5m x 5m. Line the chamber's interior with 25 cm thick reinforced acid-resistant steel plating. The chamber must be filled with hydrochloric acid, completely submerging SCP-682. Ensure it remains fully submerged, unable to resist, and monitor its activity at all times. Following Haruto's instructions, the North Foundation containment site immediately began modifying the containment chamber. T/N, Blacklight. My G. I'm seriously considering of just stopping translating this FIC cause this mofo can't utilize most of its power. Based on what I've read and the application of this power, bro could have done more and be powerful. Thoughts. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, The Extravagant Banquet and the Mysterious Shinomiya Tomi. At the North Foundation containment site, within the reinforced containment layer. The undying lizard, SCP-682, was now completely submerged in hydrochloric acid. The 5m x 5m x 5m acid-resistant alloy container was sealed shut. Successfully contained anomaly, undying lizard, SCP-682. Containment level, Tier 5, apocalyptic. Containment status, stable. Reward, 1 Tier 5 lottery draw. The miniature undying lizard made no attempt to resist. In fact, ever since Haruto had erased 87% of its mass, the creature had remained utterly docile. Watching SCP-682 completely submerged, the site director of the North Foundation containment site finally let out a deep sigh of relief. He had only recently been promoted to a Level 4 personnel, his abilities were sufficient, but his experience was lacking. And yet, as soon as the North Foundation site was established, the very first anomaly they encountered was an apocalyptic level threat like SCP-682. It was utterly terrifying. If not for the President, this containment mission would have come at an unimaginable cost. The site director wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he spoke. This was not an attempt at flattery but a genuine sentiment of admiration. In the Foundation, flattery was the least necessary thing. Such behavior was meaningless, the Foundation was not a social organization, it operated on absolute principles. Haruto waved his hand dismissively. For an anomaly of this level, being able to promptly identify its traits and find countermeasures is already commendable. The Foundation evolves by learning from each containment experience, continuously improving so that we can protect all of humanity. Hearing this, the site director nodded in deep agreement. The President's words were simply the absolute truth. At this moment, however, Haruto's thoughts remained focused on the immortal reptile. This massive lizard had been classified as a Level 5 containment object, designated as an apocalyptic level threat. In other words, if left unchecked, the immortal reptile would bring about a catastrophe on the scale of the world's end, at the very least, it would lead to human extinction. And this assessment was clearly accurate. If the immortal reptile's early-stage evolution had not been identified and restricted in time, then in an incredibly short period, it would have evolved to a level where causing an apocalypse would be effortless. The containment of the immortal reptile granted Haruto a level 5 lottery draw. Combined with the level 5 lottery from the previous containment of the guardian deity, Haruto now had 2 in his possession. The chance of drawing a red tier reward in a level 5 lottery was 10%. Although even a level 5 red tier reward couldn't grant complete supreme divinity. Even fragmented divinity with a 10% probability was still highly tempting. However, Haruto didn't rush to use it. Better to rely on a bit of superstition. He'd wait for Kanako to return and draw while holding the lucky charm. Another matter that caught Haruto's attention was that the immortal reptile was almost impossible to kill. Even when Haruto personally intervened, he couldn't find a definitive way to execute it. Under the power of the world, time was frozen, and Haruto reduced 87% of the immortal reptile's mass. He didn't stop because he wanted to spare the creature. Rather, he had a premonition: if he continued erasing its physical body, it would trigger some kind of irreversible change. And that change would be detrimental not just to Haruto but to the entire world. That was why he halted. Aside from this strange intuition, the immortal reptile retained awareness even in frozen time. That, too, was astonishing. Haruto's world power was derived from fragmented supreme divinity. Only supreme divinity could resist supreme divinity. This led Haruto to suspect that the immortal reptile also possessed some form of fragmented supreme divinity. It simply had not fully manifested yet. To investigate the potential existence of supreme divinity, it was foreseeable that the Foundation would conduct a series of experiments centered around the immortal reptile. Since it was nearly impossible to kill, the goal of the experiments would be to find a way to execute it. With this thought in mind, Haruto nodded in agreement with himself. SCP-682 has no research value, is extremely dangerous, and frequently breaches containment. Given these characteristics, the SCP Foundation must eliminate SCP-682 as soon as possible. From now on, the northern site will be responsible for containing SCP-682 while also monitoring other Foundation containment subjects. Consider viable execution methods. If necessary, utilize interactions with other anomalies to expedite the process. Of course, execution experiments must be reported to the O5 Council and approved before proceeding. That's it, I have high expectations for you. After speaking, Haruto patted the site director on the shoulder. The site director immediately nodded firmly. Yes, President. I will find a way to execute SCP-682 as soon as possible. Haruto nodded in satisfaction and instinctively took out his phone. The screen showed a string of missed calls. Earlier, he had been focused on containing SCP-682. Facing an anomaly suspected to have fragmented supreme divinity, even Haruto couldn't afford to be careless. He had to give it his full attention. So, when his phone rang, he had ignored it, only now did he notice. Most of the missed calls were from Erika. Haruto glanced at the time and let out a deep sigh, rubbing his forehead. The financial conglomerate gala in Chiba had already been going on for a while. And he, invited by Shinomiya Kaguya, had failed to show up. He had even asked Erika to go in his place, and now, he had completely bailed on her. That left Haruto feeling a bit helpless. But there was no choice, containing an apocalyptic-level anomaly had to take priority over having fun. He scrolled further down the missed calls. Hayasaka AI had also called several times. Haruto guessed she was probably calling to question why he had stood them up. Continuing down the list. Yukinoshita. Seeing a call from Yukino, Haruto frowned in confusion. Why would she call him? In his impression, Yukino found his playful attitude rather distasteful. Despite being forced to join the Foundation due to 2 encounters with anomalies, she showed no reverence toward Haruto as the president. So why was she calling? Then, as he scrolled to the very last entry, Haruto's expression darkened. It was a special call notification. No number. No origin. No information at all. As if it were a ghost call. The only identifier was the caller name displayed. O5-2. This was a special security measure used by O5 Council members. Any information from an O5 member was untraceable. The recipient would receive only the intended message, nothing else. No phone number, no call origin, no time or duration. If answered, the voice on the other end would be electronically altered, devoid of tone, making it impossible to determine gender or age. It was even uncertain whether the call was personally made by an O5 member or simply an automated message they had set up. This twin-star, level 5 security clearance mechanism was currently only used by Erwin. And Erwin, being the only O5 member aside from Haruto, would only make such a call for something of utmost importance. Haruto immediately called back. Meanwhile, Let's rewind time to a few hours earlier. The gala hosted by the Shinomiya family and 2 other financial conglomerates was in the final stages of preparation. The venue was so lavish it was almost blinding. The red carpet underfoot was made of a special silk velvet from the city of Rome, worth more than gold. The chandeliers above reflected light off massive, rare diamond raw stones. The tables and chairs scattered throughout were handcrafted from top-grade Nanma wood, showcasing both exquisite materials and masterful craftsmanship. This setting could only be described as extravagant beyond reason. Yet, Kaguya seemed extremely displeased. Everyone knew the Shinomiya family was wealthy. But Kaguya never considered flaunting wealth in such a manner to be a wise strategy. Showing off riches was meant to provoke desire in others. But to this degree of indulgence, Kaguya saw no benefit whatsoever. Furthermore, the Shinomiya family had never done something like this before. That adopted daughter again. Shinomiya Tomi. Kaguya frowned and asked Hayasaka AI. Hayasaka AI, however, subtly signaled her to keep quiet. Kaguya was instantly alarmed. She suddenly recalled the recent assassination attempt on her. A portion of the Shinomiya family's authority had been handed over to an adopted daughter. And this adopted daughter had used that authority to openly order an assassination attempt on the true heiress of the Shinomiya family. It was absurd. But it had happened. And now, Kaguya couldn't even speak freely about it. Milady, it seems this gala was arranged by the Shinomiya family to officially announce Tomo's existence. Furthermore, the other 2 families appear to have similar intentions. The entire setup of this venue was a joint effort among all 3 families. The situation is peculiar, so please be patient. I've already sent people to investigate. Hayasaka AI lowered her voice. Kaguya exhaled deeply and nodded. She had endured for the sake of the family before, she could do so again. She understood the necessity of bowing to circumstances. Yet, her frustration was growing. Just then, Hayasaka's phone vibrated. She took it out and found a message from her investigator. However, upon reading its contents, her expression darkened. What the hell is this? Hayasaka had sent out several private investigators. Now, the report stated that many of them had gone mad and were executed by the Shinomiya family. Only one had managed to send back his findings. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, The Investigation Record of Shinomiya Tomi. My name is Hakuba Suguru. Born in the city of Romance, currently residing in Japan. My profession is detective. When Miss Smith A. Hayasaka first approached me with this case, I intended to refuse. Although I am a private detective, I cannot accept prying into the life of a young woman and delving into her privacy. But, Miss Hayasaka convinced me with some information about the target, and it seems this is not a simple case of malicious voyeurism. The target, Tomi, with the surname Shinomiya crossed out, seems to be an enigmatic existence with significant implications. 3 of the 4 major financial conglomerates are involved, and countless detectives have died on the path to uncovering the truth. Such secrecy makes it impossible for me to give up. Ultimately, I accepted Miss Hayasaka's commission to investigate Tomi and uncover the truth. I utilized some connections in the city of Rome to conduct a background check on Tomi and discovered something interesting. Miss Hayasaka is a highly capable person with a commendable background, but the information she provided contained errors. The target, Tomi, is not an individual, they seem more like an organization, not just Shinomiya Tomi. In Japan, there exist multiple individuals such as Shinomiya Tomi, Suzuki Tomi, Senzaiman Tomi, etc. Moreover, the above individuals share almost identical appearances, body characteristics, voices, and speech patterns, like clones. The organization named Tomi has infiltrated many financial conglomerate forces in Japan, but how they achieved this is unclear. Upon obtaining the above information, my hands trembled slightly as I held the materials, realizing that this case involves more than I initially thought. But, I am Hakuba Suguru, not to boast, but I am not accustomed to giving up halfway, especially in the pursuit of truth. Therefore, I continued the investigation and left this record of my findings, updating it as I go. If I am unable to continue recording, this information will be sent out. Given the danger and unknown nature of the target, I did not charge in recklessly but chose a more subtle approach, starting with the predecessors. Miss Hayasaka had commissioned several famous detectives to investigate Tomi, and all of them went mad and met their demise. These predecessors are important sources of information, and I began to carefully investigate their life records for clues. The first few detectives adopted the most direct method of tailing and investigation, with several conducting covert filming. 3 of them were discovered during their tailing, and one seemed to lose his mind, charging towards an individual named Tomi. All 3 were killed by Shinomiya Tomi's henchmen, and the footage was found and destroyed, leaving me with no access to the information. But, why did that detective charge towards Tomi after being exposed? And without any preparation for a fight, like a moth to a flame. From the above information, it's clear that Tomi holds considerable power within the Shinomiya family, which is unreasonable but a fact. The last detective, who acted like a moth to a flame, gave me a strange hypothesis, and my intuition tells me it's likely the truth. The one who could provide more information is a famous detective from Japan named Daigo Shikuzen, who was the detective before me. As a famous detective, Daigo Shikuzen had deep experience, excellent intuition, and remarkable judgment, but unfortunately, he died. The apparent cause of Daigo Shikuzen's death was food poisoning, but besides being a famous detective, his most notable title was that of a gourmet. A gourmet dying from food poisoning sounds reasonable, but in reality, it's a complete cover-up, with the case information sealed by the Shinomiya family. I infiltrated the morgue of the Chiba Police Department. It's against the rules, but sometimes, special measures are necessary for the truth. Daigo Shikuzen was specially stored, and when the drawer was pulled out, I was utterly astonished, mixed with personal feelings, sorry. Daigo Shikuzen's abdomen was cut open, and the wound looked as if it was made from the inside out, as if something burst out from his stomach, an alien. Anyway, this is definitely not food poisoning, unless Daigo Shikuzen liked to have facehuggers from outer space for lunch. T/N/NGL, I want a xenomorph pet. They're fucking cool bro, and moreover, their whole body is designed perfect for a killing machine. How cool is that? Detectives have their own habits in handling cases, and most like to keep records of their cases, especially the more intricate ones. I obtained Daigo Shikuzen's fingerprints and then left the morgue of the police department, heading to a restaurant. This is a restaurant opened by Daigo Shikuzen, supported by his reputation as a gourmet detective, now closed for business. I used some tricks, simply put, a wire and a hairpin, and successfully entered the restaurant, searching carefully inside. Luckily, I guessed right. Daigo Shikuzen had a secret archive room for storing case files. Earlier, when I saw the police report stating that no clues were found in Daigo Shikuzen's home, I had this guess. The archive room was hidden in the restaurant, so the lock wasn't very secure, and I easily opened it with the obtained fingerprints. No need to search. On the table in the archive room was Daigo Shikuzen's investigation record on Shinomiya Tomi, clearly showing his dedication to the matter. Daigo Shikuzen tailed Shinomiya Tomi and conducted filming. I reviewed the footage but felt even more puzzled. Tomi is an extremely beautiful woman with a well-proportioned figure, the standard golden ratio, characterized by a tear mole under the corner of her eye. In the investigation footage, Tomi showed no abnormal behavior, mostly frequenting high-end luxury venues, spending extravagantly. Based solely on the footage, my profile of Tomi is a highly vain, arrogant, and capricious woman, but nothing more. My profiling is usually accurate, but this time it must be distorted, as such a woman could not have gained power within the Shinomiya family. The dates on Daigo Shikuzen's footage are off. He died 3 days ago, but the footage abruptly ends 7 days ago. Where did the 4 days in between go? In the computer in the archive room, I found a hidden locked file, so I hired a hacker to crack it. The content of this file was the missing 4 days, even up to the moment of death, recorded by Daigo Shikuzen. The file was filled with a large amount of abnormal text, full of passionate love for Shinomiya Tomi. Did the detective fall in love with the target? 1 day before his death, Daigo Shikuzen wore a pinhole camera, approached Tomi in person, and confessed to her. In the footage, Tomi verbally humiliated Daigo Shikuzen, belittling him to worthlessness. In her eyes, detectives and gourmet food are far less valuable than money. Daigo Shikuzen was thrown out by Shinomiya's people and began to show obvious signs of mental derangement, becoming paranoid, neurotic, and insane. On the day of Daigo Shikuzen's death, the records show him facing a picture of Tomi. Well, I'll just post the original record. Record.avi. Daigo Shikuzen claimed to deeply love Tomi and developed the desire to murder, dismember, and scatter her remains, and he arranged to meet Tomi again. Next is the footage from the pinhole camera, which I haven't watched yet, but I have a hypothesis. My intuition reminds me of that detective who acted like a moth to a flame. I think I already know the truth. In the footage, Daigo Shikuzen confesses again, and without waiting for Sonomiya Fujiko's reaction, he grabs a knife from the dining table and charges at Tomi. Tomi is dismembered by Daigo Shikuzen, her body cut into more than 10 pieces, with more than a third of her body, including her head, eaten by Daigo Shikuzen. In the footage, Tomi's dismembered limbs begin to regrow, and the blood spilled on the floor and walls starts to grow. Yes, Tomi can reproduce through her body's cells, with the ability to split, proliferate, and reassemble her body like a planarian. Several minutes later, a Tomi bursts out from Daigo Shikuzen's stomach, reappearing in the footage. Shinomiya's people arrive, showing no surprise at the scene. Tomi harshly demands they burn her remains on the ground with fire. At this point, the footage ends. And I have a hypothesis about the truth. Tomi has the ability to make men, or humans, fall in love with her. After visual contact, one will completely fall for Tomi. Those who obtain Tomi will cater to her every whim, while those who do not will develop a strong desire to dismember Tomi. After being dismembered, all Tomi will undergo cell proliferation, regrowing into complete individuals, presumably with independent thoughts. Fire is Tomi's weakness. But, the above are just hypotheses. The truth requires verification. Reasoning and evidence should not be conflated. To verify the reasoning and uncover the truth, I will continue the investigation. If the reasoning is true, I will become the evidence that confirms the truth. I began tailing Tomi, reminding myself that this is a self-proliferating monster, utterly different from a human. I started to find Tomi beautiful. Although her appearance is already flawless, the current perception seems unrelated to mere looks. Tomi's figure appeared in my dreams, causing sleepless nights and symptoms of mental fatigue. I think I have fallen in love with Fujiko. She is perfect. I want to kiss her, slit her throat, dismember her. Fire is Tomi's weakness. The above is the record sent by the last detective. Clearly, the record was not sent by him personally but, as mentioned at the beginning, automatically sent to Hayasaka AI when he could no longer continue recording. Reading this record, Hayasaka AI felt a chill down her spine, her hair standing on end. Without a doubt, Shinomiya Tomi is an anomaly. Hayasaka AI blamed herself. She should have realized it sooner. It's just that being long involved with the Shinomiya family, she was blinded by proximity and only now realized. As the saying goes, you can't see the whole forest when you're lost among the trees. After reading the record, Hayasaka AI did not hesitate, pulling Kaguya beside her, ready to flee the evening party venue. At the same time, Hayasaka AI took out her phone and called Haruto. Kaguya, being pulled by her maid, though puzzled, followed Hayasaka AI's lead. But perhaps due to extremely bad luck or being in a Mercury retrograde, before the two could leave the evening party venue, the Shinomiya family's motorcade arrived. That, Shinomiya Tomi, stepped out first from the expensive vehicle. Kaguya's father, the head of the Shinomiya family, and Tomi stepped out from the same car. He looked at Kaguya and Hayasaka AI, frowning. Clearly, the current situation did not allow the two to leave without permission. At the same time, the call made, due to being unanswered for a long time, eventually ended automatically. Chapter 140, Tomi, Kaguya, and Yukinoshita. Shinomiya Ganon frowned and scolded. Kaguya, the evening party is about to start. At such a moment, where are you going? And Kaguya, at this moment, her expression was completely cold. Her left hand rested on her right cheek. This is a special skill Kaguya trained herself in since childhood. Like a forced calm. Whenever Kaguya makes this gesture, no matter how chaotic her emotions were before, no matter how panicked, shy, or angry, all emotions would be temporarily suppressed. At this moment, only in this way could Kaguya remain calm. Facing her father's scolding, Kaguya's emotions were as tangled as a ball of yarn, only to be cut through with a swift knife. As the true young lady of the Shinomiya family, she had been treated coldly by her father since childhood, enduring the family's disdain. A caged canary, the Princess Kaguya on the moon, she knew she was a bargaining chip for a future family alliance. But, for the family's benefit, Kaguya could still endure. At least before Tomi appeared, all this didn't seem like a joke. A conflict has occurred among students at Showdown Academy. As the student council president, I need to return to handle it. Please forgive me, father, as this is a necessary action. The parties involved in the conflict are targets worth winning over. Kaguya remained calm, instantly fabricating a reason to leave. Although her maid had discovered something and suddenly wanted to take her away, at this moment, Kaguya only trusted Hayasaka AI. And the excuse Kaguya fabricated was quite perfect. She knew well that her father was a high-ranking authority figure, and only family interests were reasonable in his eyes. Kaguya calculated correctly. As the founder of the Shinomiya financial conglomerate, Ganon, known as the Monster of Showa, would stop at nothing for the family's benefit. If it were any other day, when Kaguya mentioned the pros and cons regarding Showdown Academy, whether it was a lie or not, it would have been approved. However, today was an exception. Chapter 141, The Gathering of the Tomis, Anomaly Outbreak. Lately, her little sister had been acting strange. Chapter 142, Protection and Being Protected, The Terrifying Tomi Hell. The atmosphere in the banquet hall had reached its peak. The eyes of the men and women present unconsciously fell on one of the three Tomis, and once they did, they could no longer look away. Suzuki Tomi and Senzaiman Tomi naturally took their seats at the main position. Even the heads of their respective families were holding up their skirts for them. As the other two Tomis took their seats, the three of them looked at each other with undisguised disgust. In fact, before this, the three had already attacked each other countless times. The reason why the financial conglomerates were loosely managed was that a portion of their power had been diverted to these internal conflicts. The banquet started as scheduled. However, none of the originally planned proceedings took place. Because everyone's eyes remained fixed on the three Tomis. The first to step forward was Shinomiya Ganon. Before the rulers of Japan's many financial conglomerates, essentially half of the nation's economic power, he declared. I announce that Shinomiya Tomi is the legitimate daughter of the Shinomiya family and will henceforth be the successor, taking over as the head of the Shinomiya financial conglomerate. Upon hearing this, if it had been under normal circumstances, the many financial heads present would have thought they had misheard. Handing over one of the 4 great conglomerates to an adopted daughter of unknown origin. He must be insane. Or perhaps this was a trap, a ploy by the Shinomiya family to devour the other conglomerates. However, at this moment, not a single person among the financial leaders showed any signs of surprise. They looked at Tomi and felt that this decision was completely natural. Meanwhile, most of the women present began to twist their faces in jealousy, displaying expressions of madness as they scanned the surroundings for weapons. And right after Shinomiya Tomi, the heads of the Suzuki and Senzaiman families made similar announcements. Essentially, their conglomerates would revolve around Tomi from now on, giving her everything. Like a pack of obedient lapdogs offering their unwavering loyalty. Once the declarations were made, everyone turned their gazes to Tomi, as if waiting for her to say or announce something. And at this moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, Shinomiya Tomi stood up first. Pointing at Suzuki Tomi and Senzaiman Tomi, she spoke, her voice as melodious and enchanting as a bell. For my sake, kill them. Tomi's words were like the trumpet signaling the start of the war. The suffocating atmosphere of the banquet hall erupted completely. The first to act was Ganon. As the founder of the Shinomiya financial conglomerate, he had the strongest willpower among those present. However, he had also been under Tomi's influence the longest. At the entrance of the venue, just over whether or not to attend the banquet, he had already lashed out at Kaguya. He had even declared that he would abandon all profits if necessary, just to satisfy Tomi's vanity, willing to sacrifice anything for her. From this alone, it was evident that his personality had already been completely distorted. Despite being middle-aged, Ganon moved with agility. He swiftly vaulted over the dining table, grabbed a kitchen knife, and charged straight toward the other 2 Tomis. His movements were precise and decisive, the knife aimed directly at Suzuki Tomi's throat. At that moment, the head of the Suzuki family also rushed forward, blocking Suzuki Tomi's path. He even extended his arm to intercept Ganon's attack. The knife pierced through the Suzuki patriarch's forearm, tearing through the muscle completely. Ganon had used his full strength. However, the Suzuki patriarch seemed unfazed by the pain and smiled at Suzuki Tomi. Look, Tomi, I blocked the knife for you. I am the person who loves you most in this world. He spoke with deep affection, as if this act was proof of his devotion. However, you useless idiot. Why didn't you stop him completely? I'm hurt. Can't you see? Suzuki Tomi clutched her hand in pain. She had raised her hand to block the attack just now. Even though the knife had pierced through the Suzuki patriarch's arm, it had still slightly grazed Suzuki Tomi's palm. But compared to his injury, her wound was nothing. All she needed was a simple bandage, yet she still had the audacity to berate the Suzuki patriarch for his incompetence. The Suzuki patriarch looked somewhat aggrieved. Perhaps this was one of the few times in his life that he had shown such an expression. But Suzuki Tomi paid no attention to him at all, ignoring the fact that his arm had been pierced through. What are you looking at me for? Are you stupid? Someone is trying to kill me. Go kill that bitch. Aren't you always saying that you love me more than anyone in this world? Then why haven't you moved yet? Before she had even finished speaking, the Suzuki patriarch suddenly grabbed the knife still lodged in his arm. Without hesitation, he yanked the blade out, held it tightly, and lunged at Shinomiya Tomi. Despite blood gushing from his wound, an injury that, if left untreated, would soon lead to shock, he didn't care. The crowd in the banquet hall watched this bizarre display of violence, yet no one screamed. On the contrary, many people began to stir, eager to join the battle for Tomi. The ones who had arrived at the venue earlier and spent more time gazing at Tomi were now the first to step forward. Even the women shared the same reaction, their eyes brimming with jealousy and hatred as they slowly closed in on one of the 3 Tomis. Yet the 3 Tomis seemed completely oblivious to the eerie atmosphere around them. They continued to hurl insults at each other, speaking in the most arrogant tones, spitting out venomous words, and harboring the deepest malice for one another. Haruno clutched her mouth tightly, trying to suppress the overwhelming urge to scream. She didn't understand how this banquet had turned into such a horrifying nightmare. Even she, someone considered perfect in every way, was now filled with panic and had no idea what to do. Instinctively, she turned to look at her younger sister. No matter what, she had to at least protect her sister. When she turned her head, she saw that her sister was staring at the stage with an intense expression, as if she wanted to do something. Without hesitation, Haruno rushed over to Yukino. Yukino, we have to get out of here. They're all going insane. Haruno grabbed Yukino's hand, trying to pull her away. But Yukino immediately broke free and exclaimed passionately, we can't just run away now. We have to do something. If this continues, everything will be ruined. Haruno, hearing this, didn't have time to care about Yukino's emotions anymore. Right now, escaping was far more important than mental well-being. At the very least, they needed to stay alive and leave this twisted place. And what can you even do? Haruno retorted coldly. You can't do anything. Yukino opened her mouth to argue. She was different from her sister. She was. But the words stuck in her throat, unable to come out. She was a Foundation investigator. She knew things her sister didn't about anomalous entities. But so what? She had no standard equipment, no experience in containing anomalies. She was no different from her ignorant sister. No, perhaps she was even worse. If it had been her sister in her place, if it had been Yukinoshita Haruno who had joined the Foundation, she surely wouldn't be this helpless. Thinking this, Yukino's tears started to fall. In the end, she really was just as powerless as always. Yukino, you really haven't changed at all, you still can't do anything, you can't. Yukino murmured, blaming her own helplessness. Miss Yukinoshita Haruno, go and bring Madam back first, while there's still time, Hayasaka AI reminded. Haruno, gripping her mother's hand, was trembling uncontrollably. Was this still her mother? Seeing that Mrs. Yukinoshita was about to continue forward, Haruno decided to pull her mother with all her might, attempting to forcibly drag her away. And at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The chaos on the stage seemed to have reached a conclusion. In the midst of the melee, Garan, with great effort, found an opening and finally plunged the knife in his hand into Suzuki Tomi's body. Blood splattered as if it cost nothing. The chaos instantly stopped, and everyone seemed to have been hit with a pause button, all eyes turning to the impaled Suzuki Tomi. Only Garan continued his actions. Stab after stab, he plunged the knife into the girl's body. Crack! This was the sound of Garan stepping on Suzuki Tomi's leg joint, breaking the bone. After breaking one of Suzuki Tomi's legs, he used the knife to sever it and threw it aside. Suzuki Tomi's screams echoed through the venue, piercing and sorrowful, enough to evoke pity even in the coldest hearts. But no one moved. Everyone's eyes were fixed, watching as Garan continued to dismember Suzuki Tomi's, as if it were some sacred ritual. Suzuki Tomi's chest was ripped open, blood, shredded flesh, and organs scattered across the floor. Her limbs were forcibly broken, then peeled off bit by bit with the knife. From beginning to end, the screams never stopped. Finally, Garan plunged the knife into Suzuki Tomi's throat, severing her head and holding it up in his hand. As if seeking approval, he raised the head toward Shinomiya Tomi. Look, I killed her. Tomi, I love you the most. No one loves you more than I do. However, before Shinomiya Tomi could respond, the next moment, the enraged crowd swallowed him up. Everyone rushed forward, beginning to fight over and dismember Suzuki Tomi. Those who couldn't get a piece turned toward Shinomiya Tomi and Senzaiman Tomi, wanting to replicate the scene they had just witnessed. Haruno, still retaining some sanity, looked at this scene, her legs trembling. They had to escape. But she couldn't move. Her body was completely dominated by fear, unable to take even a single step. At that moment, a severed hand was thrown out from the scuffle and flew toward Mrs. Yukinoshita and Haruno. Mrs. Yukinoshita, seeing the severed hand flying toward her, immediately reached out, her eyes filled with desire. Haruno, on the other hand, closed her eyes. Her body couldn't move, but her intuition told her that if she came into contact with that thing, the consequences would be worse than death. But at that moment, both Mrs. Yukinoshita and Haruno were yanked backward, falling to the ground. A tablecloth was flung up in front of them, blocking the flying severed hand and blood. When Haruno opened her eyes, she saw that the person standing in front of her and her mother was none other than her younger sister, whom she had always protected. For the first time in her life, Yukino stood in front of her mother and sister, using her own strength to protect them. Even though her body was trembling, her heart racing, and fear threatening to consume her at any moment. T/N/W Character Development. Yukino still acted. Gasping heavily, Yukino threw away the tablecloth, grabbed her mother and sister, and fled toward the back. The scene behind them had completely turned into hell. Countless people swarmed forward, their eyes filled with fanaticism, holding knives and forks, dismembering the three Tomis. Shinomiya Tomi's scolding and Senzaiman Tomi's wails could still be heard, but they seemed to only excite the crowd further. The men dismembered Tomi, lifting the corpse pieces, kissing them, devoutly like believers. The women fought over Tomi, sticking her hair into their own, pasting her flesh onto their bodies, attaching her limbs to their own. And whether it was limbs, shredded flesh, or even the spilled blood, everything began to squirm slowly. This scene was nothing short of a Tomi-themed hell. T/N, Tomi this, Tomi that, you fucking bitch gave me aneurysm. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, We are the SCP Foundation, we are humanity's last shield. T/N, finally I'm free. We can finally return to our original upload schedule. Yukino desperately pulled her mother and sister, using all her strength to distance themselves from the hell behind them. Haruno finally regained her senses. Looking at her younger sister, who was gritting her teeth and moving forward, Haruno felt a strange stirring in her heart. Her sister seemed to have changed. Recovering from her fear, Haruno helped her sister pull Mrs. Yukinoshita. Seeing that her mother was still trying to look back and showing resistance to leaving, Haruno felt a chill run down her spine. She decided to take off her scarf and wrap it around Mrs. Yukinoshita's eyes. After blocking Mrs. Yukinoshita's vision, the resistance weakened slightly. But there was still no sign of sanity returning. At that moment, Haruno couldn't help but glance back. That single glance caused her sanity to plummet. The scene behind her was enough to instantly zero out the sanity of any ordinary person. Men and women, reveling in the severed limbs and blood of Tomi. Women who had embedded Tomi's hair and flesh into their bodies now had horrifying tumors growing from the points of contact. From the tumors, blood vessels protruded, clearly extending throughout their bodies, including their heads and hearts. These women's faces had already become distorted, their facial features subtly changing, their skin morphing. A face uniquely belonging to Tomi appeared on these women. Their expressions were seductive, bewitching to the point of being demonic, as if they were the most beautiful beings in the world. At the corners of their eyes, a tear mole quietly appeared. As for the men who had lifted the corpse pieces and devoutly worshipped them, they were no longer human. The worst was Jian, whose neck, arms, and thighs were covered in Tomi's shredded flesh. Now, these areas had grown Tomi's heads. Multiple heads sprouted from Jian's body, he had become a monster covered in Fujiko's, and the proliferation was still ongoing. After growing necks, the Tomi attached to Jian began to fight each other. Those with only heads used their teeth to bite nearby Tomis. Those with hands reached out to twist the necks of other Tomis, still trying to make Jian move to acquire tools for killing. Even more terrifying were the floor, walls, dining tables, and curtains. These surfaces, splattered with Tomi's blood, were now slowly growing incomplete, malformed Tomi's heads. Everywhere you looked, there were grotesque Fujiko heads. They grew from the carpet, from the curtains, from just a few cells of blood. The impact of the scene was horrifying, enough to make one's sanity plummet. The most hopeless part was that the insane crowd was still reveling like it was a festival, slaughtering the newly grown Tomis. More blood and shredded flesh splattered, growing new Tomis. It was foreseeable that if left unchecked, this party venue would become a breeding ground for Tomis. Countless Tomis would grow from here, continuing this hellish process. Such a scene was utterly hopeless. Although they had temporarily escaped, Haruno's pupils were still trembling uncontrollably. That monster. Chiba, no, Japan or even the entire world, would probably be destroyed by that monster. After pulling her mother to a safe area, Yukino collapsed to her knees, completely exhausted. She had always been terrible at sports, and the actions she had just taken were only possible due to a massive adrenaline rush. Once she stopped, her body gave out completely. Looking at the hell in the distance, Yukino's eyes widened. This was an anomaly. Kaguya, watching from afar, saw her father being used as a battlefield by the multiple Tomis growing from his body. In the end, torn apart by the struggle, he died, his corpse becoming a breeding ground for Tomis. Seeing this, Kaguya felt pain and sorrow. The founder of the Shinomiya family, its helmsman, her father, had met such a gruesome end. Hayasaka, what should we do? Run. If that thing isn't killed, Japan will be destroyed, right? Kaguya asked Hayasaka AI, her voice filled with helplessness. This wasn't a genuine question seeking an answer but more of an emotional outburst. But then, Hayasaka AI turned her gaze toward the entrance of the venue. Following Hayasaka's line of sight, Kaguya's eyes widened in shock. Yukino and Haruno also noticed the unusual activity at the entrance. Figures dressed in white isolation suits, wearing tactical goggles and gas masks, were entering in an orderly manner. They carried flamethrowers that looked like they belonged in a sci-fi movie, with small fuel tanks strapped to their backs, marked with hazard symbols. Behind them was another team, clad in pitch-black armor. Their armor seemed like something out of a fantasy, with no visible seams, as if it were a single, natural piece. On the chest of the armor was a fist-sized disc emitting a bright, white light. Despite the apparent weight of the armor, these individuals moved silently and with agility, completely unhindered. Arrived at the anomaly outbreak site. Anomaly threat level high, with signs of spreading. Aborting anomaly contact mission. Initiating containment protocol immediately. Orders received. Beginning anomaly containment. Utilizing information provided by C-Class Investigator Hayasaka AI. Equipping flamethrowers for initial containment. C3 Armed Squad, left flank. C7 Armed Squad, right flank. If flamethrowers prove ineffective, retreat immediately. Otherwise, encircle from the rear. Remaining squads, follow me. 3-person teams, triangular formation. Prepare to move in. Preserve one original anomaly specimen. Eliminate the rest. As the B-class agent in black armor relayed the Foundation's orders, the armed squads and special teams immediately sprang into action. They ignored the hellish scene before them, advancing without hesitation. Each team of 3 moved in a triangular formation, each member facing a different direction to ensure they could monitor their teammates at all times. Upon entering the venue, they immediately activated their flamethrowers. A crimson blaze engulfed every part of Tomi within its reach, her head, severed limbs, and even her blood. Shrill, agonized screams echoed throughout the venue. Seeing this, AI Hayasaka let out a breath of relief. Finally, the SCP Foundation had arrived. Meanwhile, Kaguya and Haruto stared in shock at the unfamiliar group before them. These people were highly trained, equipped with cutting-edge gear the likes of which they had never seen before, and showed no fear in the face of the terrifying entity that was Tomi. Both of them came from wealthy families and had encountered elite soldiers and powerful bodyguards. But none of them could compare to these people. Because whether they were soldiers or private guards, they were still human. When confronted with a hellish nightmare like this, fear would creep into their hearts, some might even retreat. But this group was entirely different. It was as if they had been born to handle anomalies like Tomi. Their steps were firm and unwavering, their actions smooth and decisive. They embodied the very essence of hope and courage. And the one most affected by this sight was undoubtedly Yukino. Watching these individuals march fearlessly into hell, she recalled her previous assumptions. An organization like this, wouldn't they be an oppressive force, one that arbitrarily lorded over humanity? At that moment, a Foundation agent, clad in jet-black tactical gear, approached the group. Investigator AI Hayasaka, Investigator Yukinoshita, thank you for providing us with intelligence on the anomaly. We have now confirmed that fire is an effective containment measure. Neither of you are carrying standard equipment, nor are you armed with a flamethrower specialized for Tomi. Please evacuate immediately. The subsequent containment operation will proceed under the guidance of the O5 Council. A vehicle is stationed outside to transport you. Due to the medium-level cognito hazard associated with this anomaly, you are both required to undergo memory erasure procedures. We ask for your understanding in this matter. For individuals already displaying severe cognito hazard symptoms, there is no need for concern. Our response team is equipped with Class D amnestics. Once the amnestics take effect, the cognito hazardous influence should be neutralized. After a period of observation, affected individuals can safely reintegrate into society. After delivering these statements, the agent handed them 2 pieces of standard Foundation equipment. Yukino took hold of the gear, gripping it tightly. Hearing the Foundation personnel mention memory erasure once more, she finally understood. She finally grasped why the SCP Foundation insisted on forcibly wiping people's memories. A scene like this, akin to a vision of hell itself, was something best forgotten. Memory erasure wasn't an act of oppression. It was a measure to protect human cognition. This principle had been repeatedly emphasized in the Foundation's doctrines, but only now did she fully comprehend its meaning. Kaguya watched as AI Hayasaka accepted the equipment, unable to hold back her question any longer. Who exactly are you people? When did Hayasaka join the Foundation? AI Hayasaka looked at her mistress and sighed helplessly. She had wanted to keep this a secret for the rest of her life. When it came to anomalies and the SCP Foundation, the best thing one could do was remain ignorant. Unfortunately, Kaguya had the worst possible luck this time, coming face to face with an entity like Tomi. There was no keeping the truth hidden now. The agent hesitated for a moment before responding. We are the SCP Foundation. Our mission is to secure, contain, and protect. We secure anomalies, contain anomalies, and protect all of humanity in its perception of reality, ensuring that people continue to live in a normal world. We are the last shield of mankind. We do not retreat. We will sacrifice everything to protect humanity. As for Investigator AI Hayasaka's personal matters, I am not authorized to disclose them. You may ask her directly, before your memory erasure. Kaguya fell silent. The last shield of mankind. How was she supposed to argue against that? She looked toward her maid and saw AI Hayasaka give her a bitter smile. At that moment, she finally understood. So this was the truth. On the other side, Haruto stared at her sister in shock. When had her little sister joined such an unfathomable organization? A flood of questions rushed to her lips. But when Haruto saw Yukino's expression, she swallowed them all. Yukino had truly changed. Chapter 144, Honor the Fallen. Looking at her younger sister, Haruto felt an unfamiliar sense of loss. For some reason, she felt as if she had been defeated. She turned her gaze toward the Foundation agents and made a decision. Since Yukino had joined this organization known as the SCP Foundation, then she would join as well. No matter what, she would protect her little sister. With her abilities, she should be able to contribute to the Foundation's work. As the group prepared to exit the venue and head toward the Foundation's extraction point, A sudden anomaly occurred. The armed personnel, who had been overwhelming Tomi in combat, suddenly had one among them turn his weapon on his own comrades. The betrayal was completely unexpected. But as if anticipating such a possibility, the remaining 2 members of his 3-man unit immediately responded. They dropped their flamethrowers and swiftly drew their silver-white pistols from their holsters. The handguns had a strange design, oversized barrels and specialized magazines. Without hesitation, they fired at their treacherous comrade. There was no deafening gunshot, only the sound of 2 projectiles slicing through the air. 2 transparent syringe-like rounds embedded themselves in the rogue soldier's body. The liquid inside the syringes was injected into his bloodstream. The soldier instantly lost all resistance, collapsing to the ground. "What's happening?" Yukino asked anxiously. The agent's voice was grim. This anomaly possesses a medium-level cognitohazard, which affects individuals at varying speeds depending on their cognitive resistance. Before entering, all of our personnel took W-class nestic supplements to mitigate the effects of the cognitohazard and prevent defection. However, the efficacy of W-class nestics gradually weakens after 30 minutes. Once it fades completely, some personnel may succumb to the anomaly's influence. That's why all teams operate in 3-man formations, using a triangular stance to monitor each other. Each member is armed with tranquilizer rounds to immediately neutralize any cognitohazard-compromised personnel. Hearing this, the girls were left speechless. To think that with only the limited intel provided by AI Hayasaka, and within such a short time, the Foundation had formulated and executed such a meticulous countermeasure. This means, we don't have to worry anymore. The Foundation is incredible. Yukino murmured in awe. This plan, was it devised by an O5 council member? AI Hayasaka asked in astonishment. The agent nodded. Indeed, this operation had been planned by an O5 council member. However, the agent hadn't disclosed everything. There was a part of the plan he hoped would never come to pass. Unfortunately, things don't always go as one wishes. The affected squad. Though they had swiftly neutralized their rogue member, he had still managed to inflict damage. Before collapsing, he had turned his flamethrower on his own teammates, engulfing them in flames. Wearing fuel tanks on their backs, the 2 soldiers had no way to roll on the ground to extinguish the fire. All they could do was rush toward each other in an attempt to smother the flames manually. At that moment, a Tomi head, flung by another Tomi's growing arm, landed on them, splattering fresh blood everywhere. Some of the blood seeped into the unconscious soldier's protective suit. Terminate C3-6, C3-12, and C3-18 immediately. The commanding agent issued the order in a cold yet resolute voice. The next moment, the 2 armed personnel who were hit by Tomi's severed head reacted. One of them picked up the head and threw it to the ground. Holding a flamethrower, he incinerated the head along with his teammate, who was in a state of anesthesia on the ground. For the anesthetic dart to take effect, it had to penetrate the protective suit. However, a few drops of Tomi's blood, as if possessing a will of their own, seeped through the gaps in the dart and infiltrated the protective suit. Moments ago, there were already clear signs of flesh wriggling inside the suit. Even the smallest gap was enough for Tomi cells to invade, taking deep root in the victim's body. With just a breath, Tomi's flesh sprouted and bloomed within the person, using them as an incubator, forming grotesquely beautiful flowers. There was no saving them. Meanwhile, the 2 personnel hit by the severed head had their protective suits burned through due to the flamethrower attack. On the parts of their bodies that came into contact with Tomi's flesh, Tomi's beautiful face had already begun to form, smiling seductively. That face was so stunning that it made people feel inferior, as if it were a divine masterpiece. Yet at this moment, it was the most terrifying thing in the world. I am C3-18. My comrades, continue the containment mission. We must not let this anomaly spread. This is our duty as Foundation personnel. A sudden voice rang through the communication devices of the team. It was a gentle, middle-aged voice. As part of the C3 squad, many people recognized him. This guy often dragged teammates out for drinks and complained about the poor treatment of armed personnel. He was the big brother of the C3 squad, known for his hearty laughter and his patience in guiding new recruits. A fireball erupted in the center of the venue. C3-18 pulled open the valve of the fuel tank on his back, allowing the flames to engulf his protective suit. No one could see his expression through the fire in the visor. The younger members of the team could only vaguely remember his face and that bright, hearty laughter. At this moment, that face carried unwavering determination and fearless courage, a final lesson from their veteran comrade. Watching this scene, whether it was Yukino, Kaguya, Hayasaka AI, or Haruno, they were all deeply shaken. Tears fell unconsciously. What kind of conviction, what kind of willpower, was required to march toward death so calmly? We contain, we protect. We may fail, but we will never retreat, because behind us stands all of humanity. Through the communication device, C3-6 recited the Foundation's code. Another fireball exploded in the arena. With that, all 3 contaminated armed personnel were executed. The commanding agent's voice was hoarse. Continue the anomaly containment mission. The W-class memory supplement is reaching its time limit. You cannot take a second W-class memory supplement in a short period. Carefully monitor the status of your teammates. If a teammate shows signs of cognitive contamination, sedate them immediately and evacuate them from the anomaly outbreak zone. If you are unfortunate enough to be infected by the anomaly, conduct self-termination. Offer your heart for humanity. We contain, we protect. We may fail, but we will never retreat. Honor the fallen. Before the agent finished speaking, the armed and agent teams resumed their containment mission. Inside the venue, fireballs rose frequently, and their occurrence was steadily increasing. Without the protection of W-class memory supplements, the Foundation's agents and armed personnel could only endure the cognitive hazard with their sheer willpower. One after another, those destined for death stepped forward, igniting themselves into flames. As if doing so could illuminate the path ahead for humanity. Tears and words were stuck in their throats. Haruno stared blankly at everything happening in the venue. Could she really handle being a member of the SCP Foundation? Did she truly possess the courage to die for humanity? Yukino was equally speechless, unable to utter a single word. So this was the SCP Foundation. The usually leisurely yet authoritarian Foundation. Was that precious time of peace actually something hard-earned? The time she had dismissed as wasted was, for these fallen heroes, the most precious moment of their lives. She had always believed in the justice in her heart. But was it really justice? At that moment, a sudden, sharp sound of something slicing through the air echoed. The venue fell into a sudden silence. When everyone turned toward the source of the sound, they saw that, at some point, a young man with black wings had appeared above the venue. The president has arrived. The fallen gave their lives meaning. We held on. As long as the president is here, the SCP Foundation will never fail. A mere anomaly is nothing. The moment Haruto appeared, the heavy, suffocating atmosphere instantly dissipated. In its place was a wave of relieved cheers. The SCP Foundation was never an organization that celebrated victory prematurely, it remained cautious until the very end. The Foundation demanded absolute success, for behind them stood all of humanity, and they could not afford the cost of failure. But when Haruto appeared, the Foundation personnel instantly relaxed. Because that was the president. As long as the president was here, everything would be resolved. This was a truth passed down among Foundation personnel. Kaguya looked up, and when she saw that figure, her heart began to race. At the moment of crisis earlier, the figure that flashed before her eyes overlapped with Haruto, who now hovered in the air. Pressing a hand against her chest, she felt her heartbeat quicken and took a deep breath. Meanwhile, Yukino looked at Haruto in the sky, her eyes brimming with tears. The man she once thought was despicable was actually the pillar supporting countless people. He was someone for whom these people, marching toward death, could cheer the moment they saw him. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, containing Tomi, Haruno joins, Yukino breaks down in tears. All Foundation personnel, immediately withdraw from the anomaly outbreak zone and enter self-isolation. Haruto's voice echoed through the venue. All Foundation personnel executing the containment mission began an orderly retreat from the anomaly outbreak zone. Once they reached a safe zone, they took no chances, distancing themselves from one another. They waited for other Foundation personnel to arrive and conduct examinations to ensure no one was carrying Tomi's cells. Once everyone had withdrawn from the anomaly outbreak area, Haruto descended from the sky, landing in a massive pool of eldritch, sanity-draining flesh. The sight made several girls tighten their grip in concern. Hey Asaka, he fell in. Will he be okay? Kaguya grabbed her maid and shook her violently. Hey Asaka AI had been a little worried at first, but after being shaken like that, her concerns suddenly disappeared. Just appearing was enough to captivate her mistress' soul. Give back that cool and wise lady. Miss, please don't exaggerate. Since the president is acting this way, he must have his own reasons. That president is far more terrifying than Tomi. I doubt even an entity like Tomi could cause him any trouble. Hayasaka AI regained her usual composure, wearing a polite yet awkward smile. Many other Foundation personnel shared the same sentiment. Seeing the president land in the flesh pile, they showed no worry at all. Because that was the president. If he was doing this, there had to be a purpose. As expected, the moment Haruto landed in Tomi's flesh, the unconscious mass of her flesh immediately recoiled away from him. As if encountering a natural predator, they avoided him like the plague. At the center of where Haruto landed, a hollow circle formed. Meanwhile, the Tomi clones that had grown heads and gained self-awareness stopped their internal slaughter. They gathered at the circle's edge, gazing at Haruto longingly, revealing enchanting smiles. Tomi was an extremely arrogant and vain existence. She desired the most precious things in the world, believing she was meant to be the noblest being. Thus, different Tomies would slaughter each other. Because each believed they alone were the true Tomi, the supreme existence. But now, the Tomies had found something they truly desired. The young man before them was far more valuable than any luxury, more radiant than the most exquisite gemstones. They craved him. The scene was eerie. Many of the Tomies only had heads and necks, with some even fused together. Some had only half a body, with visible internal organs still wriggling as they grew. And yet, the scene also had an alluring quality. After all, a few Tomies had already completed their regeneration. Newborn Tomies, of course, had no clothing. Combined with their naturally enchanting and perfect appearances, several identical Tomies stood together. However, in the face of this hellish display of female beauty, Haruto remained as indifferent as if he were shopping at the market. His gaze swept over the numerous Tomies, and eventually, he found one that looked more pleasing to the eye. It was a lowly-sized Tomi. Perhaps due to incomplete growth, she had slight differences compared to the others. Haruto walked over and singled out this lowly Tomi. The other Tomies, upon realizing that Haruto hadn't chosen them, had their expressions instantly contort with jealousy. Yes, jealousy. Even Tomi could feel jealousy. The one selected by Haruto, on the other hand, beamed with an incredibly radiant and joyful smile. Let's be together forever. Just as this lowly Tomi spoke her seductive words and displayed her enticing posture, Haruto reached out and retrieved a black sack from his Kamui space. Lowly Tomi. The next moment, Haruto lifted her up and casually stuffed her into the black sack, tying the opening shut. This particular Tomi would be kept as a sample for containment and research. The other Tomies. Haruto ascended once again, the black wings on his back fluttering slightly. As his wings beat, ink-black, lusterless feathers rained down into the venue like droplets. The writhing flesh was effortlessly pierced by the seemingly soft feathers, nailing it to the ground. With a snap of Haruto's fingers, the ink-black, lusterless, and soft feathers suddenly burst into dazzling light. Haruto's wings were an extension of his cells, with each feather containing an astonishing amount of biological energy. At this moment, this biological energy erupted purely in the form of heat. Wherever the feathers landed, everything was vaporized. Steam rose into the air, the venue's floor was burned through, and the rock beneath turned into molten lava. And this was with Haruto carefully controlling the energy to release inward, otherwise, the heatwave would have swept across all of Chiba. Under such an intense strike, all remaining Tomies were instantly melted away, leaving no trace. Carrying the last remaining Tomi in the world, Haruto returned to the Foundation's ranks. How are the isolation test results? Has anyone else been contaminated by Tomi? Or carrying her cells? Haruto inquired to the agent in charge. The agent shook his head. All personnel involved in this containment mission had undergone isolation testing, and no traces of Tomi's cells were found on them. However, a few had started showing signs of mental instability. Upon hearing this, Haruto nodded. Then assign the aftermath to external personnel. This venue will be sealed off until the heat dissipates. All personnel involved in this containment mission step forward to undergo Class A amnestic treatment. After receiving memory erasure, proceed to the containment site for self-isolation, and undergo cognitive evaluation after 3 days. Only those with normal evaluations will be allowed to return to their teams or reintegrate into society. Prepare a standard containment chamber in the high-security containment layer, equipped with basic living necessities. The living necessities should be made of soft plastic material, ensuring no harm to the human body. The inner walls of the containment chamber should be lined with 75 centimeters of flexible fiber, follow the standard for severe psychiatric ward rooms. As for Tomi, never mind, I'll personally take her there. With Haruto's instructions, the follow-up procedures for Tomi's containment began in an orderly manner. One by one, personnel lined up to undergo Class A amnestic treatment. The queue quickly reached the end. When Haruto saw the last few girls in line, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. So, Yukino, you just happened to stumble into an anomaly containment site again. This makes it the 3rd time. How about going to the research division to check if you have some sort of memetic anomaly? Haruto's words made Yukino, who had been feeling deeply apologetic and was about to express her gratitude, instantly bristle. Who the hell would have such an unlucky memetic anomaly? This guy's mouth was too mean. But Yukino had to admit, this wicked boy was a true hero protecting humanity. And not just any hero, but the most selfless and reassuring one. Compared to her own self-righteous sense of justice, the boy in front of her embodied true justice. With his abilities, he had established the SCP Foundation, selflessly protecting everyone. Thinking about Tomi and the Foundation personnel who had sacrificed themselves, Yukino suddenly lost all fight. Thank you. She lowered her head and sincerely expressed her gratitude. This surprised Haruto a little. Was the usually stubborn Yukino finally turning over a new leaf? You're not infected by Tomi, are you? Haruto scrutinized Yukino, even lifting her bangs to check for a newly formed beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Yukinoshita Yukino. Seeing the intimate interaction between the boy and her sister, Haruno finally couldn't hold back. Mr. President, could you perhaps perform memory erasure on our mother first? Haruno interjected, interrupting Haruto and Yukino's moment. Haruto shifted his gaze toward Haruno. He knew a little about this eldest daughter of the Yukinoshita family. Yukino's older sister, a perfect version of Yukino with impeccable social skills, and a plus-sized figure. Other than her extreme siscon tendencies, she was flawless in every way. Nodding slightly, Haruto stopped teasing Yukino and instead placed his fingers on Mrs. Yukinoshita's forehead. The blacklight virus seeped in, Class A amnestic treatment applied. Mrs. Yukinoshita instantly lost all memories related to the banquet. Every trace of knowledge about Tomi was erased. She calmed down and fell into a deep sleep. Alright, next is Haruno. According to SCP Foundation protocols, you will have all memories of Anomalies and the Foundation erased. Though I apologize, this is for your own good. Some things are better forgotten. Humans should live in a rational and ordinary world. Haruto gestured for Haruno to step forward. Haruno hesitated. Forgetting these terrifying memories would indeed be the best outcome. But, her sister was still within this so-called SCP Foundation. If she forgot. After a brief moment, Haruno made her decision. Mr. President, may I only have my memories of Tomi erased? I want to join the SCP Foundation. At those words, Yukino reacted strongly. She didn't want her sister to join the SCP Foundation. From this containment mission alone, it was clear that staying in the Foundation was extremely dangerous. Yukino didn't want her sister to be in danger. Of course, there were also personal reasons. Seeing her previously uninvolved sister compared to herself, who had already joined the Foundation, gave Yukino a sense of satisfaction. It felt like she had finally surpassed the role model she had always chased after. That feeling of superiority, of knowing something her sister didn't. But when Yukino tried to object, the words caught in her throat. Her sister was far more perfect than she was. That cunning president would definitely accept her. However, joining the SCP Foundation is a serious decision that requires careful consideration and multiple levels of assessment. Haruto stated plainly. The Foundation was no longer the fledgling organization desperately seeking talent. Now, its influence spanned the globe, recruiting from all of humanity. With such immense power, it naturally required strict screening processes. Hearing Haruto's rejection, Yukino let out a quiet sigh of relief, feeling a petty sense of delight. However. But if you're determined, here is the application form. You can participate in the examination. I'll allow you to retain your Foundation-related memories for 7 days. Yukinoshita Yukino. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Ice Kaguya and Lovestruck Kaguya, Hayasaka feels numb. Haruto handed a registration form and a confidentiality agreement to his sister. Yukino sat to the side, sulking. Pouting emoji. Meanwhile, Haruno took the documents with a bright smile and signed the confidentiality agreement. The poor girl had no idea just how outrageous the SCP Foundation's recruitment review process would be. Afterward, Haruno underwent an A-class memory erasure, which only wiped her memories related to Tomi. If she did not officially join the Foundation within 7 days, all her memories regarding Anomalies and the Foundation would be erased as well. At that moment, Hayasaka AI arrived, pulling Kaguya along. With nearly all of Japan's financial conglomerates caught in one massive net, the country's upper echelon was bound to undergo a dramatic reshuffling. The heads of the Suzuki, Senzaiman, and Shinomiya financial groups, 3 of Japan's top conglomerates, had all perished in the recent anomaly outbreak. The current state of the Suzuki and Senzaiman families remained uncertain. However, the future of the Shinomiya family was visibly descending into chaos. For years, the Shinomiya conglomerate had been ruled solely by Shinomiya Gonin, who was still in his prime. He had 3 sons and 1 daughter, all meticulously trained, yet none truly capable of controlling the Shinomiya financial group. An even greater issue was that among his 3 sons and 1 daughter, there was no clear successor. Leaving Kaguya aside for now, her 3 elder brothers were guaranteed to engage in a brutal power struggle. They had all inherited, to varying degrees, Shinomiya Gonin's ruthless and domineering nature, placing personal interests far above family bonds. Even if Kaguya had no desire to fight for control of the conglomerate, she would inevitably be dragged into the conflict, becoming a sacrificial pawn in their power struggles. Each had inherited some degree of their father's domineering personality, prioritizing personal gain far above family bonds. Even if Kaguya completely withdrew from the struggle, she would inevitably be drawn in as a pawn in the power struggle. And now, the only person she could turn to for protection was Haruto. If Japan's power structure was being reshuffled, the one shuffling the deck was undoubtedly Haruto. Not to mention the SCP Foundation, an overwhelming behemoth with supernatural abilities. Even disregarding the Foundation itself, the Momobami clan under its control was the only one among the 4 financial powerhouses that remained intact and fully operational. Even if the Foundation did nothing, the Momobami clan alone had enough influence to dominate the upcoming reshuffle. Thus, at this moment, Kaguya had no time to dwell on the nature of the Foundation or Hayasaka's connection to it. Her priority was securing the Foundation's assistance, gaining its support, and using that power to seize control of Shinomiya family, her only path to survival. At least, that's what should have happened. After dragging her lady over, Hayasaka turned back, only to find Kaguya looking embarrassed and flustered in an utterly silly manner. With a sharp glare at that shady president, Hayasaka grabbed Kaguya's left hand and pressed it against her cheek. This forced Kaguya to trigger her cool and rational mode. Silly, love-struck Kaguya instantly transformed into Ice Queen Kaguya. President, regarding the future of the Shinomiya family, or rather, the future of Japan's financial sector, what is the Foundation's decision? Hayasaka directly asked the question. She knew Haruto wasn't the type to act high and mighty just because he held power. If there was something to discuss, it was best to ask outright. Haruto stroked his chin in thought. That was indeed an important question. Because of the unexpected anomaly outbreak caused by Tomi, the Foundation had not prepared a contingency plan in advance. Haruto had some vague ideas but had not yet finalized anything. This happened suddenly, but the Foundation will likely use the Momobami clan to take control over the remaining 3 major conglomerates. In terms of business operations and decision-making, the Foundation won't interfere, it is only concerned with maintaining societal stability and expanding its control. As you know, Hayasaka, the Foundation doesn't lack money. What we need is the authority wielded by the 4 major conglomerates to facilitate classified operations. Haruto was being transparent, though he didn't reveal everything. Hayasaka immediately grasped his intent. He wanted her lady to take the initiative. Still, this was already an excellent outcome. At that moment, Kaguya spoke. President Haruto, may I take control of the Shinomiya family? Like Miss Haruno, I wish to join the SCP Foundation. Rational Ice Kaguya shared some of her father's traits, the ability to set aside trivial matters for a greater goal. Perhaps her cold side was inherited from her father, while her silly, love-struck side came from her mother. Although her words made it sound like she was agreeing to become the Foundation's puppet in exchange for control over the family, this was actually her best option. If she left the conglomerate to its own infighting, Kaguya knew her brothers would tear each other apart. At that point, with external instability and internal strife, the Shinomiya family would likely collapse. By joining the Foundation, the family could continue operating independently without being exploited for its wealth. Kaguya had immense trust in both the SCP Foundation and Haruto, who had twice saved her life. After a brief moment of contemplation, Haruto nodded. This arrangement aligned with the Foundation's interests. Having Kaguya manage the Shinomiya family within the Foundation would ease the burden on the Momobami clan in handling external affairs. As for helping her surpass her 3 brothers and take control, such a simple matter didn't even require consideration. Haruto retrieved the Absolute Contract Codex and placed it before Kaguya, indicating for her to sign. Seeing the familiar Golden Codex, Hayasaka felt deeply conflicted. She had once gone to great lengths to keep her lady away from this dangerous organization. Yet now, her lady was voluntarily walking into it. Had she known this would happen, perhaps. While Hayasaka was lost in thought, Kaguya had already signed her name. Now that business was settled, Kaguya's curiosity surfaced. President Haruto, since I've joined the SCP Foundation, may I ask some questions about it? She cautiously inquired. Haruto nodded indifferently, assuming she would ask about anomalies or containment procedures. However, Kaguya's first question was, has Hayasaka been part of the Foundation for a long time? Hearing this, Hayasaka felt an ominous foreboding. Haruto nodded. Yes, Hayasaka AI joined the Foundation long ago. He even mentioned a time so early that the Foundation hadn't even been officially established yet. Hayasaka was actually one of the Foundation's founding members. Kaguya, who had long suspected something, suddenly felt as though countless questions had been answered. For instance, why had her most loyal aide suddenly sided with an unfamiliar young man? Why had Hayasaka defied her orders to keep her from investigating Haruto? Now she understood, it was all due to the SCP Foundation's secrecy protocols. Hayasaka had never betrayed her. This realization warmed Kaguya's heart. And then, another thought arose. If Hayasaka hadn't betrayed her, then the idea of romance. Thus, Kaguya blurted out. Then, President Haruto, are you and Hayasaka not in a relationship? Haruto. Hayasaka. Even the Yukinoshita sisters turned to look. Was there really something between them? A shady president times scheming maid dynamic. Actually, that sounded kind of fitting. Hayasaka wanted to cry. Why did her lady think she was dating this shameless president? Meanwhile, Haruto, after a brief moment of surprise, suppressed a smile and shook his head. No, Hayasaka AI seems to have some prejudice against me, so romance is rather unlikely. Hayasaka wanted to retort, it's not prejudice, it's an accurate assessment of your shady nature. However, upon hearing this, Kaguya visibly lit up. That meant she didn't have to compete with Hayasaka. She could openly pursue Haruto. Determined, she thought. I, Shinomiya Kaguya, will make Haruto confess to me. At this moment, Hayasaka AI only wanted to shake her lady awake. Don't be a love-struck fool, my lady. Alright, if there's nothing else, I need to head back to the station and throw Tomi into the containment chamber. Haruto raised his hand slightly, gesturing to the struggling sack in his grasp. However, that sack was actually constructed from his own cellular differentiation. Forget Tomi, even if he threw Rize in there, she wouldn't be able to break free. Hearing this, Yukino appeared puzzled. What about the memory cleansing procedure for us? She, Hayasaka AI, and Shinomiya Kaguya had yet to undergo the memory cleansing process. Although joining the Foundation didn't require them to erase their knowledge of anomalies and the organization, they should still have their memories of Tomi erased. However, Haruto shook his head. No need. You three were never cognitively contaminated by Tomi in the first place. These words left the three of them stunned. Did they have such a special talent? Then, Haruto continued. Because there are residual traces of the blacklight virus in your bodies. After receiving the notification, I activated the virus within you. Your vision was distorted, you only saw a filtered version of Tomi's cognitive contamination. There's no need to erase your memories. I see. My ass. The three girls' eyes widened. They actually had something as dangerous sounding as the blacklight virus in their bodies. Hayasaka AI, in particular, was full of doubts. It was understandable for herself and Yukino to have the blacklight virus since they had undergone Class A memory cleansing in the Foundation. But why did her lady have the blacklight virus in her body? Suddenly, Hayasaka AI recalled the first time her lady met Haruto. That handshake. Hayasaka AI. This scumbag president. He had already secretly done something to her lady from the start. Meanwhile, Haruto made a swift getaway. Inside the car, Haruto looked at the black-clad agent, three before him and sighed. You really have it tough. The agent simply shook his head with a smile. I've always walked this path. For the future of humanity, someone has to play the role of the devil. Besides, this situation is 1,000, no, 10,000 times better than those past meaningless sacrifices. Not to mention, there's the Phoenix Project. Indeed, the agent leading this mission was actually 05-2, Erwin. And the agents who were tasked to contain Tomi, some of them are ex-members of the scout regiment who followed him to Haruto's world. When Haruto went to deal with the undying reptile of the northern nation, SCP-682, Erwin temporarily took over command of Tomi's containment operation. Disguised as an agent, he arrived at the scene to make real-time adjustments to the plan. Chapter 147, Mobile Task Force, Nine-Tailed Fox, Devouring Tomi. Wake up. Wake up. A voice called out, accompanied by a shaking sensation. From the depths of unconsciousness, you slowly regained awareness, then suddenly snapped to attention. In your dazed state, you opened your eyes, only to be stunned by the scene before you. President. Your voice was a bit hoarse, seemingly due to not speaking for a long time. You felt damp, as if you had just emerged from water. However, compared to being personally awakened by the president, those were minor issues. Seeing that you had finally woken up, the president revealed a relieved smile. C3-6, you're finally awake. You felt puzzled. Had you been injured and fallen unconscious during a mission? The president actually seemed this concerned about your safety. While you were still confused, you heard the president continue. The surgery was a great success. You're a girl now. C3-6. The man abruptly leaped out of the Phoenix Project's incubation pod, carefully checking whether anything was missing or if anything extra had appeared on his body. Only after confirming that his partner was still intact did C3-6 let out a heavy sigh of relief. If this were any other place, the whole, you've turned into a girl, thing would just be taken as a joke. But not here, not in front of this president. The SCP Foundation had multiple ways to permanently turn someone into a girl. The most well-known and simplest method was a bioengineering genius from the Foundation, Miss Mihari, who developed a feminization serum. As long as one drank it, they would close their eyes, and upon opening them, they would have truly become a girl. When C3-6 first learned about the feminization serum, he refused to drink anything handed to him for several days. If his water cup left his line of sight for more than 0.75 seconds, he deemed it undrinkable. Cough, cough. But that's straying off topic. C3-6 let out a long sigh and quickly realized his current situation was quite awkward. Thankfully, Haruto promptly handed over a white lab coat. C3-6 immediately took it, swiftly putting it on and tying the belt securely. "President, please don't joke with me like that. It's terrifying." C3-6 patted his chest. For a moment, he had actually been thinking about how he would live as a girl in the future. Haruto smiled without saying anything. C3-6 soon noticed something was off. Why was he here? Could it be that he had undergone memory erasure due to a mission? Quickly, C3-6 recalled what had happened. While facing the terrifying anomaly known as Tomi, his teammates had been cognitively contaminated and had attacked him. Then, Tomi's head, covered in fresh blood, had flown toward him. That sticky blood landed on his body and instantly seeped deep into his flesh. He could feel his muscles writhing, growing, and his sense of self slipping away. Honestly, it was a fate more terrifying than death. Then what had he done? Oh, right. We secure. We protect. We are humanity's final shield. He had self-terminated. His last memory was pulling down the fuel canister. C3-6 froze. He should have definitely died. Why was he still alive? Turning his head, he looked at the Phoenix Project's incubation pod. After carefully searching his memory, C3-6 recalled. One day, the Foundation had instructed all personnel ranked C and above to come to this containment room for sampling and had them wear a strange helmet. "President, is this a resurrection device?" C3-6 quickly pieced it together. Haruto nodded. Rather than being overjoyed at being resurrected, C3-6 awkwardly scratched his head. "Heh, look at this mess. I thought I was done for good, but turns out there's a revival step in the process. President, I've caused trouble for the Foundation, getting myself killed and wasting Foundation resources." Looking at the sincere young man before him, Haruto realized he didn't even know his real name, only his codename, and that he was a combat operative. People like him existed in the Foundation in numbers too vast to count. Patting C3-6 on the shoulder, Haruto shook his head and said, "I reviewed the containment records. You did well. You executed the containment mission excellently." C3-6 froze for a moment, then let out a silly grin. This was direct praise from the president himself. He could brag about this for a lifetime. "Regarding your resurrection, you'll need to undergo memory erasure. That's Foundation protocol. Any objections?" Haruto interrupted C3-6 excitement. C3-6 nodded. "Being alive is already a blessing, why would I complain?" Haruto paused for a moment, then suddenly asked. C3-6, "Do you think you can take on even more dangerous containment missions?" C3-6 responded without hesitation. "I follow the Foundation's orders, everything for humanity." Haruto nodded. The Foundation is forming a new large-scale mobile task force, Ashen Wings. From now on, you'll undergo MTF training and then officially join Ashen Wings for missions. Hearing this, C3-6 was ecstatic and nodded eagerly. Afterward, Haruto used an A-class memory wipe on C3-6. Despite C3-6's exceptional performance, the Phoenix Project could not be exposed. If the fact that the Foundation could resurrect people became widely known, it would inevitably cause chaos. Even if Foundation members didn't intentionally abuse it, simply knowing about it might make them lose their fear of death. This was the so-called curse of knowledge. Later, Haruto systematically used the Phoenix Project to revive all Foundation personnel who had perished in the Tomi outbreak. Every single one underwent an A-class memory wipe. Then, Haruto handpicked those who had self-terminated and transferred them from their original units. These individuals would become the foundation of the new Ashen Wings mobile task force. The Tomi incident made Haruto realize that the Foundation's combat capabilities were still insufficient. If he and Wings of Freedom were ever unavailable, the Foundation would struggle to handle containment breaches of level 4 or higher anomalies. While such situations were rare, expanding MTF forces was necessary. And not just in one location, but worldwide. Thus, the Ashen Wings mobile task force was established. Composed of selected Foundation operatives and field agents, it boasted a massive roster with a division stationed at every site. Their emblem was a flaming nine-tailed fox, symbolizing resilience and rebirth, honoring those who had sacrificed themselves for the mission. The operatives of Nine-Tailed Fox were trained in the use of powered exoskeletons, with a dedicated research project launched to develop their specialized gear. Given the Foundation's advanced biotech expertise and the precedent of the Crimson Series exoskeletons, the Nine-Tailed Fox exoskeleton project was expected to be completed in record time. Once all the tasks for Nine-Tailed Fox formation were settled, Haruto headed to the heavy containment zone. A new completely black, opaque containment chamber had been added. Access was restricted to level 4 personnel and above who had cognitive immunity or had taken W-class memory aids. Even then, full protective suits were required to enter. The room had 3 heavy blast doors made of high tensile fiber, specialized carbon fiber, and superalloy. Each door could only be opened one at a time. The outer walls were reinforced with alloy and carbon fiber, capable of withstanding a C4 explosion without deformation. This was the new standard for the heavy containment zone. Haruto swiped his security card through the scanner. After identity verification, he unlocked the blast doors one by one and finally entered the room. Inside, it resembled a normal living space. A bed, chairs, table, ceiling lights, wall lamps, and a private bathroom. Loli Tomi sat on a soft chair, reading a manga. As soon as Haruto entered, she tossed the manga aside and leaped at him, trying to snuggle up to him. But before she could, Haruto grabbed her by the back of her collar, lifting her into the air. She could only flail her pale little arms helplessly. Looking at Loli Tomi, Haruto felt confused. At first, he thought this Tomi was in an unfinished growth stage, hence the lowly form. But now, it seemed otherwise. This lowly Tomi was somehow special. But regardless of how special she was, Tomi was still an extremely dangerous anomaly. Because when he had successfully contained her, the system had displayed. Successfully contained anomaly, Tomi. Threat level, level 4, destruction. Containment status, perfect. Reward, 1 level 4 lottery draw. This perfectly alluring young girl was a level 4 containment threat. A being capable of wiping out entire regions if she ever breached containment. I am different from those cheap sluts. I only want to love you, nothing else. The lowly Tomi was held up by Haruto as she shouted. Haruto raised an eyebrow but didn't take it seriously. Women are deceptive creatures, the more beautiful they are, the better they are at lying. And in front of him was Tomi. Grabbing Tomi, Haruto reached out and plucked a strand of her hair. Strangely enough, Tomi was actually a fragile girl, with a physical strength almost identical to that of a normal human girl. However, she only appeared weak when someone else acted upon her. If there were no external interference, Tomi was like an indestructible entity. If she lived on her own, even after years, she wouldn't lose a single strand of hair. Ahem, but that's getting off track. After pulling out a strand of Tomi's hair, Haruto closed his palm. The strand of hair was absorbed into his palm, devoured by the blacklight virus. The next moment, chaotic fragments of memory surfaced, and along with them, Tomi's traits were acquired by Haruto. Chapter 148, Mental Interference Blocking Alloy and Membership Review. T/N. Due to a request, the original name of the new mobile task force, Nine-Tailed Fox, got revised into a new one called Ashen Wings to avoid confusion. Ashen Wings. Get it XD. Cause the see-something guy in the previous chapter got toasted, and to keep the theme with the already existing Wings of Freedom. Anyways, enjoy. Tomi's memories were chaotic and disordered. Many had already faded and were impossible to discern. Not to mention, their quantity was unimaginably vast. It seemed Tomi had existed for countless ages and had only recently emerged in this world. Haruto quickly discarded most of these fragmented memories. There was almost no useful information among them, and the sheer volume was overwhelming, like data garbage used in cyber attacks. However, after absorbing Tomi, the blacklight virus inside Haruto became unusually active. Tomi's genetic material provided an extremely high level of evolution for the virus. Far greater than that of grotesque insects at the same 4th-tier classification. But after the virus finished analyzing Tomi, Haruto actively rejected a certain aspect of her traits. That was the ability to split into multiple bodies. It wasn't that Haruto had any particular aversion to cloning himself. Rather, the entity known as Haruto must remain unique, it could not be replicated or divided. This was tied to a fundamental mechanism, the singularity of supreme divinity. From the moment Haruto acquired supreme divinity, he became the only one of his kind across infinite worlds. He represented shattered intellect and time, a powerful reality warper. For example, across countless parallel universes, there could be an infinite number of identical, immortal lizard, SCP-682. They all shared the same traits, immortality, extreme adaptability, though their behaviors might differ. But at their core, they were identical, with variations only due to different experiences. However, across infinite parallel universes and worlds, there was only one Haruto. There might be other individuals named Haruto, bearing similar characteristics. But at their essence, they were completely different. Because supreme divinity is singular. If Haruto were to inherit Tomi's splitting ability, then the clones he produced would merely inherit his memories and some of his abilities. At that point, he would have to go through the trouble of containing these clones himself. After all, the blacklight virus was inheritable. And if these clones lacked the protection of supreme intellect and divinity, their perception could be easily altered. Should high-evolution blacklight virus clones trigger an outbreak in this world, just imagining the scene was terrifying enough. Thus, what Haruto took from Tomi was cellular-level regeneration and mimetic cognitive pollution. With the optimization of the blacklight virus, Haruto could now activate or deactivate the mimetic effect at will. After devouring Tomi, Haruto casually tossed the lowly Tomi onto the bed. Then, ignoring her coquettish poses and dramatic tantrums, he walked out of the containment room. Japan's high-ranking officials underwent a massive reshuffle. Many powerful figures in the government were, in fact, members of the 4 great financial clans. With 3 of the 4 clan leaders suddenly dead, and numerous high-ranking executives among their affiliated corporations also perishing, Japan's upper echelons plunged into chaos. Many sought to exploit the situation, hoping to rise in the turmoil. To those aware of the inside story, this was an unprecedented opportunity. However, this chaos was quelled far faster than anyone could have imagined. The Momobami clan entered the fray. As the only one of the 4 great financial clans still functioning normally, they crushed all opposition and took control of the situation. With external assistance from the Momobami clan, the Shinomiya family also appointed a new leader. No one expected that the seemingly insignificant Shinomiya Kaguya would ultimately take charge. The internal power struggle within the Shinomiya family never even materialized, everything proceeded as if in a dream. Only members of the Shinomiya family knew that Kaguya's rise to power involved a bloodbath within the financial conglomerate. Many key personnel were either reassigned or forced to resign, replaced by an entirely new team. Normally, such drastic changes would be disastrous for the conglomerate. Each of these positions required irreplaceable top-tier talent. Recklessly replacing them should have caused the entire corporate structure to collapse within a day. Yet, to everyone's shock, Kaguya's replacements executed their tasks flawlessly, even outperforming their predecessors. This left everyone in the Shinomiya conglomerate feeling deeply uneasy. When had the so-called caged bird Kaguya gained control over so many elites across various industries? Under pressure from the Momobami clan, the Shinomiya executives abandoned any thoughts of rebellion and devoted themselves to Kaguya's orders. Kaguya's 3 older brothers, though ambitious, were also intelligent. Seeing how firmly she had secured power, they understood they had no chance. Thus, they continued managing their respective businesses quietly, more obedient than ever. Though whether they felt bitterness and doubt in their hearts, only they knew. With the Shinomiya conglomerate swiftly stabilizing, the Momobami and Shinomiya families began carving up the remnants of the chaos. It was practically a feast. The Suzuki and Senzaiman families' influence was drastically reduced. By the time Japan's high society returned to stability, the 4 great financial clans were no more. Now, Japan had only 2 dominant families, the Momobami and Shinomiya. On the surface, they appeared to be rival factions competing for supremacy. But in reality, both were under the control of the Foundation. Their economic battles were just for show, profits and losses were merely an illusion for outsiders. Their true role was maintaining societal stability and mediating economic disputes. In truth, they were just shifting money from one pocket to another. Meanwhile, within the Foundation, everything proceeded in harmony. 2 noteworthy events. The discovery of the telekill alloy, SCP-148, in a western grassland near the city of Rome. The membership review of Yukinoshita Haruno. On the day after Tomi's outbreak, Haruno arrived at a deserted warehouse. For the first time, the always composed Haruno felt nervous about an interview. Around Haruno, there were many people dressed in suits or white lab coats. These individuals were applicants seeking to join the Foundation. Everyone sat in front of small tables, resembling students waiting for class to begin. As Haruno scanned the room, she quickly recognized many familiar faces. Some were high-ranking executives of major corporations whom she had met at various events, while others were prominent figures she had seen on television or in newspapers. She even spotted her own mentor. That person was an academician from Waseda University. Please put on the designated eye masks and headphones. After a brief transfer, you will be taken to the assessment site. A staff member announced loudly. Shortly after, everyone saw the surface of their table split open, revealing a pair of special goggles and headphones. It's just an interview, why make it so mysterious? A physicist, renowned in a specific subfield of physics, voiced his dissatisfaction. In response to his skepticism, the staff member simply stated coldly, "If you are dissatisfied, you may withdraw from the assessment at any time. In other words, if you don't like it, leave." This attitude deeply irritated many of the accomplished individuals present, who considered themselves geniuses and successful elites. However, Haruno alone thought that the Foundation's personnel were being rather polite. Joking aside, an organization dealing with the supernatural, possessing power far beyond humanity, was actually willing to sit down and have a civilized discussion with them. That was already incredibly generous. After being rebuked, the physicist immediately stood up and walked toward the exit. Having been praised for his talent since childhood, he could not tolerate such rude treatment. With someone taking the lead, others soon followed suit and left one after another. Waiting for them outside the abandoned warehouse, however, were Foundation personnel armed with crowbars, ready to administer Class D amnestics. In the end, the majority of the applicants chose to stay. Most had already heard rumors about the Foundation, and given the rarity of this opportunity, they were not willing to give up so easily. Haruno picked up the goggles and headphones and put them on. Instantly, her sight and hearing were completely cut off. These goggles and headphones are incredibly effective. As she was thinking that, a sweet fragrance wafted through the air. With just a single whiff, Haruno immediately felt her mind grow heavy. The next moment, she sank into a deep sleep. Chapter 149, Haruno's Breakdown, the Absurd Entry Test. Haruno awoke from her drowsiness. As she opened her eyes, she found herself in an unfamiliar room. The goggles and headphones had been removed. Looking around, she saw that the walls were made of some kind of black, opaque glass, giving off a strange sense of oppression. Perhaps, beyond the glass, many people were watching her. Adjusting her sitting posture, she cleared her throat to ensure her voice was normal. Speaking of which, after being drugged and waking up, her head didn't hurt at all. It felt more like she had simply had a good sleep. That surprised Haruno. After all, most anesthetic substances typically had some effect on the brain's nervous system. Even after regaining consciousness, one would usually experience severe headaches, similar to a hangover. Time passed second by second. Just as Haruno had suspected, beyond the dark glass, someone was indeed observing her. Right now, they were assessing and analyzing how she reacted to a sudden and unexpected situation. Rationality and composure, impulsiveness and anger, panic and fear, one's reactions directly reflected their personality. If someone fell into a state of panic or impulsiveness when faced with unexpected circumstances, the Foundation could not accept them. After all, the Foundation's duty was to contain anomalies and handle sudden crises. Moments later, an agent behind the black glass checked something off on their tablet before stepping forward and approaching the glass-walled room. A soft sound was heard as a door opened in the glass wall. A man and a woman entered the room. Miss Yukinoshita Haruno, hello. We are personnel from the SCP Foundation's Human Resources Department. We have already reviewed your background, experience, and application form, everything checks out. Since you already have knowledge of anomalies in the Foundation, we will skip certain test questions. Here is a Foundation Personnel Assessment Questionnaire. Please answer it carefully. Your responses will affect whether you pass this evaluation. A questionnaire was then handed to Haruno. Receiving it, she felt a sense of relief. Had she not known about anomalies and the Foundation beforehand, then these test questions would have been a nearly insurmountable challenge. However, as she glanced at the questionnaire, her body froze. What were these questions? Do you have a personal faith? If not, please elaborate on your personal dreams and values. If you do have a faith, please describe it in detail, including its entity, concept, and the reason for your belief. Do you believe in the existence of gods? Please define what you consider to be a god. A fire has broken out at the Tokyo Art Museum. You can only save either a cat or $1 million painting. Which do you choose? A train has lost control. On its current path, 5 people will be hit. On an alternate track, only 1 person will be hit. You have control over the switch, what do you do? If the 5 people on the original track are all over 80 years old and suffering from cancer, while the 1 person on the alternate track is a newborn, would you change your previous answer? If you encounter an omniscient and omnipotent God and can ask 3 questions, what would they be? Subject A is a woman under a curse. If she gives birth or dies, the world will be destroyed. She is in a perpetual state of pregnancy. She must undergo the 110 Montauk procedure, an abortion without any anesthetics. Would you carry out the procedure? And these were just a small portion of the questions. As she read them, Haruno's hand trembled slightly as she held the pen. Were these questions deliberately testing human morality? If I want to align with the Foundation's ideals, I should. She instinctively began to think that way. She had always used appropriate lies to achieve her goals. In social interactions, speaking differently depending on the person was the key to success. This was the fundamental difference between herself and Yukino. However, she quickly abandoned that train of thought. Taking a deep breath, Haruno began answering the questionnaire honestly, according to her own beliefs. She had a strong premonition that if she wrote insincere answers just to pass, there would be terrifying consequences. The sound of her pen scratching against the paper continued for a long time. When she finally capped her pen, she let out a long sigh. Answering this questionnaire had been pure torment. Yet, when she handed it in, the Foundation staff didn't even glance at it before tossing it into a shredder. As she watched the paper she had agonized over being shredded into tiny pieces, Haruno felt her sanity wail in despair. A reaction test, she asked. The staff member nodded with a smile. Miss Yukinoshita Haruno, you are quite perceptive. Yes, it was a reaction test. The questions were never meant to be answered. What the Foundation truly cared about was the test taker's psychological state while answering them. Her fists clenched. She struggled to calm herself. Congratulations, Miss Yukinoshita Haruno. You have passed the preliminary assessment. Now, please follow me to the next stage, the cognitive level test. After saying this, the staff member opened the door and led Haruno outside. As she walked down the hallway, Haruno saw people being carried out from rooms on both sides. They were clearly in a state that suggested they had undergone memory erasure procedures. Obviously, these people had failed the preliminary test. Yet, Haruno was not surprised at all. She had passed this test, but even she didn't understand why she had passed. The Foundation's evaluation criteria were impossible to grasp. Following the staff member, Haruno arrived at another sealed-off room. The staff member stood at the doorway, motioning for Haruno to enter, while keeping a clear distance from whatever was inside the room, as if avoiding it at all costs. Haruno, though puzzled, still stepped into the room. Inside, there was nothing but a transparent wall made of alloy and glass, dividing the space into two sections. Standing on one side of the transparent wall, Haruno curiously observed her surroundings. There was a broadcasting speaker, but no cameras, which felt rather odd. Just then, the speaker came to life. Miss Yukinoshita Haruno, please observe the object on the other side of the wall and describe your feelings. As the broadcast ended, a pillar rose on the other side of the transparent wall. The pillar was hollow, with several small holes at the top and bottom, and a transparent glass section in the center. Haruno looked at the object inside the glass, then began describing it. I see a hollow pillar, with something inside the transparent glass section in the center. I think it's a strand of hair. I don't feel uncomfortable, but I am very confused. A strand of hair, it seems to be wriggling. Wait a minute, is that Tomi's hair? You guys are using that monster's tissue for testing. T/N, thought for sure she undergone some memory erasure in the Tomi event. After recognizing the true nature of that strand of hair, Haruno started cursing furiously. She really couldn't hold it in anymore. Who in their right mind would use Tomi as a test subject? After cursing for over an hour, Haruno felt her throat go dry. I actually think that strand of hair looks quite nice now. At that moment, the previously silent broadcast finally spoke. Then, do you now have the urge to attach this beautiful strand of hair to your own head? Haruno thought for a moment, then immediately replied. No, I don't. Haruno's cognitive level was classified as level 3, placing her in the top 7% of all humanity. Additionally, she was aware of Tomi's properties, so she displayed excellent resistance to cognitive contamination. Even though her memory had been partially wiped, only the visual aspects of Tomi were erased, Haruno still retained knowledge of the anomaly. T/N, oh. Cognitive assessment complete. Flames immediately sprayed out from the other side of the transparent wall, incinerating the strand of Tomi's hair. An exasperated Haruno was released from the room, awaiting memory erasure procedures. This membership screening was pure torture. After undergoing several more evaluation tests, Haruno finally succeeded in joining the SCP Foundation. Upon hearing the result, Haruno felt no joy whatsoever. Miss Yukinoshita Haruno, you have been appointed as a C-Class administrative staff member, clerical position. After making the announcement, the staff member immediately fled the scene. Screening personnel was truly a thankless job. After this, he was definitely requesting a transfer. Santa Claus, a magical sleigh and magical reindeer, talking nut cookies, and elves. Haruto looked at the anomalous encounter report and felt utterly speechless. What the hell was this, a fairy tale scene? 3 days ago, on the outskirts of Osaka, an orphanage was observed experiencing an anomalous event. An aurora appeared in the sky, but only over the orphanage, nowhere else. When Foundation personnel arrived at the site, they captured a scene straight out of a fairy tale. An old man in red pajamas, with a long white beard, rode a red sleigh across the aurora-filled sky. The sleigh was pulled by 9 reindeer-like creatures radiating multicolored light, leaving behind snowflakes and auroras with each step. The sleigh stopped above the orphanage. Then, several nut cookies and a group of strange, tiny humanoid creatures, each only a few dozen centimeters tall, jumped down from the sleigh. These beings danced strangely on the orphanage roof, laughing and chatting among themselves. Meanwhile, the old man in red pajamas carried a massive burlap sack and stepped off the sleigh. Ho ho ho! Merry Christmas! After saying this, he squeezed into the orphanage's chimney. Despite the chimney being only half as wide as his waist, he still managed to fit inside. Then, he re-emerged, climbed back onto his sleigh, and prepared to leave. Foundation personnel immediately attempted an interception, deploying a carbon fiber net to trap what appeared to be Santa Claus. However, the sleigh and reindeer simply passed through the net. The old man laughed heartily, ho ho ho, as he drove his sleigh off into the distance. Haruto. Chapter 150, Playing with Kindness. I shall uphold the way of the Tao without hesitation. After the failure to capture Santa Claus, the Foundation dispatched D-class personnel to infiltrate the orphanage for investigation. The following morning, when the orphanage doors opened, the D-class personnel mingled among the staff and children. Through subtle questioning, the D-class personnel learned that all the children had received Christmas presents the previous night. That is, the toys, food, and other items the children had wished for had appeared in their Christmas stockings by their beds. When asked, the orphanage staff claimed they had no idea where the Christmas presents had come from. They assumed it was the gift of a kind-hearted benefactor. However, a little girl at the orphanage interjected, confidently stating that they were Santa Claus's gifts. Following Foundation directives, the D-class personnel inquired further about Santa Claus. According to the little girl, Santa Claus wore a red hat, had a large white beard, dressed in a red winter coat, and wore black boots while carrying a huge sack of presents. He had magical reindeer, magical elves, and magical cookies. When asked if it was possible to capture Santa Claus, the little girl shook her head and said no, because Santa Claus had magic. Following this, the Foundation took over the orphanage. Upon investigation, the Foundation uncovered the truth behind this anomalous event. First, every person in the orphanage, including the 30 staff members and children, was extraordinarily kind. The staff members worked without concern for wages, spent all their time playing with the children, and viewed this as their life's purpose. If only one person in 10,000 displayed such extreme kindness, it would be unremarkable. But for every single person in the orphanage to be this way was undeniably an anomaly. Further investigation of the D-class personnel who had participated in the operation revealed that they, too, had become kind. One of them had been a deranged serial killer, responsible for 7 gruesome murder cases, including dismemberment and corpse mutilation. Yet, after this mission, he became genuinely compassionate, loved animals, protected children, helped elderly women cross the street, and was full of love for the world. Initial conclusions suggested that an anomalous force in the orphanage was altering the minds of those nearby, making them kind. However, further investigation revealed that, on the night of Santa Claus's appearance, the orphanage had played a Christmas cartoon. After watching the cartoon, the little girl had become completely convinced of Santa Claus's existence. And that night, Santa Claus had appeared and climbed down the chimney. Tracing back further, the orphanage had instilled certain values in the little girl. Humans are kind. Everyone helps one another. People should be united, respect the elderly, love children, and care for animals. The teachers, staff, loved the orphanage's children unconditionally, but the children had to be obedient. The little girl also had a picture book about a wise, talking cat. And indeed, there was a black cat in the orphanage identical to the one in the book, except this one could actually talk, and even solve advanced mathematics. Based on encounter records, the Foundation concluded that the little girl herself was the anomaly. Her anomalous ability, reality manipulation through belief. Whenever she firmly believed something to be true, reality would warp to make it so, no matter how absurd it seemed. Including the existence of Santa Claus. The Foundation attempted to contain the little girl. However, every staff member sent to capture her became kind upon approaching her. And because they had become kind, they simply couldn't bring themselves to capture such a sweet little girl. Ultimately, the little girl was designated SCP-239, codenamed the Witch Child. Containment efforts were temporarily put on hold, and the case was escalated to the O5 Council. Reading the report, Haruto clicked his tongue. Reality manipulation. This girl was obviously a high-tier reality bender. Such individuals, designated Type Green, possessed high Hume index values and could distort reality by sheer will alone. Reality benders were notoriously difficult to handle. Clearly, Haruto needed to personally intervene in SCP-239's containment. Because if she ever witnessed the ugliness of the world, or watched the wrong kind of fiction, she might just destroy reality itself. A chilling thought. Thus, Haruto devised a plan. One that would allow him to properly utilize the little witch's abilities. If she had believed that human nature was ugly, the world would have been doomed to destruction. TSK, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Afterward, Haruto deployed a batch of psychic blocking alloys and a computer plug-in. Upon arriving at the orphanage, Haruto easily met the little witch. She appeared to be an 8-year-old girl, standing 1 meter tall and weighing 20 kilograms. She had shoulder-length blonde hair, and her eyes flickered with a gray-green hue. Those flickering eyes were probably the result of watching some anime. They actually looked pretty nice. After a brief conversation, Haruto realized that the little witch was a kind and innocent individual. When someone has a naturally kind heart, they are bound to attract others in. As he dropped the computer plug-in into the little witch's cup, Haruto was also devising a plan to test her nature. The little witch possessed an extremely powerful reality warping ability. If left unchecked, she might one day be exposed to something ugly or watch some fantasy work and end up destroying the world. The safest method, naturally, was for Haruto to execute the little witch. Powerful reality warpers had no human rights in the Foundation because the Foundation was responsible for all of humanity. However, on one hand, looking at those flickering, adorable eyes, Haruto found himself hesitant. On the other hand, simply executing the little witch felt like a waste of valuable resources. After the little witch drank the computer plug-in and fell into a deep sleep, Haruto came up with a plan. He had to put the little witch's abilities to good use. After equipping her with psychic blocking alloys, Haruto took her back to the Foundation's containment site. The little witch was temporarily placed in a nutrient pod within the high-security containment layer, with her containment room constructed entirely from psychic blocking alloys. Experiments showed that psychic blocking alloys could mitigate her reality warping abilities to a certain extent. Meanwhile, the nutrient pod had to regularly supply the little shrine maiden with nutrients and special anesthetics. Until the Foundation had fully prepared, the little shrine maiden had to remain in a state of slumber. Afterward, Haruto approached Now to take charge of this project. Looking at the young girl inside the containment pod, Now was somewhat surprised. This is the little witch, SCP-239. A reality bender capable of destroying the world at any moment. Judging from her appearance, she didn't look like someone who could annihilate the world at will. Haruto nodded. As long as this child believes something, it will become reality in this world. Destroying the world is a trivial matter for her. Hearing this, Now couldn't help but click her tongue. So, the mission this time is to utilize the little witch's abilities, but how exactly do we proceed? Now asked about the plan. Haruto snapped his fingers. It's simple. We trick her. I call this plan the God's Eye Project. Haruto roughly explained the plan to Now. After listening, Now Tamori was stunned. This. Are you sure this won't backfire? She asked worriedly. Haruto waved his hand dismissively. Absolutely not. When we, execute the plan, I'll conduct an A-rank memory modification on all personnel involved. At that point, even the operatives will believe what they're saying is the truth, so when they deceive the little witch, there's no way it will fail. After all, is all about tricking others and oneself alike. Seeing Haruto's confident attitude, Now could only nod and begin preparations. The experiment site for this plan was set up on an island off the coast of Japan. It was adjacent to the island where the Star Sea Academy was located but maintained some distance. The Foundation urgently carried out large-scale modifications on the island.